fits. It does. Mm-hmm. This is not. Try that. All right. Will you take a look at the setup there? Am I still in a good spot? All right. Let's see here. That's still not close enough. You gotta really talk into the microphone. Yeah. We might have to go turn it up a little bit. Right. Will you take a look at the setup there? Am I still in a good spot? Here, hold on. All right. Let's see here. That's still not close enough. You gotta really talk into the microphone. Yeah. We might have to go turn it up a little bit. Spot. Here, hold on. All right. Let's see here. That's still not. Okay. How about really now? That's better. Yeah. I think. Yeah. Kathy Baker, can you hear me? Okay, back there. Okay. All right. Well, that should be good then. Louder. Right. That's. Okay. How about now? That's better. Yeah. I think. Yeah. Kathy Baker, can you hear me? Okay, back there. Okay. All right. Well, that should be good. Louder. How about now? All right. How about now? Is that loud enough? That's about as loud as we can go. It'd be better once everyone's quiet. Nope. This is it. This is what the room, unfortunately, is limited to. All right. How about now? Is that loud enough? That's about as loud as we can go. It'd be better once everyone's quiet. We have a second mic. This one is turned up higher. This is what the room. Right. Theo. Try. Hold on. I need to have you. Let's see here. Is this one right here? Is that one? Yep. I guessed it correctly. Okay. I think that's probably about the same level. We have a second mic. This one tells me to probably turn up the other one a bit more. Let's try that. Okay, let's see. Try. Hold on. If I'm here, does that pick up too much? I think that's still too loud. This one right here. Let's go back down. Yeah, that's mic 2. Yep. Turn that one down. I think that's good. Keep going down a little bit, Theo. Going down. Right there, maybe. The other one. Let's try that. Right. Let's try that. Okay. Let's see. Try. Hold on. If I'm here. All right. And then this one's at max volume. I think that's about the same. We'll go with that. Let's go back down. Yeah, that's mic 2. Yep. Turn that one down. I think that's good. Keep going down a little bit, Theo. Going down. Right there, maybe. Try that. Try that. Here. All right. And then this one's at max volume. I think that's about the same. We'll go with that. Mic. Yep. Down. I think that's good. Keep going down a little bit, Theo. Going down. Right there, maybe. Try that. Volume. That's about. Go with down.
Test, test. Good morning, everyone. Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. Let's try. No, we're not going to do that. So before we get started, we're going to logistics, not only for the facility, but for communications. Initially,
Test, test. Good morning, everyone.
We
Good
talked
morning.
about where we were going to do it, City Hall versus here. Obviously, want to
Good
show some love
Good morning.
to the east side of Roswell.
Let's try-
We've done
no,
the
we're not
last
gonna
budget meeting we did out here as well.
So before we get started,
but there are
we're
some
logistics,
limitations
not only for the facility,
from
but for
the
communications.
AV side on live
Initially,
streaming.
test. Good morning, everyone. Good
Talked
morning.
about where we're going to do it,
City Hall
voice
versus here,
amplification and
obviously
all
we
that
want
stuff.
to,
So we have our IT team,
show
we have our
some
comms team
love
here.
to
The east side of Roswell, we've done
no,
the
we're not
last budget meeting
Um,
we did out here as well.
So before we get started,
but there are
we're
some
logistics,
limitations
not only for the
from
facility,
the AV side on live
Test,
streaming.
test. Good morning, everyone. We talked about where we're going
And
to do it.
voice amplification and all that stuff. So we have our IT team, we have our comms team here. Side of Roswell, we've done the last budget meeting we did out as well. But there are some limitations from AV side on live streaming. Voice that stuff. We have our IT, have our comms here. But there are
You can certainly take your plate next door and eat there, whatever you like.
perfect. Okay. Are we ready with the live stream? When are we going to start that, Ben? Okay. So at this point, we're going to turn it over to City Administrator Randy Knighton.
You can certainly take your plate next door and eat there, whatever you like.
Perfect. Okay.
Good
Are we
morning,
ready with the
everyone.
live
We are
stream?
so
When we
glad
gonna
that
start
you are
Ben?
here this morning. This
Okay,
wonderful
so at this point,
venue.
we're going to turn it over to City
A
Administrator
couple of
Randy
reminders again as we live stream. For some reason, the live stream feed is disrupted. This will be recorded and will be available for the general public. We certainly
Perfect.
appreciate
Okay.
members of the
Are we
public
ready
who
with
are
the
here
live stream?
today. I
Yes,
certainly
you are.
want to, as always, acknowledge
wonderful venue.
our
Turn it
elected
over to
body,
City Administrator
Mayor
Randy
Kurt
Knighton.
Wilson, Council Members Christine Hall, Council Member
Feed is
Lee Hills,
disrupted. This
Council
will be
Member
recorded
William
and
Northland,
will be
Council Member
available
Alan for the general public. We certainly appreciate
Okay.
members of the public
Morning,
who are
everyone.
here today. I certainly want to, as always, acknowledge our elected body, Mayor Kurt Wilson, Council Members Christine Hall, Council Hills, Council Member William North, will be a general public, certainly members of the public who are here today. I certainly, as always, acknowledge our elected body, Mayor Kurt Wilson, Hall. Thank you. No worries. Thank you. Can you hear me? That's good. All right. All right. So we're going to make the we're going to make the setup here work. We appreciate everybody who will be viewing and will be seeing ultimately this budget workshop. This is one of several formal opportunities for members of the public to receive information and or speak on the budget. Today, obviously, is October 1st, where we're having this budget workshop throughout the course of the day. The actual formal presentation of the budget will take place on October 14th at a regularly scheduled mayor and council meeting. That's the actual presentation of the budget. The formal budget will be uploaded into the website at that point for the public. And then on October 20th, we will have a special called meeting, which will be the first reading of the budget on October 20th at 6:00 p.m. The actual presentation of the budget, October 20th. And then on October 27th will be the second reading and adoption of the budget. The October 20th meeting, of course, is public hearing, and which will be members of the public will have an opportunity to speak to aspects of the budget, as well as on October 27th. We do encourage members of the public that once the budget is presented on October 14th, the formal presentation of the budget on October 14th. If you do have any questions pertaining to the budget, that you will reach out to our staff, our finance team, our administration, to provide any clarity, understanding, insight into the budget that is needed. Obviously, stewardship of public's finances is of utmost importance to all of us, and the team has worked extremely hard to assemble a budget that will be presentable to the mayor and council and to the budget, or excuse me, to the public. Obviously, it's the mayor's budget. He's worked through a number of different aspects of the budget, and we'll discuss those different elements of the budget today. So I appreciate all of the hard work that has been completed by the staff. This will be ongoing, and there are aspects of the budget, obviously, that will be fluid and may change from now until October 14th when the formal budget is presented. So thank you again for being here. Thank you for your attention. Thank you for the hard work that already has been
actuals through July plus forecast for the last 5 months. We since updated that forecast to be an 8+4. And I think what's significant about that is this forecast isn't just based on the budget divided by 12. It's actually shaped to the way we expected to spend the money. And we kind of had to do that on the fly. That hadn't been calendarized in the past. So that was a challenge that we faced. And it took us till about March. Lynn took us about March to really start getting a cadence over that budget to actual on a calendarized basis. Because it would show spikes, if you just divide by 12, it would show spikes that aren't reasonable with seasonality, such as parks. Big expenditures in parks during summertime, not so much in the shoulder seasons, before you get to summer. Same thing with utilities. Certain utilities have more activity in peak months, say wintertime, summertime, than the shoulder months, which are in between. So the the department directors had that forecast in hand to see how did I actually perform against the budget, and where am I going to land at the end of 25? And so while it's a zero-based budget, it gives them a reference point of what they, of how they perform, or how we think they will perform. Number down to what you will see rolled up into these workshop presentations today. We then presented that. We discussed each of those budgets with the mayor. And then we rolled up the draft of the budget that you will see today by department. And in each of those presentations, you will see the as-approved budget for 2025. You'll see the year-to-date. You'll see actually the projection for where we expect to land at the end of 25, and then you'll see the budgeted amount that's being requested for 2026. So that's what you'll see here today. And then, as Mr. Knighton mentioned, we will have a budget presentation on the 14th. We'll have ordinance presentation, reading of the ordinance on the 20th and the 27th. At that point, if we arrive at an approved budget, internally, we will take that budget, we will calendarize it. And that's the process that we kind of had to go through on the fly last year, but this year we'll start 1/1/26 with a calendarized budget. So the spending shape will be loaded in ahead of time, making our budget actual on a monthly basis more robust, have more meaning, and hopefully be ready for the same cadence of reporting that we're doing on a quarterly management report right now, which would be by the end of each month, we would have that budget to actual with some analysis and commentary available for people to understand what's going on with the numbers. So that's been the overall process to date. And I think with that, I can turn it over to our mayor to give us our opening remarks. Thank you.
Good morning, everybody. So you probably got a slight glimpse, and you'll probably see Don double down a little on this. Thank you for your work for the last 3 months. Operationally, you have been hard at work on this budget process. You know of the discipline that we require, and I appreciate how you stand up and get it done. And as you've probably seen, it has been transformative as we've come into office in 2022. We have transformed the city's finances. Not only have we made them transparent and illuminated, but we've made them operationally ready and relevant. And we have made them unlike a lot of governments, I would say, in the sense that instead of taking a 12-month budget and dividing the number by 12, which is not operationally relevant, nor real, nor how most entities really operate, this city has created a real budget that's relevant to what's really happening in operational activity and has the ability to illuminate that. So this city's been about the business of actually illuminating and transforming the city's finances, where the city has never been in better financial shape. And I look forward today to presenting the FY26 budget to the elected officials and to its residents, and that this is a workshop that has been several months in the work. I'm excited about how the numbers will be in great detail for everyone to review and look at and ask questions about and make decisions about. And so elected officials, obviously, I know you've had a presentation before this. Today is for you. Today is for our fellow Roswell residents to be fully informed on a budget for you to review, ponder, think about, and then make decisions about before it comes to you before a vote. So I'm very excited about the work that has gone on to this. I'm very proud of you. Thank you, everyone operationally that's been involved with this. I know it's been an excruciating process. It is hard to describe to people that are not familiar with budgets. But let me give you a quick overview. Most governments do incremental budgeting. Those of you been involved with the government, either as a vendor or in the government, understand what an incremental budget is. If you don't, let me share with you what an incremental budget is. An incremental budget is where you have an existing budget, and if you don't spend the money, you lose it. And then that budget, when it comes up next year for review, is just already in place and usually added on to. It's not atypical, it's typical. But one of the things is that we brought in a rigor and discipline and competence and acumen into the budgetary process, heretofore unknown in this city. And I would say heretofore unknown in a lot of governments. And so as of being wise stewards from a fiduciary perspective of the finances and money that the city of Roswell residents and city of Roswell businesses give to us for a short period of time to run the operations of their government, I am proud of the competence and the ability to illuminate the dollars that we use to run this government's functions. And anybody who has any knowledge of budgets and expenditures will clearly understand this and understand the level of detail and competence and work that goes into this. So I thank you, operational people, colleagues, senior leadership of the city of Roswell, for your amazing diligence and the hard work you put into it. You put up with a lot from me on the budget process. You guys are amazing, guys and gals. Thank you. Lynn, God bless you. And Bill and Adam, you will continue to suffer as long as I'm here. Today's going to be fun. For some people, it'll be boring. For me, this is exciting stuff. This is where the rubber meets the road. And this is where you set the course for your vision, where you have to line up the dollars and make them work. And it's an amazing, and it's a great story that we don't tell enough. And this is an example, is that in the last 4 years, the elected officials and the senior leadership team have actually reduced and had a rollback rate on the taxes. In 2 years, you've kept it the same. And that the property tax rate in the city of Roswell is the lowest it's been in 40 years, 38 to be precise. And while doing that, you have done some amazing things. You've created an OpEx lift of almost $5.8 million to go from a part-time fire department to a full-time department, all the while not raising taxes. That takes discipline, my friends. It takes competence and it takes knowledge. That's you guys. It's your ability to do that. You've done that while raising the paving budget from basically a $2 million a year lift, actually less than that, $1.5 million and $1 million and sometimes, to a $4 million lift. And you've done that while keeping the property tax the same or actually rolling it back. Again, something that any North Fulton City would not be able to do, and yet you keep doing it. And I can illustrate other examples of the amazing work that you continue to do in this city to make things happen. So today is about a workshop. It's about illumination. It's about showing the FY26 budget. A lot of work's gone into this. I thank all of you for the work. I thank you for your detail. And elected officials, obviously be prepared. Ask your questions. That's what today's about. This budget's being presented to you and the people. Thank you and God bless. Don, I'll turn it over to you.
Well, good morning. And Mayor, used a couple of words there: excited, fun, and just a heads up. By the way, I mean I love and I'm excited as well too. Coming into a building where I can smell a basketball court. Maybe it's the Kentucky in me. Just a quick heads up, Councilmember Sells, Mayor. I've got us signed up for a 3-on-3 basketball tournament that starts at 1 o'clock this afternoon. So we'll need to step out for a little bit. But I do love that. There's a part of that in me. And I mean, I wouldn't be sharing this if it had not been a good story, but I did step in and hit 5 free throws right off the bat. And I stopped there. So if I had not hit them, I wouldn't be sharing it. But I'm feeling a little good about myself. So Greg was so kind. He bought me breakfast next door, which was very helpful. But no, I am excited for today. And sometimes, as the mayor was kind of, and as Bill was kind of describing the budget process, sometimes excited and budget are two words that really don't go hand in hand, right? It is a tedious process at best. But for an operator, it represents an opportunity to really share and kind of solidify and crystallize your goals, your objectives, your priorities. And so it is truly an opportunity. And once you kind of get underneath the data and you get on top of the data, incredibly important for the organization. I think especially important for us because it also kicks off the planning season for us. One of the things that we've committed to here, in fact, Mayor, it's one of your top priorities that you tasked me with whenever I came on board, is establishing a 3 to 5 year strategic roadmap, which part of that is a 3-year financial model, a commercial model, whatever you want to call it, a business plan. So this particular budget's important because it really initializes the start of that 3-year plan. A lot of the process that Bill was describing about how we collected information, how we have compiled information for this budget is also the baseline for how we'll develop a 3-year plan. And we'll be rolling that forward in the leadership planning conference in January, February, which is, again, I'll talk a little bit about that later, the longer term planning process, but incredibly important in terms of how it informs the decision making. I think another kind of nuance too that is very important, and the reason I'm excited about today and this budget process is it also represents an opportunity for us to maintain momentum. This is an organization, as the mayor was describing, that has clearly been on the move for a few years now, and really kind of transformative, on a mission, on a journey. I just joined last year. I've been here a year, and I'm amazed at the progress we've just made in a single year. And so when I look at, kind of where we were when I started, what we're looking at next year, yeah, incredibly important. I feel like this year, and again, I'll talk about this in a little bit more detail in a few moments, but along with the normal projects that delivered, and I say normal, along with the pace of the projects that we've delivered and all of those types of results that have been part of the story of this team over the last 3 or 4 years, I truly feel like we have addressed this year and heading into next year some foundational structural components, systems, people, processes, some technology. I feel like we're building a foundation that's going to allow us, as we head into next year, 2026, operate in a completely different way and actually serve the residents of the community at an elevated service level than we have been in the past. So yes, I am excited. It is a budget, but there's much to be excited about. As we go through the agenda, another reason I'm excited, and this is to the mayor's point, an incredible amount of work from the team. And I'm excited for the senior leaders to be able to get up and share the progress. And this is a little misleading because you see here, after Bill gets through kind of a general overview of the general fund, each of our operating leaders are going to be, and I say misleading because it says budget request. That's a very financy kind of term. Really, this is going to be more of a business plan review. And it's a high level business plan. It's going to start though with a little bit of lead in from each of the operators in terms of some of the accomplishments for this year, and then lead into priorities. So yes, we're going to get into the budget, we're going to get into the finances and those sorts of things. But from an operator standpoint, again, this is an opportunity for us to talk about where we see the organization, these respective organizations going over the next year. And some of that is also going to be looking at the organizations themselves. A little bit of context. What was our starting point for the budget process? And Bill described very well kind of the budget process. But in terms of the business plan development, we started in a different place. We actually started the budgeting process without numbers. And forgive me, I'm a little challenged here. I didn't realize the screen was going to be behind me. I don't have notes in front of me. If you can live with looking at my back here and kind of navigating this. I sat down with the operations leadership team. And the question was, okay, we have now a business plan outline that we're following for the city. What is your business plan? What is your respective business plan in your department? And as we were talking through that, can I take this off here? Yeah. Very helpful. As we were talking through that, these were some of the key questions that we were teeing up and discussing. So in each of these areas, in each of our operating departments, what is the vision for your area? Are we aligned to the city's vision? Is it aligned to the mayor and council's? What are your top priorities and key initiatives to drive towards that vision? Are we aligned to our strategic imperatives? We'll touch on those in a few moments here, in just a few moments. How are you measuring performance, quality, service delivery, efficiency? How is data informing your priorities and initiatives? We actually have data to inform decision making. Do you have an appropriate organization structure for the mission? What are our functional weaknesses and strengths? Do we have the right team for the journey? How are you innovating your area? How are you engaging your team? So this was really the starting point for the budget process. No numbers. As leaders, where are we leading our organizations? And you see the key word here is alignment, both in terms of vision and top priorities and key initiatives. Are we aligned with mayor and council vision, with our strategic imperatives? And that's a little bit of the discussion for today. That's a little bit of the test as we're rolling out, as the staff is rolling out top priorities for next year. Are we ensuring alignment? I think we have, but that's part of the test today. And as Mr. Knighton always reminds us, the starting point is the vision to be the #1 family community in America. Our mission is to provide our residents with an exceptional quality of life. This is truly what it's all about. And if this is where we're going, and I know this is repeat for a lot of the staff, but repetition is the mother skill. It's important structure for us to understand, because you're going to see this structure really on an ongoing basis. You have been seeing it, but you're going to definitely see it today as we go through departmentally how we're aligning our work. But if the vision is where we're going, strategic imperatives is just in effect a fancy way of saying this is how you get there. This is the roadmap. Every activity that we're undertaking in the city, all the priorities you're going to see today, they all align in these buckets. And I think it's worth, or these pillars, and I think it's worth repeating them, calling them out loud. Economic development is transformational, purposeful, intentional. Infrastructure investment, continuing to invest in infrastructure, developing it, maintaining it. Definitely a theme that you're going to continue to hear today. Best in class safety for residents, businesses, visitors, and our employees. I worked in aviation most of my career. Best in class safety has always been one of the pillars. Typically, it's aspirational. Typically, it's a projection of what you're trying to get to. Chief Troche, Chief Conroy, I would argue we are at best in class. And I know Jim is the humble guy. Cabell, you're humble. Sometimes you don't want to overstate. I'll state it. I think when I look at the numbers, when I see the results, I see the comparatives, solid here. Service excellence, delivering service delivery that's safe, clean, reliable, responsive. Again, aspirational. We have work to do here, and you're going to see in our priorities some initiatives around these areas where we have numbers in place and we know we can do better. We have metrics in place that give us some clear idea of how we're performing in these areas. Stewarding with integrity. Obviously, we're going to cover a lot of this today in a budget workshop, but effective stewardship of city resources is a central theme to everything we do. And then from a people standpoint, ensuring we have a top place to work, valuing our people, supporting their growth. This is the roadmap to get there. These are our strategic imperatives. And this is one of my favorite slides, always. Because to me, and I know it's a busy slide, we call it our strategic bingo, right? But it's incredibly important because in my mind, it's where we start transitioning from strategy to execution. And in my experience, this is where organizations fail. Vision and strategy actually is sometimes the easy. How do you execute? How do you get this down to a level that not only across the leadership team, but you can take execution down to the line level? And so what you start to see here is you see the strategic imperatives across the top. You recognize all of those. And then you see for 2025, what were our goals and objectives that we set out at the beginning of the year? We covered this in our leadership. I think when we talk about a strategic framework becoming a management framework, then you have to understand that each of these pillars, economic development, infrastructure, each of these has a senior leader assigned to that area. To economic development, community services, the Senior Vice President Jeff Leatherman. Infrastructure investment, Senior Vice President Sharon Izo. Obviously, best in class safety is Chief Trosh and Chief Conroy. We all kind of co-own service excellence. Senior Vice President Joe Panino is the one who we coordinate underneath there. Stewarding with integrity, CFO Bill Godshaw. And the top place to work is Senior Vice President Joe Panino. So we are structured organizationally in these pillars. And so when we start talking about execution, it's really important to understand. As we go through the material today and you see the priorities that the team is brought forward, you're going to see a number of these. Obviously, a lot of these we have completed this year. Some of them are in process. And some of them, quite frankly, were replaced by another priority we didn't plan on. And you're going to see those probably into next year as well. So this is continuity. And one of the reasons I have confidence that I think our priorities are going to be aligned right off the bat with what Mayor and Council is looking for is because these are ingrained. This is 2026 already. Part of this is. And along those lines, the mayor's top priority. Right? So if we had all of those initiatives at the beginning of the year, what are the ones that we say are the highest of the highest priority? That's what this list is. And you're going to see a lot of these kind of drift into next year for 2025 as well. There's going to be a lot of familiarity. Again, a lot of this is maintaining momentum and continuity. We're not starting from a dead stop. Last slide I would share. I shared with you back at the beginning of the year that when I came into the organization, I've been here roughly a year. And so in our leadership conference, I'd been here roughly 3 months. And some initial observations shared with you, Mayor, just kind of, okay, 90 days in, what are some of the top of mind things that we're seeing? Heavy focus on streamlining planning process. And you look at some of the progress that we've made. We have a strategic framework. We've decompressed decision-making. We talk a lot now about the legislative calendar, the legislative process. It's fascinating. It is a dynamic organization, lots of decision-making. A year ago, a lot of those decisions were being made in a short, compressed time frame. We have stretched that out now, and as a result of decompressing that decision-making process, we can actually process more and more quickly, right? Improving organizational alignment. I think, again, when you look at the strategic framework that we have, how we're organized around strategic imperatives and the work that we're doing, great progress there. I think when we talk about what we transition to then into 2026, we've got to continue to build out this 3 to 5 year view of where we're going. Budget really is a management tool. If you only have a budget, it can actually work against you in terms of long-term vision. So that is really critical in terms of informing more longer-term strategy and decision-making. And that's, again, a commitment that we'll have that in place by the leadership planning conference in the beginning of the year. Something that we have on the priorities this year, and again, Mayor, this is something I think we've had a number of conversations. How do we improve alignment with key stakeholders in the organization? I think we've done a much better job internally within the organization. But what about key stakeholders? We've made good progress with the RDA, with the DDA. What are the other boards and commissions that are out there, and how can we get better aligned with them from just a process standpoint? One of the other areas that is just, I mean, very apparent when I started with the organization, we are a project-driven organization. I believe right now, and Brian, you can correct me if I'm wrong, I think we have over 60 projects in play. This year into next year, it's an enormous number across CIP, the bond, transportation, economic development. I ran $1 billion business, coast to coast with operations in Europe. We didn't have this type of activity on that scale of an operation. It's massive. We've done, and by the way, if you don't have some formalized structure in place and some discipline around that, it can take up all of your time. It's where all your energy can go. So we have worked hard with Sharon Izo, Brian have established some very formalized project management structure. And as a result, I think we've been able to make a lot of advancements on the communication side in terms of structure, in terms of process, with the leadership of Senior Vice President Panino. I think there is a lot of goodness there that he'll be able to talk about today in terms of how we've advanced. As we move into next year, we just have to continue to improve precision. Mayor, you sent a note last night that we have to be better on project management on deadlines. I was literally putting together this slide I was typing that in whenever you sent the text. I'm like, well, there you go. 100%. So we have the discipline in place, but we are very project driven. How do we continue to improve precision? And on the communication side, how do we continue to build a culture of no surprises? How do we build confidence? How do we build trust? How do we continue to move into that proactive range? And I wouldn't say that this is clearly, and Joe will talk about this today. We tend to say everything is comms, and then we all look at Julie, wherever she is. She's calming. But that is there you go. But that is a leadership. That is a leadership culture for us, that we all own that. We all own that. That clearly is an opportunity for us heading into next year. Enhancing service delivery. When I talk about like fundamental structural changes that we have put in place to allow us to execute at a different level, this is where the rubber hits the road. The monthly business reviews that we've initiated, formalizing performance standards, establishing department KPIs. Bill mentioned financial forecasts, the rigor around that. This is the blocking and tackling of operations. It really is. And it has not only informed the budget process, it has really helped establish a number of the priorities that you're going to hear about today. You see over in 2026, now we're actually getting into very specific areas of service delivery. Senior Vice President Jeff Leatherman is going to talk about the work we're doing in community development. The beginning of the year, we knew we had a weakness in community development just in terms of permitting times and those sorts of things. We actually didn't know how long it took to process on average. Now we have very detailed data. And so as Jeff kind of talks through the game plan today, it comes from a data-informed place. Enhancing key corridor areas. Sharon will talk about this later today along with Jeff. How can we cross-utilize the resources that we have in core competencies to do better with right-of-way maintenance and median maintenance? We have significant investment that we're putting into facilities this year, both in terms of OpEx and CapEx. And I'm really excited for Sharon to be able to share that a little bit later as well. Clearly an area where there is significant investment there. And historic assets activation. Again, Jeff will kind of talk through that. That's everything from leadership structure to the commercial management of the assets. A lot of moving parts there. Lastly, how do we strengthen and align our internal support services? Where we were a year ago is that the project-driven component of the organization, so much of the focus was there. Service delivery, catching up, support services way behind, way behind. And that's not individual people. That's just structurally how the organization had been growing. And that happens in high growth organizations. We have spent significant time over the last year bolstering our ability for the support organization to support operations in a different way, establishing the PPI team that Joe leads now. It's been enormous. For us to have the leadership talent there to come in and have an operations organization that we align around now and make sure that it's aligned with the COO's priorities in a different way versus those operating as islands, hoping that you get aligned. That's been a game changer for us. Overhaul, and as a result, the overhaul of the human resources department. When I say overhaul, that it's been an overhaul. I think at one point we were down to 3 or 4 employees after Joe came in. Now we're back up fully staffed. New leadership there with Director Tricia Redfern. And so we're in a position now to really leverage what's happened this year going into next year in a different way. And I know Joe's going to be highlighting that as part of his presentation today. And then fleet strategy. Sharon will talk about this, the work that she and Brian have done this year and then really plan on doing next year is not only using, allowing us to be much more efficient in terms of fleet, but is in terms of what you'll see, we're gaining a lot of cost savings here as well. Some exciting things there. So quickly, as we transition into 2026, in terms of the support side, the same way that the HR department has gone through a transformation, Bill will talk about the finance organization with our new finance director, Adam, in place. Incredibly exciting. Being able to fully leverage procurement from an operator standpoint, just low-hanging fruit for us. And to be able to have what I feel are the right people in place to be able to execute strategies that we could only talk about before. One of the reasons I'm excited today. Analytical, our analytics in our city, the weakness. It's a weak. We're investing this year not only in a business analyst, and again, Bill, I'm stealing a little bit of your thunder, apologies, but investing not only in business analyst support, but also the underlying data in a very innovative way. Joe will be talking about, he'll be using terms like data lake. So transformational for us. And again, yeah, the second phase is the fleet strategy. So yes, I am excited. I am excited. It is a budget, but I'm excited to be here and with all the things we've got going on. Yes, Councilmember Sells. Yeah, KPI is a key performance indicator. KPI is a key performance indicator. We have, I don't want to make it sound like we did not have that in the city before this year. We had some departments, I think fire is a good example where we had a lot of data and not just data, but structured in a way that you could see trends, positioned in such a way that you could evaluate your operations and actually make decisions off of it. One of the reasons we were able to invest in the preemption technology because we understood response times and we understood, well, if we spend this here, that this is going to have this kind of effect. That's an example of why KPIs are so important. And it's not just the financial investment, it's really how it can actually help you then from an operating standpoint, from a service delivery standpoint. But sporadic, good, we have strength there, but it's not a strength across the city. And so we spend a lot of time with the organization. Okay, what are our standards? Do we have standards in all of our key performance indicators? And then are we measuring those areas? We're pretty much on the other side of that lift now. But that's been a big lift this last year. PPI is planning, performance, and innovation. And that was a result of Joe and mine's negotiation over what the title of his organization would be. But it does represent kind of what he oversees, and he'll be going into that in more detail today. Any other questions? All righty, thank you. Bill, I'll turn it over to you.
So just to be clear, Don, you can steal as much of my presentation as you want. I'm sure everybody appreciate hearing it only once. So, okay. I'm going to follow your example. Good. So we kind of already covered most of this slide in my opening comments. A couple of things that I did not dive in deeper was capturing the major initiatives that Don walked through. We made sure there was alignment at the department level and the budget requests, to these major initiatives, both the vision laid out by the mayor and the way the departments plan to implement that vision. And then there will be further refinement and alteration as we get ready for the budget presentation on October 14th. So we're about 95% there. There's still a little bit of work to be done. And you'll see some of that in my detailed presentation. So the first thing we had to do is calculate what we have, right? What's available. All the best budgets in the world usually run into a revenue problem at some point. Luckily, we don't have a problem, but we need to define what that is. So in government budgeting practices, you start with your existing fund balance. This is based on the audit for 12/31/24, which we will also be presenting at the October 14th meeting, by the way. We are, by charter, I believe, as well as best practice, required to maintain a 25% reserve of the operating budget. This is that, prepare for the worst and hope for the best scenario. So we reserve 25.7% of our fund balance that can't be touched until it's an emergency or allocated by vote of council and mayor. That brings us a net balance of 2.8 million, rounded. We add that to the forecasted fund revenue of 105 million. Back out what we project in this draft of operating expenses of 103.6 million. And then we arrive at what we feel is available for capital of 4.3. So you'll see some discussion and presentation on capital, but it's not baked into the budget numbers that you're seeing right now. So let's start with revenue. I'm going to a little crick in my neck. Might be easier if I go over here. Probably lost the camera though in the process. So the 2026 is this column over here to the left, and this will be the format for every presentation of revenue and expenses as we go through. We start with the 25 approved budget. That's the budget we're operating under now. And that does include, if I remember correctly, it includes amendments for the OPEC. No, it does not. This does. This is the forecast number. That does include any budgeted budget amendments, as well as recognizing the appropriate revenue to finance those budget amendments. So what you see here is we expect to finish the end of the year about $100,000 off of our revenue forecast of 103 million. So in essence, it's about a rounding error. Business taxes performed better than expected, mostly on the utility franchise fees. Sales tax was also better than expected. What we saw was some accelerated purchasing in the springtime while the tariff discussions were underway at the federal level, particularly with the car companies. And then in the case of property tax, I think our base rolls went up about 1.4%. We kept the millage rate the same, and we had forecasted a millage rate of 4.09, which is what we just recently had approved at the for the 25 millage rate. So we came in a little bit higher than expected. So for 26, we expect our business taxes to continue to increase slightly again at the utility level, because that's composed of other sources. Charges for services, there's a couple of things in here. Some of this is the allocated charges back to the other funds that we support with IT, HR, and accounting services. And then also, if you notice, we do include some parking revenue in here of about 380,000, and then we have an apartment initiative that Jeff Leatherman will talk in more detail about. That's expected to raise about 350, 360 in revenue, and that will be to accommodate implementing the program. I think that about covers it. We are forecasting a 105.1 million dollar revenue uptake for 2026. I could pause here for questions, or I can keep going. So just to review real quick, we had the big millage presentation last month. And as you can see from this chart, to go back 38 years would have made the lines really hard to read. So we went back 25 years to show that the millage has not been lower in that history than it has been the last 3 years. And we're using this same amount in total for our forecast for 2025 for maintenance and operations. We are not increasing M&O. We still have to look at debt because of the second tranche, but that's one of the items that's still being worked out. On the operating side, again, 25 approved budget was 101.6 million. We're actually coming in at 103.2 million on the forecast. As I mentioned earlier, that forecast will include any amendments with a recognized source of revenue in the budget. So there's a few items that we brought throughout the year to increase our OpEx spending, but we've brought in a corresponding revenue increase to pay for that. So we stayed balanced throughout the year. Our indirect charges, again, this is mostly chargebacks to the funds and other types of charges, and then salaries and benefits. I think it's important to note this is going up from 66.4, where we expect to finish the year, up to 69.2. No headcount reductions are planned in this number. There will be no reduction in existing personnel. Plus, we're adding 30 firefighters in year 4 of the full-time firefighter initiative that the mayor referenced earlier. And then we're also going to add an increase on police pay so that our starting ranks are the highest paid in the North Fulton area. And we will continue to be a fully staffed, well-funded, well-trained, well-equipped, and well-led by Chief Conroy and his team. That's the spend side. And then these are the forecasted capital projects at this point that we're in draft discussions about. Some of the things that we're looking at is funding citywide resurfacing, traffic calming, UDC updates. The full-time transition to fire department requires additional equipment for our firefighters. Well, we want to make sure they have that equipment the day they start. So that'll be a capital outlay. And then the dredging assistance program. We're setting aside some money for that this year, as it appears some subdivisions might become eligible for that. Then we're looking at other sources of revenue to fund some of the capital projects, because there's still a lot of deferred maintenance within the system. There's still some big spends that need to take place. Primarily the roof, how the HVAC works at within the city, some work over at Summit with, I don't know what RTUs are, to be honest. I'm sorry. Damien, you want to help me on that? HVAC, okay. That's why you don't let finance guys do operating budgets. The deck will need administrative services and contingency to wrap that up. And then there's some duct cleaning and replacement that needs to take place at City Hall and some crabapple expansion. So our plan is to roll these up into approximately $12 million PFA bond and manage those improvements through there rather than continuing to defer and kick these important maintenance items, important capital items off year after year. I believe our roof is Brian Watson here. What's your quote? What year are we in on our roof? 36 year of a 25-year roof. So that may not have been put in as well as it could have been. So we have some real problems that need to be addressed. And we feel that the PFA that was created by state law and approved by mayor and council in 2024 would be an excellent vehicle to use for a program like. And then we also have some impact fees that we plan on using. According to the appropriate type of impact fee, we have transportation, recreation, and then public safety impact fees. And some of these have expiration dates coming up on them. So it's one of those things where we're better off using them now for important maintenance projects and goals than we are risking losing some of that money. And then on the Green Street Mobility Project, we would be able to use some of T Plus 2 to facilitate that. So that's kind of the capital outlay that we're envisioning at this point. And that's my presentation. I heard you perfectly.
Mayor Wilson.
I know.
Thank you, Ben. So you got a lot of items up there. Does the spread? Can you go to the right of the spreadsheets because you got several columns? Are all the columns
no,
being shown?
This is it now.
Okay, okay, good. You cut it off. So explain to everybody what a PFA is, and then why you would create a PFA, and then how do you service the debt on a PFA, and why would you do that? Like, what's a PFA, and how do you pay for it, right? And
Right.
what's the advantage? Why does that make sense to a resident? Why do you have a PFA? Who's paying for it? How's it get paid off? And why do I do that instead of a general obligation bond, right? Why would I not take a GO bond on this? Or why would I not pursue a revenue bond? Exactly. These are things that people might have a question towards. And then obviously you've got the T-Splosh 2 on the Green Street Mobility Project. Sharon's probably going to cover that later.
Yes, sir.
And then you've got the Culture Arts Center, Holly Hill, Doc's Cafe, all those pieces down below underneath the Hotel Motel. I'm guessing Jeff's going to cover that later.
Yes, sir.
Okay. So PFA, you mentioned a PFA. It's a sophisticated instrument. A lot of cities are even familiar with PFAs. This city, it's available financial tool. The city, the elected leadership approved it 2024. So why are you using it? What's the advantage to it and how you pay for it?
These are great questions. So PFA stands for Public Facilities Authority. It's another one of the authorities that, like Downtown Development Authority, except the PFA has the ability to raise debt. It's an instrument of the city. The PFA is governed by the 7 members of council and mayor, as well as an 8th member who is a resident of Roswell. I think that's currently our ever-ready Joe Cusack. Who also helps us on the legal side along with David Davidson to make sure these documents comply. So first question is, why would we use PFA versus a general obligation bond? Basically, for certain city expenditures, we're getting to about 12 million on this. So when you look at the cost of capital to do a GO bond versus a PFA bond, much more expensive. There's a ratings review that takes place with Moody's and S&P. All the underwriters get a piece of the action, legal fees both outside as well as time spent by David and Joe. So if you look at the cost of capital associated with general obligation bond, it's higher, not just the interest rate. The interest rates are generally about the same. The real cost in a GO bond is the cost of capital. So the PFA, because of the dollar amount, we're able to circulate for RFPs. I think the one we did with Sproul, we sent to 45 banks. 6 responded, and we got phenomenal terms because of our balance sheet. And that will be financed through, in this case, we'll be using impact fees in the first year to make the debt service payment on the Sproul property under PFA. The purpose of these projects being proposed for PFA, my view is we should use long money for long-lived assets. And by long money, I mean money that we can amortize, basically borrows that we can amortize over the expected life of the assets that we're using to either refurbish, replace, or acquire. All of those are, in essence, 10+ year life assets. So if I were a resident, I would probably have to pay into a fund of some sort over a period of time to get this done, which means we continue to kick the can down the road, particularly on these big items like the roof, some of the work at the sharpshooters range, some of the work at Summit. If we do them now, we'll avoid increased costs when it becomes an emergency. So that's the kick the can fear, right? Kicking the can down the road generally doesn't work. There's that old Midas commercial, if you're old enough to remember. You can pay me now, you can pay me later. Guy's holding a wrench and he's doing your oil change. All right. So we can change the oil, pay for it timely. The way we will fund the repayment would be through general fund, but we may have sources of payment available outside the general fund on a year-to-year basis. But it allows us to schedule out the fiscal impact of improving these long-lived assets in 1 year or 2 years, depending on the length of the project itself, as opposed to waiting another 5, 6, 7 years. I mean, this roof, as Brian said, is 38 years old. It's a 25-year roof. If we don't fix it, I don't think it's unreasonable to expect some sort of catastrophic event at some point with the roof that requires us to say, okay, we're going to incur millions today, right now, to fix it. It's unplanned money, it's short-term money, and it's expensive. It's expensive money relative to long-term money. Did that help?
Hey, I just want to add.
Just for
one-
the record, I got a thumbs up from the mayor.
This is Alan Sells. I just want to add one thing to that. Because of the cost of the entry fee, the cost of raising the money, there's a tendency to overcapitalize so that the transaction gets bigger. You'll do a bigger offering and try to put more things in it. So it's less efficient and it leads to waste. With this, we can raise for a specific project, scope the project, and be quick to market, whereas a GO bond has to go for a referendum. There's a whole lot of things that just take a lot of time to do that. This allows us to be much closer to the planning and much closer to the amount required for the offering.
So that's an excellent point. And the process around the number that we came to, I think, deserves a little conversation. We actually started out with a little bit larger number, but because of the sweet spot and the interest rates and the size and the experience we had with Sproul, I wanted to push that number down to where it is now at 12 million. So unlike a geo situation where because of the fees, the economies of scale, the larger you raise, the more you push that percentage fee down. So it becomes a catch-all for projects. With the PFA, it's the opposite. You want to enter with a certain level of discipline, and then that allows, your fees are already relatively low. So the only thing you're really focusing on is your cost of money, your interest rate. And so that discipline, you bring it down. This is going to be approximately the same service cost as the Sproul because interest rates have trended down. And we'll be able to pick that up through the discipline of making sure that each of these projects has a budget associated with them already, right? And so it'll be easier to monitor, it'll be easier to control, easier to issue. Any other questions? Appreciate your time. Pavel?
All right, good morning. Can you hear me okay? Fantastic. Pavel Trosh, Fire Chief. I'll try to run through this and control myself. I'm hopped up on Cuban coffee this morning, so I'm gonna try to slow my pace here. If I go too fast, just let me know and I'll slow down. So on the first slide, I want to discuss the accomplishments of the fire department. And I'm going to be brief, but I do want to cover these because what this is going to do is going to show you the investment that the city has made in public safety in the fire department by the elected leadership, and show, as Don was speaking to earlier, the KPIs and the impacts that they're having, the true impacts that are having on that investment. So operational ready, we maintain optimal turnout response and continued our ALS service, that's advanced life support. So we continue to offer the top tier medical service, which is advanced life support, while maintaining optimal turnout time and response times. This year, right now where we are today, compared to last year, we are 38 seconds quicker to get to a call. In our world, 5 seconds, 10 seconds is an incredible achievement. We're 38 seconds as a city quicker to get to a call. AVL and traffic preemption. So AVL is automatic vehicle locating and traffic preemption. That's going to have a tremendous impact on that response time. Policy and procedure enhancement and modernization. So we took all of our policies in the fire department, we modernized it by making them readily available to all of our responders digitally. but we also took the time to put in a special platform that ensures that we as a city, we as a fire department are compliant with all state and local guidelines and national standards. So we have our policies to a gold standard. Emergency operations plan and department specific plans. So one of the things that we are in the process of and almost completed is ensuring that this city has a continuity of operations plan so we can continue to operate under any circumstance. And that includes by department. What happens if there's a technology fail, a radio failure? This is a continuity of operation plans that allows us to have very strategic focused plan for every department in the city in case there's any type of failure. Workforce development, inspection, and plan review service delivery enhancements. So inspections, plan reviews, the things that impact businesses and businesses that are trying to thrive in the city, we're making sure we're very focused on that and enhance that service. And how is that done? We want to make sure that it's done efficiently, effectively, professionally, but also we want to make sure that we're focused on helping them overcome any hurdles that they may encounter as they try to open up a new business or continue doing business in the city of Roswell. Strengthen retention and succession planning to stabilize workforce continuity. So the city has invested tremendously in the fire department by going full time. We want to make sure we secure that investment. I'm happy to tell you, with all the full-time members that we have, only one member that's not here anymore. And that's because that member had a life-altering event that took place where they had to move outside of the state. So I'm going to say we have maintained 100% of our employees. Unfortunately, one had to go back to its state to take care of his parent. So we're securing that investment and we have all of the people we've hired. Community risk reduction, enhanced inspection protocol and accountability for substandard living and businesses. We want to make sure that we continue to focus on making this the best place to live. So we are very focused from a community risk reduction perspective on being way more situationally aware of what's happening in our city as we go through the inspections process and visit some of these sites. Inspection and plan review service delivery enhancement, unreasonable hospitality. It's exactly how it sounds. We want to offer unreasonable hospitality in today's day and age, and the fire department is known for that. But we want to make sure that we meet everyone in the city with an unreasonable hospitality, that they really feel like we're there to help them and for them to be successful. Initiated groundwork for a call ordinance to reduce unnecessary emergency responses. So we've started a data analysis under Joe Panino while he was here to see what can we do to, very much like COVID, flatten or reduce the call volume, even though the population may continue to increase. And that's something that's going to be continuous for us. Innovation and efficiency, Quake Pioneer program to strengthen safety and accountability. We continue to talk about that. One of 10 departments in the country chosen for that technology. We laid the foundation for real-time response dashboards to ensure real-time response decision-making, and I'll talk about that one a little bit more later. And we reduced our annual pharmaceutical cost by approximately $12,000 through a data-driven approach. We are looking at the data and we're letting the data talk to us. We're getting informed and we're making decisions that don't impede our service delivery, but make us more fiscally responsible. So our top priorities. Top place to work, onboard 30 firefighters, and build succession depth. We want to make sure that the talent is here that we need for succession. Service excellence. Sustain and improve response time, transition part-time to full-time staffing, and strengthen citywide emergency management. Stewardship with integrity. Maintain reliable station and fleet, reduce apparatus accidents and repairs, align operational deployment models with dynamic service delivery demand, and I'll talk about that briefly here in a minute, and develop data-supported dynamic workforce management strategies. Advance the best place to work strategy, enhance employee recruitment and retention programs. I'll also talk about that in our priorities for 2026. And we want to make sure that we continue to enhance our recruitment strategy, but also stay focused on the fact that we need to retain the top talent that we're bringing in. All right. Operating plan and expenses, so the numbers. In FY 2026, the recommended budget was 17.755. If you look at the FY 25 approved to FY 26, you see 460,561, so a 2.68% decrease. We really worked hard as a fire department this year, and we do every year, but we really focused this year on taking a look at where we can be really fiscally responsible, focus in on reducing accidents, repairs of apparatus, stations, staffing. So we really took a good look at where can we save funds, not just for the sake of saving, where we may be overspending. An example of that was what I just said, pharmaceuticals. We took a good dive into that, and that's $12,000 reoccurring every year that we were able to reduce because of that data-driven approach. Right below that, if you look at the variance between FY 25 projected and FY 26, we're looking at 948,786, so 5.69%. And the breakdown is salaries make up 79%, so just at 80%, operating at 1.6, 9.2%, and indirect at 11%. This is going into FY 2026, and that is taking a strategy of, we have 30 people coming in, potentially, if approved. How can we bring them in at a timeline that allows us to be the most physically responsible as possible? So what we did is we really came into a area with the operating team. What is the best way to onboard these 30 people and put them in a timely manner where we can take that in, but also be able to have some cost savings for the year? We're also realizing the cost of the 15 FAOs that we'll be swearing in October 27th. On capital initiatives, there's 148,150, and that's to cover the PPE, the uniforms, and the different things that are needed for the 30 firefighters. Even with that, we took a deep dive into what do we have available now that we can use, and that reduced the cost almost in half for PPE and uniforms that we're going to be providing the 30 firefighters that come in. Yes, sir. Did I? I appreciate that. Okay, thank you. Try not to turn my back to the group. All right, so we got the numbers out of the way. I can go back to the narrative and give you a few more numbers. So top initiatives, 30 full-time firefighters, fund and integrate new positions into operating, so supports the workforce development, dynamic workforce staffing model. So review and develop staffing matrix to align with service demands. One of the things that we're looking at is how do we take the actual demand of, for us, calls for service and do a workforce that actually lends to it instead of just having a static workforce. And then we see peaks and valleys in the demand, but the workforce stays the same. Emergency Operations Center, we want to ensure that we have that in 2026, running and operating. Recruitment partnerships. One of the things that we did is we took a step outside of the normal boundaries, and we started partnering with other state fire academies. And the partnership looks like this. Only send us the tip of the spear, best of the best that you have for consideration to coming to the city of Roswell. And what that does, it puts us in a place where we're not just competing locally. We're now looking at a national view of taking the tip of the spear, best of the best nationally. And the partnership says, if you fall short of that, the partnership goes away. We only take the best of the best. We want to maintain optimal turnout time and response time. So this supports the investment that mayor, council, and leadership's made into AVL and traffic preemption. We want to standardize equipment list for fire engines and ladder truck. So this is a big initiative, because what this is going to do is it's going to continue to support the investment that's being made, but we're going to achieve some mid and long-term cost savings through this. And this is by standardizing what equipment do we carry today? What do we need to carry today? Fall call prevention program. So fall calls are one of the greatest volume generators for us in the city of Roswell Fire Department. So one of the things that we want to do with the fall call is implement the fall call requirement for businesses and deploy educational programs to reduce unnecessary response and improve safety outcome. These are falls that take place that don't require any medical attention whatsoever. We want to make sure that we partner with some of the local businesses that have these people there, and we provide some education, but also try to see how we can reduce that volume for non-emergency calls. Inspection efficiency, reevaluate inspector zone assignments. So we're even doing things like taking a look at Google Maps and timelining with traffic. Are we using the most efficient routes and zones for our inspectors to be able to maximize inspections in time? Deploying the Quake program, like I spoke about earlier, to strengthen safety and operational performance. And we're in the process of creating a deployment program now to deploy those for 2026. And we want to implement personalized real-time data dashboard to support division-level decision-making accountability. I'm going to jump on that one for a minute. That's very important. I think historically in the fire department, what you'll find in most public safety is we take a look at 30 days, 90 days, 6 months, 1 year, and 3 years worth of data to make decisions. An example of that, we would take all the data from 2025 and 2026, and we'd say, hey, the peak times when our volumes increase are these times. So an average time of the day when we're at peak, or an average month. We want to change that model. We want real-time data dashboards that let us make real-time decisions within the hour, not last year's data right now. The data comes up and the operators are able to execute on the now, the need for now. And that goes into the dynamic workforce and us able to use the workforce when we need it, not just to have a stagnant workforce going across. So this one's a big one for us, and I think we'll be modeling this for the country to be able to make real-time decisions and not just rely on last year's data to be making decisions. Thank you for catching that, Don. All right, back to the numbers. So the operating plan for revenues, these are going to be the inspections, this community risk reduction inspections. So FY 2025 projected CRR billable revenue was 472,885. FY 2026 projected CRR billables is 554,925, which is $82,000 more. It's important here to note there's no increase. This is just a volume. The inspections are based on 3 hazard classes, from needs to be inspected every year to could be inspected every 3 years. So based on the hazard class of the year we're going into, that's going to be the volume of inspections we're expecting to do. So the increase in funds is not any increase in what we are charging. It is just an increase in volume. Also worth noting here is the City of Roswell Fire Department did look for many, many years to not do a inspection fee, while all of our neighboring cities for decades have been charging for that. So we did a great job as a city, really holding back till we absolutely had to cover some of the administrative costs associated to this service, where all of our neighboring cities have been doing it for decades. It's also worth noting that our fees are not only comparable, in many cases, they're lower than the neighboring cities. Yes, sir. I'm sorry, Don. Thank you. So the fee structure is for commercial only. It's not residential. It's for commercial permitted buildings. So staffing, like we spoke about earlier, FY 2025 total approved full-time 91, and that includes everyone in the fire department. And FY 2026, if approved, will be going to 121 with the additional 30. It's important to note here that you see that increase of 30. Usually, always when there's an increase in full-time, there's a decrease in part-time. Since mayor and council approved us going full-time, it's important to note and to boast on the fact that historically, over 50% of of our full-timers come from the part-timers that have been here. So we promised from the very beginning, hey, we appreciate you being here. We want you to be here. We want you to be here full-time. And when we go full-time, we see an over 50% of our part-timers are taking these positions. That's why we continue to have the best of the best. Thank you. All right, so this last slide is a little bit busy. It's just a quick picture. So I'm going to turn my back to you for 1 second so I can look at it and make sure I'm pointing out the right slide. So to the left here, what you're going to see is 2024. On the right is 2025. And at the very bottom is what 2026 could potentially look like. So here's what we did. Staff department, we have to split it to day and night because it fluctuates. That's why you can see the different lines there differentiating day and night. We took all the data for 3 years, but I'm showing you 2 of what the staffing looked like by the day. We put it into the month. And what you see is these big peaks and these big valleys in staffing. So when you see it go high, it's at the highest amount, hitting the ceiling. And then at the lowest is not exactly where we want to be. What we did is we put this together and we did some forecasting. And thank goodness that AI has some pretty strong analytics now that we were able to use. And using that data and some AI analytics, we were able to say, how do we control this? How do we choose when to peak staffing, when to lower staffing as we need it? An example of this would be 4th of July. I don't need on the 4th of July for my staffing to be down. I need my staffing to be up, but I need to control that as opposed to it controlling us. And what the modeling showed us is with a few decisions and a few changes that we make, we can actually average out our staffing to a lot more efficient and effective model, and then be able to control our workforce and do those peaks when we need them, as opposed to when they're decided for us. So this is just a little glimpse into the data analysis that we're doing as a fire department to make sure that we can enhance everything that we do, including using the most modern day analytics to make determinations on how do we take the workforce and maximize its use. In summary, strong fiscal oversight delivered significant cost savings without compromising service in 2025. 2026, we're going to continue our commitment to innovation, efficiency, and fiscal responsibility. Our focus areas are continue to be operational readiness, workforce development, infrastructure reliability, community risk reduction, and data-driven innovation. And our goals are to deliver exceptional service while ensuring sustainable, responsible growth, reinforce a culture of unreasonable hospitality and service delivery in every department within the fire department. And that is it. I'm open for questions. Sure.
So let's go back up to, go up to your chart with your budget so there's clarity for everybody. Boom. Okay. Right.
You good there?
So
Okay.
everybody understands that in FY25, the current year you're in, right, your approved budget for the fire department was 17.2 million. So I just want to point that out. It's actually $17,167,000. What we believe you're going to spend this year is that you're going to spend $16,679,000. Just FYI. So you approved 17,167. We believe that the final budget will come in at 16,679. And what we're asking of you in FY26 is for a budget of $17,679,000. That's what the request is for FY26. Just FYI, okay? Just for clarity. Sometimes it can get a little confusing. So everybody got that? All right, do me another favor, Pavel. Let's go last slide. So Pavel is a very self-deprecating man, whereas Panino was not. When we had Panino up here, he's always selling himself, telling you what a great job he did. Pavel doesn't do that. But what is interesting about this? So people say, and Pavel, I will ask you this question because this chart illustrates why. Why is it so important? Roswell, the largest city in the United States of America, with a part-time fire department. Why does it matter? And how does this chart really illustrate why that is so important? Why does it matter to go from a part-time fire department to a full-time fire department? You professionals been saying for 25 years, you and former chiefs saying, hey, got to go to a full-time fire department. Well, why? What's it really matter? How does this chart kind of support that data?
Thank you, Mayor. One, thank you for clarifying the numbers. I appreciate you articulating that. And I'll answer your question. If you look at 23 or 2024 and 2025, the simple answer to that is because we need this consistency and continuity of service delivery. And you're not going to get that with a part-time workforce. We've shown that. We've have all the data. We've been able to show that. So we need to be able to provide this city the protection it deserves all the time, not sometimes. Also, we need to ensure that that is present during real needed times, a hurricane, a storm, a winter storm that happens. So the continuity of operation and consistency of service delivery is critical, which is exactly why you need to go full time and why most, not all, organizations would not do a part-time model is because you cannot promise a consistent continuity of operation to the city.
And if I were to show you a chart from, let's say, fiscal year 20 or 21, what would that chart show?
So if you look at 2024, and you see some of those peaks and valley,
20 or 21?
yeah. So I'm going to reference 2024 just as a picture. If you can imagine the peaks and valleys and they're a lot closer together and all year long. It is just a tremendous, what we would call consistently inconsistent, which makes it consistently unreliable. It would be such a tremendous difference. So we've made a tremendous impact in stabilization. Going back then, there was no stability. It was all over the place.
So in layman terms, Chief, what it was that the public and businesses were vulnerable at certain times because we couldn't staff a fire department at certain critical times where we did not have enough professionally trained firefighters in the city of Roswell at certain times of the day and night on certain days and weekends. We were at a critical mass and did not. COVID truly exploited that issue for us, revealed it very clearly. But we already knew 20 years previously that we needed a full-time fire department because if we had a regional event, all the part-time firefighters that worked in the city of Roswell, guess where they would be in a regional event? Where would they be?
They'd be in their full-time department.
They'd be in City of Woodstock, City of Atlanta, DeKalb County, wherever they were fired. And it's interesting. So all these part-timers work at another fire department. Why are they coming to the city of Roswell? Why are they making the decision to leave the city of Woodstock, DeKalb County, the city of Atlanta, Gwinnett County, all these former part-timers? Why are they making a decision to come work for you?
Great question, and thank you for asking that. I'm going to give you two reasons, and I can qualify these reasons because we ask all of them when they come, why are you here? Why are you choosing Roswell? Not in exact order, but here's the top two reasons that I'm getting from every single soul that we have onboarded here. Number one, they're at awe of the support by the leadership in this city that they are not seeing in any other county or city around us. That's per them. Noted on why are you here? When they see the level of support that's being provided by this city, they are just at awe at that. And they continue to say it's something they have not experienced. And we're talking about veterans. We're not talking about somebody that's been in the fire service for 2 years. We're talking about people that have been 5 years, 10 years, 15 and 20. People that have been chiefs in other departments that work for us to say, I've never seen leadership support public safety the way Roswell does. That's one. The other one is going to be talent attracts talent. We were given pretty clear directive on the city of Roswell has a standard. That standard is high. And we only let people into this team that meet that standard. Talent attracts talent. When other fire departments around the country ask, those are the two things that we always tell them. One, we have a leadership team that provides us a level of support that it's unseen. And number two is get top talent. Talent attracts talent. They're coming here because we have unbelievable talent that we've onboarded, and they want to work with that talent. Good. All right. Thank you.
No time for an intermission here. We will get started. Jim Conroy, Chief of Police, City of Roswell. For those who I have not met and those watching online, this is now my 7th year and 7th crack at a budget presentation here in the city. So first, let's talk about what we're doing with the current budget. Where are we? What did we do in 2025 and some of our accomplishments? And you're going to see these presentations are very consistent, and that's to help everybody follow them along. So each presentation should be very similar. 2024, we experienced the lowest Part 1 crime in the city of Roswell in 25 years. And I say 25 years, data was not kept prior to that very consistently. So in a minute, I'll show you a chart that's going to outline that a little bit more specifically. We became a leader a statewide leader in our efforts to fight human trafficking. I'm going to put this in here because I keep turning. So human trafficking is important this year. So far, we have made 15 human trafficking arrests, shut down 8 spas, and issued 12 citations in our other inspections and investigations in the remaining spas throughout the city. Also, our crime clearance rate is better than the national average in every category. Again, I'll show you another slide that'll talk about that, and that's the success in how we're solving crimes and the results of our detectives' hard work in investigating crimes in our city. We have moved into the public safety headquarters at the summit. If you know, starting in April, we started to transition our staff. We started with our uniform patrol division into the summit. Last week, my office, myself and Deputy Chief Rivard, moved into the summit. Today, we are moving our records and permits, which is our public-facing unit, into the summit. Hopefully, they'll be up and running this week, and next week we will cease public-facing operations at the Hill Street Law Enforcement Center, and we'll move everything to the summit. Once we do that, you'll see it announced on social media through all our channels, and we're going to have an officer stationed at Hill Street for the next week, directing people to the new location that need be. But if you do need police service, you can still do so. You can just come to the summit and call us, and we will come and respond to Hill Street if needed. We've completed the design phase of the new 911 center. In fact, that was approved by the mayor and city council. The contract with the vendor was approved at the last city council meeting, so they can begin construction. Demolition began on the storefront at Sharpshooters this week. So hopefully, I'm looking at Brian over there. We estimate that's going to take 1 to 2 weeks for demolition. And then construction of the new 911 center, the portion of Sharpshooters, is going to begin immediately after that. Correct. Inside the store, we've got to make it suitable for 911, and it will not affect the shooting range portion as well. A couple years ago, we started jujitsu training for our law enforcement officers. Some of our newer applicants had never been involved in physical altercations. This gets them used to being in physical altercations, learns how to interact with individuals. If you look nationwide, a lot of officer-involved shootings were happening with no physical interaction. The officers went straight to their gun to shoot perpetrators. This trains them to be very familiar with interacting with individuals on a physical level, as well as gives us tools and techniques that don't look as harsh in making arrests. We have transitioned to Gracie survival tactics, which Gracie is one of the leaders in jiu-jitsu. They have specific programs geared towards law enforcement for taking folks into custody, and we've transitioned to Gracie survival tactics for that. 4 years in a row, we're maintaining 0 vacancies in our sworn personnel. 4 years ago, when this mayor and council came in, I think we had 19 sworn vacancies, and that number was climbing. There were a lot of reasons for that. We deliberately got behind that with the best in class pay, and it has been a priority for us to hire the best of the best and target and recruit these individuals. This will be our 4th year in a row where we will have 0 vacancies at the end of the year. There are not many departments. The Georgia Chiefs of Police sent something to me last year. We were the only department over 100 officers with 0 vacancies. The average was a 20% vacancy rate for those over 100 officers. There's a lot of small departments in Georgia. If you get technical, 1 officer to 5 police officers, some of them may be full. So I just want to make sure we understand that these large departments, we are the only one. I was at Chiefs training last week. That's the first question they ask. Hey, whose number one problem is staffing and recruiting? Roswell, we don't want to hear from you. Quit coming to these meetings. So improved our digital evidence processing and capacity by 40%. This was one of our goals in the 2025 budget. If you remember, a lot of crimes are now being solved through the data that's on phones. We're doing a lot of this in-house. We have staff in-house that enter the phones, pull down the data, and it's helping us solve crimes and process. When I was a detective many years ago, cell phones were very uncommon. Now it's a common practice to every crime we're pulling cell phone data or cell phone tower data to help solve these crimes. So that's an important transition that we've gone to. We've hired 13 sworn personnel in 2025. That's 453 applications to lead to these 13 hires. You'll hear me tout this if you come to one of our citizens police academies. That is the same acceptance rate as Harvard University. So we're neck and neck with them every year for our selectiveness for our police officers. It's also Yale. If you throw me some other, I did the military academy, U.S. military academy. We also were the same rate as them as well last year. Increased enforcement in neighborhoods and side streets. Part of the slowdown in Roswell is enforcement within our neighborhoods. And our traffic unit and our patrol officers are spending dedicated time within the neighborhoods to try to slow down those individuals within neighborhoods. And we are staying on the main thoroughfares, so don't worry about that. But we are being intentional about being inside neighborhoods for enforcement activities as well. I talked about the crime rate. This is a question I ask at our citizens police academies. A couple of years ago, it was always 50-50. I say, is crime up or down in Roswell? And half the class was there. They've kind of figured it out now. Everybody says crime is down. But you really have to look at the numbers to see how crime has trended down. These are raw numbers. These are Part 1 crimes, which are the major crimes: homicide, aggravated assault, sexual assault, burglary, theft, auto theft. And it's compared through cities across the country. But you can see our trend, and these are raw numbers. So back here in 2024, we had 1,045 Part 1 crimes. We actually beat the COVID year of 1,267. I never thought we would beat COVID, because if you remember, the city was shut down for 2 months. Businesses were not open. The only crimes we were having in Roswell during those 2 months was domestics increased as everybody was locked in their homes with their family. But if you look at this trend from back 20 years ago, we are way less than half the numbers that we were in the early 2000s. So that's significant crime reductions in the city of Roswell. There are similar trends across the country, but it is important to understand those crime trends and patterns. Crime clearance rate, the FBI has strict rules on how we can clear and close cases. Major Ratliff, he moved to our criminal investigation division 2 years ago. And this was one of his priorities, is to make sure that we are properly closing and clearing cases and to get our solvability rates higher. They were struggling a little bit when I first got here, and to make sure our detectives are following up. This is a measure of, are our detectives following up on cases, and are we clearing cases? And you can look, this is the first time that we, in every category, we're better than the national average. Some of it double. The property crimes, which are harder to solve, that's your thefts, breaking into the cars, those have ability rates, national average of 13%. Here in Roswell, our property crimes, 27% solvability rate, double the national average in those cases. Some of that is attributed to the Roswell Crime Center, which we started 2 years ago, which is the integration. You'll hear me talk a little bit more about that. License plate readers, cameras, CAD data, GPS for officers. We can see that on one pane of glass, and we can see where stuff is and go back and research and help solve and prevent crimes as they occur. but our clearance rate is a really great success that our detectives are working very hard. Some of our top priorities and initiatives, and we've heard a lot about these, and we'll talk a little more. Eradicating human trafficking, slow down in Roswell. You're going to hear about that, but the police, of course, is involved in that from the enforcement aspect, and speed feedback signs, which I think are important, but you're going to hear more about that from the next presentation. Best in class place to work. Part of this budget does include a 5% increase. I'll talk about that for police officers to continue investing in our police officers, but we're expanding that to training and equipment. So now you're going to start hear us talk more about training and equipment for our officers, and that is intentional. Goes to that best in class place to work. Computer aided dispatch, CAD, I will talk about that a little more. We've heard about that, as I said, my 7th presentation. It has been part of my budget presentation for 7 years. The Roswell Crime Center, we have increased our investment into the Roswell Crime Center. IT has been very supportive of these efforts and helping us out. And I'll talk a little bit more about some of our future plans for the Roswell Crime Center. Service excellence is important, and replacing police radios, I will also talk about a little bit as our future plans. Here we are on the money slide. We'll talk about where we are. Our budget is pretty static, so our draft budget that we're requesting is slightly below what our 25 draft budget was by 139,000. But if you look at where our projected expenses, it's under that by 126,000. So our goal is to come in under budget every year, of course, and we're going to do that. And hopefully this budget is a very fiscally sound budget that will get us there with the similar budget that was approved for this year. If you look at the numbers, 70% of our budget is salaries, 20% is indirect charges, which is vehicles, fleet costs, all that, and then 10%, 3.7 million is operations. Here's some significant changes in the line items for the budget. The first one I mentioned is a 5% increase for our sworn personnel. This would take place in the first quarter of 2026. This is for our sworn personnel only. This will bring us, we're doing it as a comp class study. What that does, that allows us to raise the starting salary, not just the current employees, but that'll make us the highest starting salary in our region for law enforcement officers. North Fulton radio agreement went up. This is our radio system that we share with the North Fulton cities. Transfers to IT went up slightly. As I mentioned, our costs have gone up a lot, but IT did a good job of reducing some of their other expenses and passing that on to us as the customer. Our animal control fee goes up every year. This is a service that we're required to pay to Fulton County for animal control services, and that is based on their costs, their expenses, and they pass those on directly to the cities. Advanced police training, as I mentioned, we're investing more in training into our officers. This is advanced training. Our officers, we get training through the state and through our local academies that's very low cost, and that is your post-basic, intermediate, and advanced certifications. Beyond that, this is training for homicide investigations, sexual assault investigations, fraud investigations, those specialties that we need to be able to investigate and keep that solvability rate where it is, and make sure our detectives and officers are well trained in how to respond. The next item is increase. This is a combination of an increase in cost of the ammunition as well as targets and equipment at sharpshooters, as we are using that more and more for our officers. One of the benefits we have is when we have downtime at 2, 3, 4 in the morning, especially if it's a rainy night, there's not much going on. One of our on-duty firearms instructors can take a couple of officers into sharpshooters, get them their semi-annual qualifications, or work on some practice that they need to be to keep their talents as high as they need to be. The next item is detention. That we're increasing that 45,000. That's an estimate. A lot going on in the detention world, as you've probably heard in the jail. The sheriff has shut down the North Fulton Annex, so it is currently closed. Alpharetta intends to reopen it, we believe, November 1st. We're still waiting on an IGA from Alpharetta so we can come and know exactly what that rate is going to be. We do understand it is going to increase. We're not exactly sure how much. So we're estimating this. Currently, Roswell's in a good position. We're also partnered with the city of Smyrna. So we're currently using the Smyrna jail. Us and Sandy Springs are the only departments that are doing that. The other North Fulton agencies are back in the mode we were in when we didn't have a jail, to where for local charges, they are not arresting people. They're just issuing citations and hope they will return to court at some stage. Yes, so very important issue. Mayor would like me to elaborate a little bit on the jail issue. So the sheriff operates a jail at Rice Street, and we can take all state charges down to Rice Street. So any of those 7 crimes we talked about, those are all state charges. Those individuals, we could go straight to Rice Street, and previously we could take them to the North Annex. The sheriff would transport them down to Rice Street. Now that they have closed that facility, we do not have a place for local charges. What are local charges? Stuff that we hear in Roswell Court. DUIs, shopliftings. There's certain crimes that we're allowed to hear in Roswell Municipal Court that are also state charges, but we have ordinances, and we can keep folks in our area, our preferred jail, that do not have to go to Rice Street for DUIs. Now, the other agencies, if they choose to arrest somebody for DUI, they can take the individual to Rice Street, which is, what were we up to, Linnea? 190 minutes? Yeah, 181 minutes was the time it took to come from North Fulton to Rice Street to book a prisoner, get him in and out, and back into the city. 181, that's 3 hours, where an officer's not even in the city helping us. They're just processing an arrest outside of our jurisdiction. It's a huge issue. We are very fortunate that Smyrna stepped up and allowed us to utilize their jail in the short time, and we're crossing our fingers for the Alpharetta deal to come through.
All right, can you hear me? Okay, good. Yes, thank you very much, Chief. Randy Knighton, Chief Administrative Officer. Thanks to Mayor and Council for last year. Back in March of last year is when you approved the agreement with the City of Smyrna. Obviously, at the time, we knew there was some jeopardy with the jail situation with Fulton County, but obviously it's come to a place where the Smyrna decision that you made certainly is now paying dividends to the City of Roswell. Obviously, it reduces travel time and maintains officers here in the city. We are having some continuing discussions with the City of Alpharetta about the jail. In fact, there is one today, a meeting today, which I will unfortunately have to excuse myself to attend that meeting with the North Fulton cities, but it's a very important issue and one that we hope will yield an agreement with the City of Alpharetta very soon.
Mayor has the
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Knighton. Yeah, Chief, just explain though a little bit, because people don't realize the parameters of ability to arrest people and the ability to jail people, and how, as a city, you have a very definitive strategy, for example, on dealing with DUIs and dealing with shoplifting. And whereas other cities, literally, even in North Fulton County, are having to make decisions about whether or not they arrest somebody or don't arrest somebody, you as a police force are able to make decisions on an offensive level to deal with DUIs, shoplifting, 2 great examples, and also a place to appropriately arrest and adjudicate those arrests in a way that doesn't necessarily put those individuals at Rice Street, which honestly, it's a pretty serious place to go. So you really need an alternative form of a jail to go. But just explain to this, because this is a big deal. A lot of people don't understand. A lot of local jurisdictions, including our sister cities, are really held hostage, and the police have their hands tied, and you guys don't. It's because of your strategy.
Yeah, absolutely. one of the things, if we go with state charges, they not only go to Rice Street, which is under DOJ consent investigation right now for the conditions at Rice Street. Sheriff, I think he's asking for 4 billion for a new jail, 4 billion with a B for a new jail. So there's a lot going on at Rice Street, but also once you do that, that goes into the Fulton County court system, which the Fulton County court system was closed for 2 years for COVID. I believe they are now finally getting caught up with just the murder trials. At the end of COVID, as they came out and reopened, I remember they had 1,000 murder trials pending that they had to start with. That's 1,000 murder trials, which are not simple trials. All that has to go through the Fulton County court system. Fulton County court system is overwhelmed. Here, we get to have certain charges that go straight into our court. They're heard within 30 to 60 days, depending if the defendant wants it the first hearing or the second hearing. So the cases are heard much faster, cleared off your record much faster. You're getting your due process much faster. And it's just a much more efficient system to be able to go through our local court system as well. So the other thing I forgot to mention, part of this increase is with the customer service we're expecting from Alpharetta and Smyrna, our officers, the process of booking in a prisoner is much easier. With that, I anticipate increased arrest from our officers. There's some cases that we've reviewed on body camera, and I said, why isn't that guy going to jail already? And they say, because they know they're going to have to get deferred to North Fulton Hospital to be medically checked out. And they know the tricks to get out of being booked into the jail.
Everybody assumes that arrests are happening all the time. You have to have the capacity from a jailing perspective, a court system perspective, and a capacity inside of your police department to make arrests. It sounds simple. It is simple, but it doesn't happen in a lot of cases in the modern day. And because of your leadership and Randy's leadership and the elected leaders, the city council that stands by me, they're willing to support this financially, knowing that that's what the people of Roswell want is, hey, if you get a DUI, guess what? You're going to get pulled over and you're probably going to get arrested. And we're not going to let you off with a pass. More significantly, I would say, is like the amount of shoplifting that goes on, which shuts down businesses. We see examples of businesses shut down. Dunwoody, our sister city, like Walmart, shut down in Dunwoody. The shoplifting is real, and the ability to stop it and prosecute it, whether it's individuals or professional crime, and having the ability to do that, where other cities literally are hampered and can't deal with it. Like you call the police and the police can't do anything. In the city of Roswell, thanks to you, Chief, and the strategies behind that, Mr. Knighton, you guys are able to arrest people and put them in jail and then prosecute them in a court.
Absolutely. And it reminds me, things start to come back as we have these discussions. When the North Fulton Annex was closed, our judge was constantly asking, hey, when is the jail going to reopen? I said, how does this affect you, Judge? And he said, well, when people don't show up to court, I have a bench warrant. I have a stack of bench warrants that cannot be arrested because they cannot be processed in the Fulton County Jail. They have to be processed in a municipal jail. So now that our court is open, I mean, our jail option is open. We can take any of those individuals that the judge says does not show up to court. We can take them to the Smyrna jail. And when the Alpharetta jail reopens, we'll be able to take them there. In the meantime, those other cities have nowhere to take those prisoners who choose not to come to court. Absolutely. Great discussion. Oh, let me see, where was I? Uniforms for the department. This is part of the well-equipped officers. We're in need of some uniform money as we hire additional officers, and we want our officers to maintain their professional appearance as they come in and serve our community. One thing to note was the big reduction was the fleet overall cost. Fleet worked hard to reduce those interfund costs that they charge the police department. We do this by eliminating some of the unused vehicles in the police department, reducing our fleet. But that came down 708,000, and that was a huge assistance in helping to submit a balanced budget. Capital initiatives. It's important to note, none of these is on our application to be in the 26 budget, but these are capital projects that we are seeking alternate funding sources. So I do want to talk about them. The first one on the list, the police portable radio replacements at 2.1 million. You've heard discussions of this. Our fire department received a grant this year to replace their radios. The vendor of our radio system has built-in obsolescence, so our portable radios are obsolete as of 2025. They still work, they just are not supported, serviced, and they do not make spare parts for those radios any longer. Fire department's harder on the radios. They're exposed to fire, they're exposed more to water, exposed to heat. They were at a higher risk factor than we are. Our radios still work. As they do break, this is going to become an issue. So we're going to be intentional this year on applying for grants for this replacement. 2027 and later, this is going to become a big issue for us if we're unable to find alternate funding for those police radios. Sharpshooters range revitalization. You heard Bill talk about this earlier with the PFA and impact fees. We're looking at 1.5 million for some of this revitalization. When we purchase sharpshooters, this is the shooting range portion. We're in need of traps, targets, lead remediation, filtration systems that are needed to operate gun ranges. And we knew this all along. Currently, our traps are not containing every bullet that comes out. They're making it through the traps and into our HVAC systems. They're not escaping the building, but they are damaging some of the internal works of the building as well. So this is important, and we're seeking the funding through the PFA and some of our impact fees that we already have, and this will help us maintain that great crown jewel of a shooting range that we have. The Roswell Real-Time Crime Center. Right now, you hear me call that ROC, the Roswell Crime Center. If we get this grant, we're going to change this into a real-time crime center. What's the difference is it's staffed, it has more capabilities. Right now, we have license plate readers, cameras, CAD system, GPS in the police. We can see the police body cam footage live. This would put an individual in that room that's monitoring this. If we get a call at a residence, they can pull up the exact history and say, here's the person to be on the lookout for. Here's a photograph of them. Here's their vehicle. This could even go into the drone response. Drone is a first responder. As soon as we get a 911 call at a location, it can launch a drone that can come up and get footage of either a crime scene, or for our fire department brothers and sisters, dispatch a drone to a fire. We'll get there much faster to let them know exactly what they're responding to. We've been working with Congressman McCormick and Senator Ossoff. They have both forwarded this in their grant application, so it is at the top of their list. It's up to Congress to pass now. I think now that there was a shutdown last night, I can't guarantee what will happen, but that has been endorsed by our federal representatives. Same with the next item was CAD. We talked about computer aided dispatch. We have a $3 million ask that has also been endorsed by Congressman McCormick, Senator Ossoff. It is on their approved list. They have both submitted these projects. If we can get congressional approval, we will get that. The CAD has it's a 2-to-1 match, $2 million with a $1 million match. And this council has already set aside that $1 million in this year's budget for that grant. So all these capital items not involved in the 26 general fund budget, but I wanted to make sure everybody was aware of these items. Staffing, our staffing level will remain unchanged. It'll be static, 167 sworn officers, 30 people in our 911 center, and then 18 civilians throughout the department. One of the things we're doing in the MBRs, I got 4 minutes left, so I will gloss over this one much faster than I'd planned. But this is a functional analysis of the police department, just for those that are not familiar. But it is good. I can go much faster now that I have a clock in front of me. We're broken down into functions at the police department. We're talking about, how do the functions work? The chief of police at the top, an office of professional standards, reports to me. That's Major Greco. He oversees our internal affairs, training, background recruiting, and accreditation functions. They report to me. The rest of the department reports to Deputy Chief Rivard, so I don't have to worry about it at all. My job is very simple. I have a little office of 4 or 5 people. She has the remainder of that 187 in the police department. They are broken down. Uniform patrol, that's what everybody thinks of. That's the bulk of our department. Patrol officers 24/7 in your neighborhoods, traffic enforcement, and then our part-time units respond there when they're activated, SWAT, bike patrol, and mobile field force. Criminal investigation, that's Major Ratliff. He oversees all of our detectives. They're broken down in criminal investigations and special investigations. Criminal investigations is those crimes we talked about before, the part 1 crimes, the big 7. Special investigations, that's our spas, narcotics, vice operations, and that's our proactive unit as well. They work to proactively seek out any of those vice or narcotics violations. Support services, this is Major Kaplan. This is all the stuff that we forget about that we need to have for a police department, but it is necessary. That's our building maintenance, property and evidence, community relations, our quartermaster, our municipal complex security. So everybody that's in City Hall falls under support services under Major Kaplan. Records and permits, which is a big part of, that's our public facing front where we issue a lot of the permits and all the business licenses that have to come through the police department. And 911, John Potrabowski is our 911 director. You met him. They're a very slim staff. There's him, a director, 4 supervisors, and the rest are line level 911 communications officers that answer the phone. But they do a tremendous job in our 911 center. I got to turn around and read this. I'm sorry. Our 2026 draft budget remains fairly static. RPD will continue to be a fully staffed, well-funded, well-trained, well-equipped, and well-led police department.
Jim, before you transition, by the way, I know that clock, whatever, you got plenty of time, right? We're good.
I got a minute 11.
Okay. They took that from the 3-on-3 tournament. We need to take that back over there. Now, if you could spend a little time, and you touched on these, right? You talked about the pay increase and getting to be top tier in terms of the starting wage, the advanced police training. You touched on it with the well-led, all those sorts of things. Could you talk a little bit about your leadership philosophy on pay, compensation, but career progression? When you were kind of going through your org chart, I was thinking conversations we've had about the importance of career progression and how this advanced police training fits into that.
So we've talked, especially with this mayor and council, about we have set off an arms race for salaries for police officers throughout the region. It has taken off. It skyrockets every year. It keeps going higher and higher than I could even imagine it would be. But when you talk to the officers, there is more to it than just pay. Pay is an important component, but there is more to that, and that is a great place to work. Do they enjoy coming to work? Are they supported by their elected officials? Are they supported by the community? Which we have tremendous support here. I tell you, I can't go to lunch without being approached 5 times at lunch. Thank you for your service. Thanks for everything your officers do. People trying to buy our lunch almost every day of the week here in Roswell. We have great support. And our officers feel that, and it's important. It's also important for them to feel that they have the opportunity. They want to advance and they want to learn more. And hey, I want to learn how to do homicide investigations. And for us to be able to send them to that training, because there are costs to that advanced training. They can get all the traffic enforcement training that you want, and eventually that just gets a little benign and they want something that's a little higher, more advanced and more intellectual. So that's where we can send them to these courses where they learn. If somebody wants to be a fraud investigator, fraud is taken off. Fraud is huge. We've had cases here where you have called me about some of the online frauds or the Bitcoin. We've got some detectives that specialize in Bitcoin. We were one of the first to be able to seize Bitcoin from an offender. We had to open a bank account. There was a whole process involved, but we were one of the first departments in the country to seize Bitcoin from one of these offenders. And once we get it in our pocket, it's just like they can't take it from us either. So we were able to recover it and pay it back to the victim. So that advanced training is important. their equipment, they do look, we want to make sure that they do have the equipment that's available. If they tear shirts, we want to make sure they get a replacement easily and not just say, hey, suck it up or put a patch on it and go back to work. So the employees notice that, and that's that next step in making sure the employees feel valued.
Chief, hey, here's
Mike.
praying that the homicide detectives are incredibly bored.
Yes.
So this is Alan Sells, by the way, and a couple things that I would like you to talk about. I believe that there's no revenue for the shooting range by other departments in the budget for 2026. And the second thing is if you would just speak to the savings of having that shooting range here as opposed to the time and investment that it took to get our officers certified before. Just speak to those two things.
Yeah, so right now, we don't have a revenue one. I will have to come before the mayor and council to authorize us to start collecting some revenues. But I mentioned some of the deficiencies at sharpshooters. We want to make sure that the building's up to snuff. Right now, we have no restroom facilities there. So for me to charge and say, hey, you come here and shoot, but you cannot use the restrooms, that's not really reasonable. So that's one of the things. The other, so previously we shot at the Pickens range, which is it's an hour and a half from my house. I think it's really an hour from here, but it's a long drive both directions, and we have to qualify minimum twice a year for our officers. We were going up there. It actually worked out. So the Pickens sheriff was renovating his range. Right when we purchased sharpshooters, we received notice that we could no longer use the Pickens range. So it was perfect timing. It was that month, and they said, hey, we're under construction. It's going to take us about a year to get it. So we needed a place drastically, and that helped out a lot too. But yeah, just the time and effort of driving up there. It's really, you have to count the whole day if an officer went up there to qualify, because they have to drive up there. They do their qualification, they do their training. We do use of force. We do additional training, not just shooting. And then they then to drive back, clean their weapons, change if they need to change. It's a whole day. So much more convenient. They can run in now, get their qualification, or say, hey, I want to work on this, this transition. And so we can do that much quicker now. Yes.
There we go. Hey, Will Morthland. This may not be necessarily a budgeting question, but just a fast update, because I have gotten a lot of questions about this. How close are we on getting the K9 back up and fully operational with the second dog from the training program?
So actually, we sent 2 dogs. One passed away, one retired. So we have a total of 3 canines. 2 have returned from training. Canine Goose is still here, still operational. The 2 have returned from training. I think one is now completed training and he's back operational. The second one, we are doing some additional evaluation to see if that dog is going to continue to fit and service our needs. So the second dog is up and running. Actually was out 2 weeks ago. We had a pursuit that was near the hospital, and that was the new dog that caught the suspect. That you saw that video where they rammed one of our police cars and he was hiding under a bridge. That was the new dog that has completed training. So very close to being back full staffed canine. They're here, they're in training. You want to meet them? Is that, I can bring them to a council meeting. Yes. We will arrange to bring them to a council meeting to meet. These 2 are not as pettable as Goose, but you can meet these 2 as well. Oh, Dean.
This is Christine Hall, and I basically just want to comment on the last 3 years and the support from my colleagues. I was on a prior council before serving with my colleagues for almost 4 years. And this sounds wonderful, but our residents need to understand the long road to get here, because we went through a tremendous, around 2020, the defunding of the police, We fought against that. We stood up and we basically said, we want to fund our police. We want that culture change. Some of the culture before Chief was here, we were in the news for not great things. We had a very bad culture, and I'm just so proud and thank my colleagues for really supporting you and for our residents. So I just want people to recognize that we didn't just get here overnight. This has been a hard road the last 4 years. And thank you, Chief, and to your entire department.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
Good morning, everybody. I'm Sharon Izo, Vice President responsible for infrastructure. And is this picking up okay, voice-wise? Is that better? Better? Yeah, it's the heels. And so my responsibility includes the Transportation Department and Environmental Public Works. And so I'll start with the Transportation Department. Again, just as a reminder, transportation falls within the general fund. Okay. So I'll start with our 2025 achievements for the year. Construction projects that will be complete by the end of the year include our citywide resurfacing. We will be resurfacing 14.7 miles of roads this year for a $4 million investment by the mayor and council. We actually began that work on Monday, so we'll be seeing a lot of activity over the next 90 days as that work gets completed. SR 140, we finished the landscape medians there, and we also did an intersection improvement at 92 and King. As far as current construction projects that will be ongoing into 2026, those include the Big Creek Parkway Phase 1, as well as Hardscrabble Multi-Use Trail and the King Road Multi-Use Trail. Now, both of those projects are by contract, they're permitted to go into April. I think we all are seeing an awful lot of activity there, so we expect an early completion. But again, the contractor has until April to complete those. As far as upcoming projects that are very close to getting into construction, those include the Woodstock Multi-Use Trail Phase 1, and that is from Highway 92 down to Crabapple Middle. That one is currently in procurement. We hope to award by the end of the year, which will get us started early in 2026. And the Riverside Road Corridor project, which has been in design and permitting and right away for quite a period of time, we're getting very, very close to getting that one out into procurement, which will be a very significant construction project for us. Other work that has been completed this year, the other piece of the traffic preemption that we're doing for the fire department is actually taking place in transportation. So all the work that's being done on those signals is being done by city staff. Most of it is complete. We have started to activate those that are on our local roads, and we are working with GDOT to get final approvals in order to get the signals that are on GDOT roads approved to move forward with those. That has been a big lift and something that we've just folded into the work of the everyday, and just total credit to Derek and his team for making that happen. It wasn't actually something we went into 25 expecting to be doing, and they've done a great job prioritizing it and getting it moving. They also jumped in on another aspect of some work that we're doing, and that's on some of our new buildings, our Summit, our Sharpshooters, all of those required fiber installations, which are incredibly, incredibly expensive, we have found when we go into the general marketplace for those. And Derek and his team jumped in and did fiber installs at a fraction of the cost that it would have been to do it through the major players. So big compliments to Derek. I know we all oftentimes don't think about some of those talents that sit deep into our city, but the folks that we have working doing our traffic signals and the operation just are absolutely put them against any other team in the state. We're really blessed to have them. As far as other 25 achievements, one of the big initiatives the mayor tasked us with was Slow Down in Roswell. And I'm so happy to say that just 2 weeks ago, we brought that to you as far as what our traffic calming policy is going to be. We went through our traffic calming matrix and established the 11 neighborhoods that we're going to pilot for traffic calming going into 2026. And we also were able to bring online a new concrete crew, which will be doing a lot of that work in-house. Again, just a really, really good use of the dollars as opposed to contracting those out. We also are doing right-of-way and easement acquisition, and I already mentioned for Riverside and for Woodstock Road, MUT, and then also we also initiated some additional training with our inspectors. Oftentimes, particularly as we change staff, training is necessary to make sure that we're accomplishing all that we want to do when we're inspecting work in the city. And there's been some really good work done this year to make sure all of our inspectors are trained up and are hitting all their marks. As far as top priorities going in, sure, okay. Top priorities going into next year, there'll be more slowdown in Roswell. Again, we're going to be doing that pilot program for the 11 neighborhoods and also looking at doing a local road traffic calming matrix. So the matrix that we looked at with the available data was for more established neighborhoods. And next year, we're going to be looking at some of the residential streets that aren't necessarily in an HOA, but we have residents living on those. Oftentimes, those can become cut streets. And so they're experiencing significant traffic volumes in addition to speeding and those kinds of things. And we're going to be looking at those streets to determine what kind of traffic calming makes sense there as far as our next steps with slowdown in Roswell. We're also going to be looking at neighborhood sidewalk matrix. So right now, our sidewalk matrix considers our major roads, such as Pine Grove and roads like that, but we don't have a sidewalk matrix that looks at our neighborhoods and our residential areas. And so city staff will be working through a analysis to look at those neighborhoods and to start looking at where it might make sense to spend some dollars to establish some sidewalks in some neighborhoods or residential streets where those pedestrians would benefit, particularly if we have particular traffic volumes there that make walking challenging or perhaps in some cases dangerous. T-Splash 3, that is on the agenda for 2026. We are now coming up on the time where T-Splash 2 will sunset and looking toward whether T-Splash 3 is something that the city wants to pursue. We've already started to work with the other cities through an ARC arranged initiative to start looking at what kind of projects we would be considering and whether a T-Splash 3 referendum would go on the ballot in November of 2026. So you're going to hear us talking a lot about that in 2026. One of the other things that we're talking about from a service excellence perspective is identifying key corridors in the city for beautification. So this is something that I'll be teaming on with Jeff Leatherman and his folks as far as where are the key corridors in the city and what is our desire for beautification there. And some of those are going to be in our streets. Some of those are going to be at our park entrances. And how can we take our resources and better apply them to make sure that we're basically in line with the City of Roswell brand. The last one is my favorite, as you know, project execution. You see a long list on the left of projects that are going to be in design right away in 26. Oh, Ross is clapping along with me. Thank you. It's getting close to lunch. Everybody's kind of starting to think about lunch. And then we have a long list that are going to be in construction. That I'm even more excited about. And if I were a smarter computer person, I would have figured out a way to put like cones on all of those because we are going to have orange barrels everywhere here in the city. And it's all the hard work that's been happening the last 3, 4, 5, 2 years. You look at it to get ready for this time. So we have a lot of projects that are moving into construction on the transportation side. And I think we've done a really, really good job of talking about how those projects interact with some of our bond projects that are going to be working alongside. When you get down on the river and you think about Riverside Road being under construction and some of the river parks projects, how do we all work together to make sure that happens in the best way possible from a timing perspective? And then also looking forward eventually to the Gateway project, which is going to come along behind that. So lots of exciting projects coming ahead. As far as our operating plan, you've seen this slide already. Working left to right, you see our recommended FY26 recommended operating. The center is our actual forecast, and then all the way over on the right is the FY25 approved. So you see our approved budget was actually 10.9 million. Our actual forecast for this year is 10.3, and you'll ask, wow, why didn't you spend more money? Part of it was we've had some challenges with some vacancies. And we've talked about this many, many times. The construction market has completely shifted and exploded in new and different ways after the COVID pandemic. It has really been a challenge to get those construction resources. We're all vying for the same people. So oftentimes some of our vacancies are a little bit longer than we would like them to be. Also, our construction costs are higher than we'd like them to be, sometimes on the order of 40+%. So we've talked a lot about that, but that's a little bit what's going on with that operating. And then you'll also see that our actual ask for this year is a little bit less than last year. And mostly that comes from the understanding of, hey, you know, we've been going through a year where we've been forecasting every single month and going through our monthly business reviews. And that has allowed us to get a really good discipline around looking at our costs, looking at how we're making our marks as far as how we're reaching our key performance indicators and what's really needed to get there. So we feel comfortable coming at this a little bit less than we did last year. As far as capital initiatives, going to be doing more citywide resurfacing next year, looking for about a $4 million project. Some of that will get funded out of LMIG, and the rest of it would come out of general. And then also the Green Street Activation Plan. So that's the project that's moving right alongside the parking deck. And so that project will be going into construction late this year, early next. And that's about a $5 million project. And we're looking at a blend of different funding sources for that one. And then the traffic calming that we talked about. So that's about a $400,000 ask to go ahead and get those pilot programs started in those 11 neighborhoods. The good news about that money, a lot of those things that we'll be purchasing with that money will be able to be used over and over again. We're talking about feedback signs. All right, got it. Speed cushions, those kinds of things. And they're temporary installations that we'll be able to put into a neighborhood, do a pre-reading as far as what the situation is. Once we get those in place, what is the post? So are we having the desired impact or not? And if we're not, we're going to pull it out and try something different. But that'll allow us to have that all of that equipment to move in and out of installations moving into the future. And just lastly, wanted to give you an idea of where we are with the transportation. We have 63 folks in the transportation department, and for FY26, we are requesting an additional staff member, full-time traffic analyst, and that individual is going to be responsible for all those slowdown and Roswell installations where we're collecting all that data, getting those installations in place, and then doing the analytics behind that data to make sure that we understand whether they're working or not. Okay. Should I stop and ask if there's any questions about transportation, or do you want me to keep rolling? No questions. All right. Okay. The next one's going to be, this is going to be an environmental public works division. This is fleet services. And again, this is general fund. So in 2025, we took on a challenge of looking to see how we could get a handle on some of our fleet costs. This is an area where we've experienced some increase in costs, largely due to post-COVID acceleration of costs. But also, we also experienced a situation where we had probably more fleet vehicles than we actually felt we needed. So rather than going forward in a typical year and asking for fleet replacement costs, we actually paused all that. So there were no new vehicles purchased with 2025 funds. We also implemented a new guideline for replacement of vehicles. As you recall, we had been using the lease program for any vehicle F-250 and below. We also felt it was important to suspend that program as well, because as we were doing the cost analysis on that, we really weren't feeling as though we were getting the value out of it. And so we wanted to pause the leases, and we wanted to think about whether we wanted to go back to more of an ownership model as opposed to a leasing model. So getting these guidelines into place was important. We worked with police and fire. As you know, their vehicles are especially important to what they do every single day, and worked through those and have all come to an agreement on what kind of guidelines we think are appropriate for replacing vehicles. We also did an entire assessment of the fleet. So every single fleet vehicle was assessed for its condition, when it should be replaced, and so on and so forth. So all that data was gathered, and we were able to get a much better handle on these vehicles. Alongside of that, our folks put together a fleet master plan, which gives us a 5-year roadmap of where we think we're headed and what the needs are for fleet. We also took on the challenge of surplusing 40 vehicles. And yeah, we did. And that was a Herculean task to do. And honestly, the other thing that kind of got a little complicated was some vehicles that we had ordered a couple years ago arrived. So we now had more vehicles plus those vehicles that had to be surplused for that exchange. So it became a bit of a challenge. And I know what you're thinking is how hard can that be? It can be very hard to get those vehicles ready to go, particularly when you talk about our police squad cars that need to be completely stripped down. All that equipment needs to be pulled out. I'm losing it here, but all the whether it's the lockbox or the light on the top, it's a bit of work. And the other thing, we didn't want to flood the market with all of our vehicles at the same time, because then we're basically working against ourselves. So it was a challenge, and because of that, we took on a reduction to the fleet budget that probably was a little too aggressive. And when we get to one of the later slides, I'm going to talk to you about that. One of the other things we did was we looked at all the leases we had, and some of them we actually went ahead and paid off. And what we found was we were able to reduce our cost of ownership. And you can see that the differential went from $2.6 million to $1.76 million, which is almost $1 million found, which is what Chief is referring to when he said that some of his fleet costs have dropped in a significant way, because that cost of ownership goes right back to all the departments. So that was an excellent exercise as we went through this fleet strategy. We also developed a tighter fleet maintenance plan, and also updated all of our standard operating procedures, which is just really good best practice. All in all, we were able to reduce fleet costs by 15% from 25 over 24. So really just an excellent story, and more work to be done there. So going into 26, we're going to continue that lease buy down strategy, where we're looking to identify leases that we can buy down that are going to be a positive operational impact to us as far as cost of ownership. We're also going to take another look at our parts strategy. A number of years ago, we brought in NAPA to be a partner with us and to benefit from some of the national pricing that they give. We're going to take another look at that. We want to make sure we're getting the absolute best deal for our parts that we possibly can. It's time to look at that again, because it is a big part of our budget. We're also committing to reducing the fleet inventory yet again from 520 vehicles down to 500. And so we'll be looking at doing that and then maintaining 500 vehicles moving forward. And lastly, we want to put together a multi-year acquisition strategy, so we can look more than 1 year out as to what we think our replacement needs are going to be in the out years. Okay, operating plan. So I mentioned that we took on some very aggressive objectives last year. And as you can see, our budget was 2.1, and we're forecasted. Thank you. As you can see, we committed to a $2.1 million budget, and you can see our forecast is coming in at 2.4. This is not a surprise to us. We were tracking this every month. We could see where some of those pressures were coming from. Like I said, we weren't able to surplus as quickly as we would have liked. And we also received a whole bunch of vehicles that had been on the books for quite some time. Looking forward to next year, we think we can bring it in about 2.3. And again, you have my assurance that we are continuing this fleet strategy to look to bring costs down and to deliver a good product to the other departments, and then to be smarter about how we're spending those dollars. As far as our capital initiatives, all right, it's there. We have our vehicle replacement next year. We're recommending 14 vehicles for replacement that are in poor to fair condition. And those would be a lease to own approach where payments would begin in 2027. So there's actually not an impact to the 26 budget, but that's something we'll be working on to get those replaced. We're also recommending that there some vehicle lifts be installed in the fleet shop. So it's been a number of years now. We had a set of vehicle lifts go down. And so that doesn't allow us to use all of our floor space the way we would like to. In addition, the vehicle lifts that we're recommending would be for more of a medium frame vehicle. Right now, when we're working on those, we are actually doing them in a more using lifts, and not using lifts, but using jacks and that kind of thing. And that's really not the best way to work on those vehicles. It's not the safest, and it's also not the most productive. So we're recommending vehicle lifts for the fleet shop to improve productivity there, and of course, safety. Lastly, we have 7.5 folks in that department, and we'll be continuing with 7.5 moving forward into next year. Okay. Moving forward into facilities. No questions? Okay. Yes, sir.
You go back to your operating plan slide just real quick. I just want to clarify. And I don't know if this is a question maybe for you or maybe for you, Lynn, however, but you talked before about how we have a savings of roughly $900,000, almost $1 million in the fleet cost because of lease pay down. This doesn't show that. So maybe an explanation of where that savings, I think that's the fleet fund versus what's in this.
Yeah.
I think that would be good to clarify how that works.
Yeah. I'm going to let Lynn jump in, but my understanding is those are the dollars that the departments are seeing in their fleet fund. And so that's some of the goodness that Jim referred to, and it should be spread around the rest of the city as well.
Capital purchasing in general is typically located in a fund because capital purchases can happen across fiscal years. You start it in one year, the construction may take you all into another year. So those funds are typically transferred from the department into a capital projects fund. And that's how that purchasing is done. So the vehicle purchasing, you don't see on the fleet side here. You do see it within the departments transferring to that purchasing fund for that asset. Like she said, it took 3 years, I think, to get those police vehicles that we got in this year.
Yeah.
And so in that case, you don't want to lose track of where you've got that funding. So that is a transfer coming from all the departments to capital projects. And that savings is on each of those sheets within the department. So
thank you, Lynn.
Anyone else?
Okay, we're going to move forward to facilities. This is also a general fund division out of environmental public works. I'm going to we'll start with the accomplishments for 2025. Just like Jim said, all of our slides are pretty similar, so it's going to start to feel that way. In 2025, we hired a new facility services supervisor. We also developed our first 5-year facilities maintenance master plan, and that is something you've heard a lot in environmental public works, that we've developed a discipline around creating our own master plans. We think it is a really valuable process to get the team involved and to really go through a master planning process and creating a roadmap for the next 5 years and getting folks to really think this through. And so really excited that we got to do that this year, amongst a lot of other things. So way to go, Brian. This year, we also completed the City Hall chiller and air handler unit project. as well as are just about done with the City Hall remodel project. So downstairs, we're going to have the resident and business services area completed here very shortly. We expect a ribbon cutting late this month, and it's a stunner. You're going to walk in and say, am I still in City Hall? So just a really, really, really great project, really exciting. It's going to be wonderful for our residents and our businesses who come to City Hall. They're going to have one door to go in, one-stop shop. It's going to be fantastic, and Lori and her team are just going to light it up. So really excited that that's almost done. We also have revised our work order process, which is hopefully making it more simple for folks who are working in our facilities to let us know when there's a need. Also this year, we took on some more complex projects with our in-house staff. Basically, we are working toward educating and growing and training our staff so that they're capable of doing work that in the past we would call in a contractor to do. And so we did a fair bit of it this year and hope to do more of it next year. We also worked through how to implement the recommendations that come out of our facility conditions assessment. Those are capital funds that are available to all of our facilities. And basically, how do we have folks put in their requests to use those funds? One of the other things we did as a part of this budget was take on the custodial work for the entire city for all of its facilities. And that was really quite the challenge. One of the things we needed to do at a certain point was ask for some feedback about how we're doing. And so we formalized that process, and that was really helpful to help us to keep in touch We took on 911, the shooting range, sharpshooters, and also Summit this year. And there was a custodial part to that that was not fully understood in the budget and has created some difficulties for us. So we want to make sure we have that covered properly. So we have a game plan of which facilities are going to be handled by in-house staff and which facilities are going to be handled through a contract service, and that's what you're seeing listed here. Also, facilities also includes all of our service contracts, so whether it's pest control, all of our elevators, all of our fire extinguishers and alarms, security cameras, generators, fire systems, the bay door maintenance, which is a surprisingly large number. All of that comes up through our facilities budget, and I just wanted you to be aware of that, as well as disposal costs. So one of the things that we've added to our, as a line item for us, is the disposal costs for over at sharpshooters. So all of that material is hazardous, and that requires a specialty contract, and that runs about $125,000 a year, and that's not something that was in our 25 budget. So we've got it in the 26 budget, so we have it covered. Also on Summit, in addition to Building 100, which we are occupying and actively taking care of, we also have the responsibility for Building 200. And through our contract with Sugar Oak, there is a management fee there and a building engineer, and those costs all need to be included in this facilities budget. The $90,000 for the building engineer was an oversight last year and was not included. So that's one of the things that, of course, we paid it. And that's one of the things that we saw quickly in our forecast of, hey, we're a little out of alignment, what's going on? And we saw that. So that's definitely in our 26 budget as well. Talked a little bit about utilities. We're seeing an increase in that this year, and we've got that reflected in 26. And then as far as, unfortunately, you can have the best plan in the world, but sometimes things just break. Last year, we took a approach of taking $1 million and making it available in facilities in the event we needed to address an urgent concern. We have the lion's share of that still available to us in 25. So way to go, Brian. We are going to go ahead and carry that over into 26 to make sure we have those dollars available in the event that we need them. And I've also got a note here, just fire stations are also the responsibility of facilities, and we're going to be taking $500,000 and using bond dollars to do some of the remodeling work at 21, let's make this right, 21 and 22. Those were called out in the bond specifically. I'm just mentioning those because we're going to be looking very closely at those two fire stations, and we're going to be allocating bond dollars to that work. Okay. Operating plan. So as I warned you, we started FY25 at 3.2 million, and our forecast has us ending at 3.5. I talked to you a little bit about some of the pressures there. And then going into 26, the expectation is we're going to be looking at a $3.8 million budget. Reminder that we have the additional disposal costs over at sharpshooters. We have about $100,000 increase in electricity. We're including a $200,000 placeholder for roofing repairs. And then we also have added $50,000 for additional custodial contract support work. And that gives you an idea of where the dollars are going. And then I want to talk a little bit more about capital. So our recommendation this year is for 3 actually very significant capital investments for the city to make in their facilities. And this reflects a robust investment in our facilities, one that I haven't seen, and I just celebrated my 9th year here. So I don't know anybody ever gets excited to say, hey, we're getting a new roof. But we need one at City Hall. You've heard it's old. We won't get to see it. It won't change the look of it, but I will tell you that there'll be some offices in City Hall that are a lot drier. So it's a really important one. It's a $7 million project. It is obviously very, very significant, but it is time. We also have the City Hall variable air volume power induction units, duct cleaning and replacement, which is a fancy way of saying our thermostats are not working very well, which is resulting in poor temperature distribution. We have fantastic air chillers and air handlers. But unfortunately, they're not talking very well to our thermostats. And anyone who has been in City Hall has experienced the I need a blanket, or oh my goodness, can someone please get the air to move in here? So that's something very, very important. It's another, people are waving at me. Yeah, okay. I always have a blanket in my office if you need one. And that's a $1.2 million investment. And then lastly, Building 100, the Summit building that we just moved, Chief and his entire team and our records folks are moving in there this week, and we're going to have the public there shortly. It also needs some HVAC upgrades and improvements. It's an old system. It's not working very well. And that's a $1.35 million cost. And again, those are the ones that Bill was showing us earlier that'll be a part of that public facilities authority. Thank you. I was like, what's the A stand for? Public Facilities Authority grouping of projects. And again, these are obviously very, very significant projects, but they are the kinds of things that last a very long time. So I completely follow Bill's thought process of you don't spend all your money on something that's going to last you the next 20 or 30 years. You pay it off over time. So very excited to say that those are really good investments for the city. And then an organizational overview. We have 10 folks in our facilities group. Next year, our recommendation is to drop that to 9. We're going to freeze one of our custodial positions and use the contract. So it was part of the way we worked the dollars back and forth to make sure we're getting the best value for the city. So that's our recommendation. All right, any questions? All right. On to solid waste. Oh, I'm sorry.
I don't know this is so much a question. There might be one at the end. Just an acknowledgement. I joked yesterday in one of our meetings, I've gained an appreciation of doing budgets with engineers. Everything is, it's all big stuff, right? And I appreciate how you and your team kind of interact, because if I talk to Brian, I start breaking out cold sweats on a particular item, and then you have a way of just, okay, but this is okay. I'm like, okay, well, all right, we landed in a good place. And so I appreciate how your team has navigated this year. You went through transportation and you talked about, as we went through the MBR process, we actually saw that in some areas, as you kind of laid out standard operating procedures and metrics, those sorts of things, we were able to actually perform without these dollars, and that kind of reflected in the budget. And then I think you juxtapose that to what you just went through here, which is actually the opposite. And your team is big on standards and the KPIs and the measurements, and we were actually on the other side up, right? And so I think the flexibility here and the importance, and this isn't I think it's really important to note the importance of having a financial forecast that we're reviewing in a month-to-month basis, along with operating performance measures. And being able to get that kind of dialed in and aligned is really important for us, not only organizationally from month to month, but when we come up to financial planning and setting priorities and those sorts of things is really critical. So I think you've got all of that kind of going on at one time, and I appreciate the leadership, Sharon.
Oh, thank you. Yeah, we have a great team, and our folks really take all of this very, very seriously, what we're signing up to. And I think that we all have come to really like the MBR process, because it creates a no surprises. 30, 60, 90 days in, we're seeing trends. We're saying, hey, what's going on? Let's dig in deeper. Do we need to make a change? I think it's worked really, really well. It's a lot of work, though. I'm not going to kid anybody. It's a lot of work. So, all right. So solid waste. Solid waste is an enterprise fund, so this does not affect the general. So we basically work within our means, if you will. As far as 25 achievements, this was a big year for us. We actually brought on 2 new providers, one for residential recycling and yard waste contract, and the other one for our transfer station operations contract. This can be a very, very stressful thing. Because literally on one day, somebody else, one contractor's doing it, the next day, a different contractor's doing it. And that can be really crazy because we don't want to leave any of our residents with any material curbside and say, oh, geez, sorry. So the team did a really fantastic job working 90, 120 days in advance to get a game plan together to make sure we were ready to literally flip the switch on this. And just huge compliment to the team. Of course, we had some little speed bumps, if you will, or some little things that had to get worked out, but the team stayed on top of it. Waste Pro has been excellent to work with. They're learning the city. And so just awesome that we got through that as well as we did. And then also changing our transfer station operations contract over to Seagreen was also behind the scenes. It was more of a challenge, but not so much for our residents. What our residents got to see was we offered a new service. So one of the things that happened this year was we were able to open construction debris drop off, which is enormous. Anybody who's ever done a project at their house, changed out some deck boards and go, what do I do with the deck boards? Or, hey, I pulled a toilet. What do I do with that? Anything like that, it can be extraordinarily frustrating when you find out how far you have to drive to the closest landfill that'll take that material. So being able to open that up, and we are charging for the service because there is a cost, but I think it's such a tremendous benefit to our residents. We initially tried to open it to non-residents as well, since it was a source of revenue. And we very quickly realized we did not have the capacity to be able to take on North Fulton's construction debris. Because the last thing we wanted to do was have Councilmember Sells show up with his debris and tell him there was no room. So it didn't last very long, but we moved it back just to residents only. We're not trying to get into the construction debris to business. I don't think you want to do that. The permitting is very, very involved. We don't want to do that. So we want to make sure we're staying under that limit, and we're able to do that for our residents, which is great. We did open the transfer station to non-residents though. So folks that have mattresses, couches, just extra garbage from any old wear can come, and then we charge them. So that's become a source of revenue. As you know, we have a transfer station that has excess capacity, so we want to make sure we're using it. So all of that was implemented really, really well by the solid waste team. We also have added another hauler who's dropping off at the transfer station. So is that 2, Brian? 3, thank you. So we have 3 haulers that are actually using our transfer station and paying us for that. We look to continue to expand that in 26. And again, that's additional revenue that helps to offset the rates. We also began running an automated side loader route. As you remember, those are the trucks that we don't have to have a refuse collector on the back. The truck does the whole thing. We're starting to run those routes. It's going well. We're going to continue with that to the degree we can. There are going to be some routes that just simply don't lend themselves to having an automated side loader. We'll always have regular garbage trucks with refuse collectors, but hopefully a lot fewer of them, which is moving toward the automation, which is smart. We also will be completing our solid waste business plan. I think this is either the second or third time we've done that. And we do that, and that's that 5-year roadmap. So that's getting developed next at the completion of this year, which will help set the course for 26. And then again, those standardized operating procedures that we keep talking about. As far as priorities for next year, we want to spend a little more time on our financial projection tool. We want to be looking at those revenues and how they impact rates, what our 5-year projections are as far as what our costs are looking out over that 5-year horizon. And then looking at the staffing needs piece, as we move to automated side loaders, there's going to be a change in the type of staff that we need and the number of staff. And we want to make sure we're getting that all plugged into a 5-year vision. So that's a goal for next year. We also want to look at expanding our transfer station operations. And again, that's bringing more haulers in so we can pick up that revenue. And then also, one of the ways we need to do that is finish our scale house, which basically allows us to have an attendant there to make sure that we can ticket those loads and those kinds of things. The recycling center strategy with the North Fulton cities is something we want to circle back to next year and think a little bit about how we might be able to work that. I know we've had lots of conversations about that, and I think we're going to have a few more. And again, just looking at succession planning and making sure those SOPs stay up to date and that everybody's trained up. Operating plan. So our 25 budget was $15.4 million. Our forecasts were coming in, and I'm sorry, this is for revenues, is coming in at 16.2. And I said, oh my goodness, Lynn, what is going on? Where did all that extra money come from? And she explained to me that this has to do with the debt service on the transfer station. So these were dollars that we got in to pay for the transfer station. So it's a one-time capital revenue that I couldn't go buy a truck, right? Okay. So that explains that one. And then next year we're looking at $15.7 million in revenues. From an operating perspective, we started with an approved budget of 13.9 and our forecasts were coming in at 13.2. So spending a little less than what we had originally planned for. I think some of that has to do with some of the capital that as far as our truck purchases always have a big swing in our expenses. And I think probably we held off on ordering a truck. And then our recommended operating for next year is $14.2 million. And there's the capital. Thank you, Lynn. All right, so capital for next year, we're looking to get a new front loader, new commercial truck. We're also going to add another automated side loader. You see these are really expensive trucks, the 450, they're expensive. We also need a new dumpster delivery vehicle. That's the vehicle that delivers dumpsters to commercial businesses if we're swapping them out or adding a new one. There's a $50,000 line item here for transfer station repaving. And then also, and you see this almost every year, we get a new semi-trailer at the recycling center for $6,500. Those are used trailers that we use to store all of our material. And that comes up just over $1 million. And last, we have 50.5 people in our solid waste division, and we're going to continue with that for FY26. Any questions for solid waste? Councilmember Salas.
Thank you. I know you guys have been working on that transfer facility for quite some time. It's one of the first things that Brian and I talked about when I first joined City Council. Can you talk briefly about the fact that this is an enterprise fund, meaning that it has to cover all of its costs. So the planning is important on the rate setting and all those kinds of things. And then the contribution of third-party revenues, that's because of the work that was done at the transfer center, I'm pretty sure.
Absolutely.
And through that, we were able to hold the rates for trash pickup below market increases. If any, was it increased at all? I'm not sure, but it was in 25, but in any event, it was definitely below market. So talk about that enterprise fund and the interplay between these new revenues, new revenue opportunities, and how we're using that to keep the rates low.
Absolutely. As we bring those revenues in, we're able to absorb some of the increases in our other costs rather than having to pass those on to the customer. Because we have that alternate revenue source, then we're able to keep our rates to our customers relatively flat. And to your point, the transfer station, when we built it, has excess capacity in it. And basically we were building it for the 20 to 30 year horizon of what City of Roswell's needs are. But in the meantime, there's floor space available. And so we are working with haulers to see to get them interested in basically using our transfer station. And then they actually use our refuse contract to then move it off into the landfill. So it's a whole package deal. They bring it there and then we process it from there. And like Brian mentioned, we've got 3 haulers. We hope to add more. And then that's the other reason why we're opening up the transfer station to non-residents, because we can take the material and we're going to charge for it. And those are additional revenues that then help to offset any of the increase in costs that we're getting across the board. So we're doing our best to make the most of the business model and the enterprise and to basically market it to the rest of North Fulton to make sure that they know that we're here and that we're available, and they're excited about it. I think if we can figure something out on the recycling center, I think that's going to be fantastic. So that's a goal for next year to see if we can generate revenue there as well. Okay, we'll start talking about the water utility. All right, achievements. Awarded Plan of the Year, 4th straight year, 5th time in 6 years. It's absolutely tremendous. I know you guys, I know you know this, but I think it's just such an amazing thing to have such a talented group of folks. You know, when Chief was talking about talent attracts talent, there's something special in the water utility, and maybe it's the water, or maybe it's just the folks that work there. But just what a tremendous folks of just a group of high achievers. So again, and I know we mentioned this at one of the other meetings, you know, we don't have to apply for these awards, and getting these awards is a lot of work, but our folks are so motivated and so proud of the utility, and they chase those things. They work really hard to distinguish themselves. This year we received the hazard mitigation grant for the emergency generator at the water treatment plant, which is just unbelievably tremendous. One of the things that when the water plant was built, the initial costs that came in, the construction costs exceeded what we had available to spend on the plant. So we needed to do some serious value engineering. And one of the things that was value engineered out at the time was the generator. And frankly, a water treatment plant should always have some sort of backup power. So getting that generator and having it funded through a grant is just huge. I don't want to make anyone concerned that our system's ever going to run out of water, because we have emergency interconnection with Fulton County, and those we can open up and get water anytime we need it. But this basically allows us to be a little more self-reliant and self-sufficient. So this is great stuff. We also completed 4 different waterline projects this year with capital funds, and we also successfully performed our first in-house waterline replacement on Grimes Place. I'll say that I had the good fortune of being able to take our chief operating officer out there when they were working, and we got to see our team doing their first waterline replacement, and they could not have been prouder. And that's all because of the budget that you gave them in 25 to give them the ability to do that. And that's the kind of thing that makes people really excited to work here. They're growing, they're learning, they're getting more responsibility, and they're feeling good about it. So they're very excited, and they're currently working on their second. And it was an incredibly well-run job site. So you should be proud of them. And that's also lending us towards some of the cross training that we're doing in the water department. Our distribution folks are learning how to do production. Our production is learning how to do distribution. It is a great place to come and grow and learn and get lots of opportunity. So they're a really proud group. The good news is lead and copper rule, which is one of the EPA rules. We had to report out on the number of unknown services that could potentially have lead or copper, and much to our complete thrill, we only have 88 unknown service connections, which is just a stellar number. And those are ones that we are running down to determine what those are constructed with, and making sure we address those. We replaced 16 galvanized steel services. We performed leak detection over half the system. You have an incredibly tight system, which is really, really, really impressive. We don't have a lot of water loss in the Roswell water system, and that's because they're doing things like leak detection on half the system every year. We've also completed our asset management plan for water treatment plant. We are in the process of decommissioning the community circle water tank there next to the police department, and we'll be looking to replace that tank in the coming fiscal year. Also updated and replaced all of our SOPs, make sure everybody's trained. Top priorities. Again, we're going to be looking at that financial projection tool, as Councilmember Sells was saying. As a enterprise fund, it's important that we understand our expenses and our costs and make sure our rates are set appropriately. So that's always a top priority for us. The plan is to complete another 6 waterline projects next year, with 3 of them being completed in-house. One of those waterline projects would be the Frank Lewis Drive waterline extension. The reason that one is important is because it provides us with redundancy and resiliency as we're exiting the water plant, making sure we have more than one exit to connect us to the system. Really, really important project that we have planned. I already mentioned that we'll be looking at a design of a new water tank and a siding to replace the community circle tank, which is honestly not in the best place as far as the system goes, and it's also too small. We'll be updating our water utility master plan. Again, that work is going to be done in-house, and again, just an emphasis on succession planning and SOPs. From a revenue perspective, our approved revenues for the year were $6 million. You can see our forecast is short of that, $5.6 million. When it comes to a water utility, we can only sell what people want to buy, and it has been a very wet year. And because of that, our actual production has been down, our sales have been down, and that's why you see that differential. Interesting thing is our capacity fees, that yellow bar, is up. So that was larger than we had expected. That helped to make up some of the shortfall. Going into next year, we're going to take a little more conservative look at that, and we're sitting at about $5.8 million for revenues. Again, we can't predict whether it's a dry year, a wet year, or somewhere in the middle, but we think that's a good place for us to land going into next year. As far as expenses go, the approved budget for last year was $4.8 million. You can see our forecast has us landing at about 4.5. Again, that MBR process and also the discipline of the team, keeping an eye on revenue, where our revenues are compared to our expenses, tightening up, slowing down when we have to make sure that we're coming in good at the end of the year is so important. So looking at next year, we're recommending an operating of 4.6, which is a little below 25. And again, we're just trying to be a little extra careful in case the wet year continues to be 2 wet years. As far as capital initiatives, and again, we all have to fit within the fund. So this is the wish list, if you will. They will not all be done unless the revenues allow us to do that. So the waterline replacement budget is about $562,000, and that again is going to be based on available funds. So if we have to pull back and do 4 projects instead of 6, that's what we'll do. We are committed to doing the Woodstock Road waterline replacement for $370,000. That's the project that is getting folded up into Greg's transportation project. So as that MUT comes down the street, we're going to be replacing the water line right along with it. And that makes just great sense. We're taking advantage of the construction that Greg's doing, which is going to save us money, and also the community. They don't have to have 2 different projects. They're going to only have 1. Frank Lewis Drive, that is one that we're setting up to be about $500,000. We think this is something that would be eligible for a grant, so we're going to be pursuing a grant for that one. The replacement of the water tank, we're going to start with just concept and siting. That's about a $250,000 item. We also have an altitude valve that needs to be replaced at our Woodstock water tank. That's simply the valve that controls the in and out of water there. And that's a $35,000 item. We are in the 6th year of our 7-year contract with M&H for our eye hydrants, which are the ones that are the pressure readings that we basically immediately know when we have a pressure drop in the system, which tells us that we have a leak or there might be someone actually availing themselves of water via our hydrant using an illegal method. And sometimes we can run out there and catch them. So we're almost done with that contract, and then those eye hydrants will be ours free and clear. We also have the lead and copper service line replacement, which I mentioned, which is about $100,000. There's probably some grant dollars available out there that we'll be seeking. And the last item is an event detection system. This is event monitoring at each of our tanks. It tells us about water quality and water security. those are something that we're looking to install on the tanks, and that just gives us better eyes on those tanks and making sure that they're fully secure. So that it all comes up to about $1.9 million. And again, we're going to fit within our means on this and prioritize these, and also seek any grant funding that might be available. We have 19 folks in our water utility, and we're going to continue with 19 for the 26 budget. Sorry. Thank you, Christy. Any questions on the water utility? Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Councilmember Sells.
Thank you, Senior Vice President Isa. It's a punchline that most governments pave the street first and then come back and put in the water line. And it's a punchline because it's true. These anecdotes have resonance in truth. And I just want to, the fact that we are consciously doing these kinds of things, planning this well, it's good stewardship, not only of the money, which it truly is. I can't imagine what the savings would be by coordinating these in a mature city like Roswell, but also in the quality of life and the interruption. And I would point to the Mimosa or the Mimosa Road, the Mimosa Street right there.
Bullock Avenue.
Bullock Avenue. Yeah, I can think of the name of it. Bullock Avenue. I mean, we're taking the opportunity to do that at the same time, which means that asset is offline for a shorter period of time. We're getting that done. And I just want to point to the fact that is good stewardship, that you guys are, the fact that you both are residents, so many on staff are, and you live here and you pay attention. And I really, really appreciate that. And you're great stewards of the city's money and the residents' time and annoyance factor. So thank you very much.
Thank you. And I will say Bullock Avenue, when it's all done, the transportation team's coming in there to pave, right? Yep. So, and some of this comes, you all called us out on sitting in silos. And I think some of the things we've done about creating alignments and conversations and groupings, because now we have the entire infrastructure team all together. And so having someone who has eyes on all of that and saying, hey, wait a minute, you're working over here and you've got this on your list over here, we got to align the timing, has been really, really helpful. And so some of it, no one intended to work in silos, but when you don't have somebody who's got eyes in both places, those things happen. And it's really frustrating because you're right, it's dollars, and it's also, the community's like, how can you possibly be out here? You were just out here 2 years ago. Why didn't you do this then? And so we're working really hard to get that alignment in place and to do things that are smart like that. No. Yeah. Right. Okay. Stormwater utility. All right. And then I'm done. Okay. Stormwater utility. Again, the stormwater utility is an enterprise fund, so we're working within our means here. Work that was completed this year, we completed a number of stormwater lining and replacement projects. You see the list here. I'm not going to read them off to you. We also have been working out at City Hall parking lot you've seen. This is an in-house green infrastructure project where we're establishing bioslopes, which basically are conveyances for stormwater that have a water quality component. Each of them is constructed a little differently. And what we're doing is data collection on that. So we have pre-data on the water quality of the stormwater. And once they're all installed, we're going to get water quality data on the post installation and be able to find out which of these bioslopes work best, and get that data back to the state so that they can make recommendations on bioslopes and which ones perform the best. We actually received funding from Georgia EPD to do this work. They actually sent us more money to do this work. And so it's been a fantastic project, and it's nearing completion, I believe, as far as getting the install complete. I'm looking at Brian and, oh, okay, we're halfway done. All right. Our staff is doing it, and they're learning and growing as they do it. And again, that's that whole, I'm getting to do really cool things when I work at Roswell. I like working at Roswell. You should come and work at Roswell. We're also getting ready to, we'll be completing, we've completed the design of the Roswell Area Park Pond, and that one's going into construction. The design of the Founders Park Pond also completed. The construction will be done at the end of the year. We also, and this is a really important one of the things that we did as a part of the FY25 budget was establish a enforcement inspector for stormwater. And so one of the things we were doing is going out and looking at the commercial ponds and detentions and determining when they were out of compliance and start working with the owners to get them into compliance. It's not something we had been previously doing in a proactive way. Of course, we always responded to concerns, but this is something, there's a staff position that you all established to do this work. And we had 16 commercial stormwater ponds come into compliance this year. It's a really, really big deal for the city to get those systems working as they're designed, controlling flooding, getting things the way they were designed and making sure they stay that way. So bravo to you to wanting to do that. It's been a really good process and we expect to do more of that next year. And I think it just really speaks to your commitment to stormwater in the city. We also have been working this year on improving a stormwater plans review process. More work to be done there in 2026. I think we've made some really good progress. We were able to hire someone in-house. Had a very hard time finding someone to fill that position. So we had to do that through some contracts at first. But I think we're moving very much in the right direction. Top priorities for next year, again, that financial projection tool, understanding our costs, understanding our fees and how it all fits together in a 5-year picture. We'll be in the second year of our MS4 permit with the state. First year went great, so we have no concerns about that going into next year. We are targeting 25 projects, capital projects off our CIP matrix for next year. We've set a goal of 15 commercial stormwater projects for next year to bring those into compliance. We also will be working on establishing the regional stormwater facility at Roswell Area Park Pond. And we talked a little bit about that at committee, how we're changing that pond from a pond to actually one that has a stormwater benefit, which will allow us to sell credits in that facility for any kind of redevelopment that might happen in that drainage basin. We also have a priority of filling all open vacancies. I like that one, Brian. It's, again, we are challenged. We are competing with a lot of other folks for construction-minded, construction-talented folks, and the marketplace is vibrant. And so we're setting a goal of getting all those seats filled. Okay, makes sense. And then, of course, the SOPs and looking at our succession planning. So here you see our revenues. So you see the stormwater utility is pretty flat. That's because those are not a consumption-based rate. So that stays pretty flat. We had approved a 4.8 in 25 and looks like we're moving to 26. We're going to move to 4.9, which is where we're forecasted to land this year. And from an operating perspective, for 25, we were at 3.1 million, and for 26, we're moving to a $3.2 million expense request. And what's that being driven by is primarily actually from some expenses that we have in the utility that we pay back into the general fund. So our general fund expenses have grown, and so we're going to need to account for them in our expenses. As far as capital initiatives, we're looking at about a $1.5 million capital project expenditure. That's about what we've been doing the last few years. And we're going to pull a little bit off for an equipment purchase that the team wants. So you see that's for the $30,000. And then related, but actually not a part of the stormwater utility would be any funding for dredging assistance. And I just put it here because it's, probably the best place to put it. But again, remember, this is a general fund impact. We can't fund the dredging assistance policy out of the stormwater utility because we cannot use public funds to improve private infrastructure. But we are recommending a $250,000 line item in fiscal year 26 to fund dredging assistance. And lastly, we have 17 folks in the utility, and we're recommending no change in staying with the 17 people. And that's infrastructure. Anybody? Okay. Yes. Yeah.
See if I can replay that. Starting with common sense and uncommon governance. Let's just start with that, right? So the first thing I was talking about the fact I'd like you to talk about this is an enterprise fund, and therefore this is all basically commercial revenue. This is commercial revenue.
And residential.
It is okay. So HOAs and things like that, for instance.
You pay them.
Oh, I do.
Every homeowner, it's on your bill. It's
Oh,
with your garbage bill.
Okay. So thank you. Thank
It's
you
not
for
a
that.
lot of money.
All right. But however, it's an emerging market essentially. I mean, this is a new thing. And so as you talked about competing for talent, that's part of that, is that this is an emerging area. But the next thing I wanted to talk about, it's an enterprise fund, and also it is a gateway to development in the city. And if we're going to grow new businesses, and I gave this example the other night about a particular space that if they touch their stale, basically gray field, obsolete infrastructure right now, this shopping center, it's going to cost them $8 million to come into compliance with stormwater. And that is a hurdle to getting these revitalized. And so you're working on that. I want you to talk a little bit about that and what that plan is. And quite frankly, Mimosa is front and center of that, just as is Roswell Area Park. So talk briefly about that.
Absolutely. So you're absolutely right. Properties that were developed prior to these stormwater regulations being in place have insufficient stormwater. So when properties want to redevelop or add or do something different that trigger those stormwater regulations, it's a significant cost. These are extensive systems. We've talked about it a number of times in committee, and it can be incredibly frustrating for owners. One of the things the city started doing, gosh, like I said, I've just got here. I've been here 9 years, and this predated me just by this much, a smidgen, was recognizing that there was an opportunity to partner, do private-public partnerships in stormwater and create, if you will, regional stormwater solutions that could benefit an entire, what we call a drainage area. So in other words, everything drains to this point, okay?
That's your definition of a region.
Yes.
The region is that storms low, or excuse me,
It's the drainage
bodies.
area. It's like if you're on the top of a mountain and you're on one side, your water goes this way, and you stand on the other side, the water goes the other way. So it creates a bowl, if you will, that it drains to this point. And if we can create regional detention for that bowl, if you will, then folks that are doing redevelopment in that area can redevelop and then buy into our detention facility because we've got excess capacity, much like at the transfer station where we built excess capacity and we're trying to sell that. We created excess capacity in a number of places. City Hall Pond is a place that has capacity. The pond that's being built at Founders Park has excess capacity, which will allow within the bowl of that drainage, if there's redevelopment there, there's an opportunity to utilize that detention, that stormwater, rather than building it on site, if you will. And the same thing we're doing at Roswell Area Park Pond, which is like 50 odd acres, right, Brian? Yeah, 55 acres around Roswell Area Park Pond. If there's a redevelopment, Crabapple Middle, if we do work at Crabapple Middle School, say we put in pickleball courts, which is a lot of impervious, we can take that stormwater need and we can buy credits in that pond. And then those dollars that we get, we can then use, we've created an account for that then, right? Where we can use those dollars to A, maintain those facilities, and B, build more of them. And so that's that regional look of trying to centralize some of this to take the burden off an individual property owner that's confined by just the size of their property. And to your point, our properties are so expensive that it's tough to take all that square footage and dedicate it to detention.
I want to stress that I want to make sure that's really, really clear to all of us. And that is, that makes the capital stack for redevelopment possible. It's that kind of thinking and that kind of, quite frankly, we're leveraging an infrastructure. We have parks and we have ponds. In some places, we have parks that have places for ponds because what's going on at Mimosa is in a natural creek bed that is fed by this geo slope that you're discussing, this regional area. Using that correctly allows for economic development because that particular example I keep giving, the cost of the land itself where it is, and then on top of that, it makes the capital stack almost unsustainable. So that's what we're doing here with this enterprise fund. I want to mention one other thing. This is a constant HOA problem. I think it's the first knocking on doors. This is one of the things that somebody hit me with front and center is that developers often, when stormwater was first done, they would build an insufficient or poorly maintained or difficult to maintain stormwater retention. And after the developer's gone, the HOA stuck with that. So this monitor is a quality of life issue for all of our neighborhoods. That's the ability to make sure that these are done well and kept up, just good governance and good for the residents' quality of life.
Yeah. So you're touching on another piece that you all put into our budget was having someone who's doing that detailed inspection on construction, not just on public construction, so things that are going to be dedicated to us, but also the private pieces. So we now have folks that can go and have eyes on all of that in a skilled way to protect the ultimate homeowners in that effect to make sure they're being built properly. Mm-hmm. So Don, I had a request to do a bond project quick overview. Should we just keep rolling, or does everyone want to grab their sandwich, sit back down, and we'll give you a 10-minute bond look? How do you want to do this? What time is it? It's 12:01.
How long is the bond overview? I would just say jump right into it.
It's
Yeah.
about 10 minutes, I think. Okay, I'm going to ask Brian Watson to come up and join me. And what we're going to do is we're going to take you through the Project Management Steering Committee. So every month we all get together, the OLT together with the project management team, and do a project management review so that we know where we are every month. And so we're going to just take you through September's, and we're happy to answer any questions. There it is. All right. I'm going to go ahead and let Brian jump on mic and have him walk you through these real quick. Actually, I'll just talk one more minute. What you're seeing is each project is listed here on the left. And then there are three elements. You hear me talk about it all the time: scope, schedule, budget. Scope is what are we building? Schedule is obviously our next critical milestone, whether we're in construction or design, and then our budget. So we're monitoring those every 30 days, and the greens, the yellows, and the reds mean exactly what you think. Green means all good. We probably don't need to talk. Yellow means something might be coming. We better check in on this. And red means we probably have a problem. And really the problems come from the risks. So we're monitoring the risks to these projects, whether it's the risk that we're not going to be able to build what we want, that it's going to cost us too much, or that we're going to be late, all along. And so we're having these conversations every 30 days at the OLT level. Brian and I meet with his team every week. So we're keeping pretty close tabs on all of these projects, but I just thought you would benefit from seeing what does that 30-day look like, and then obviously we can answer any questions that you have. Mr. Watts. Well, I thought you could kind of go down through the projects and talk about threads.
So,
I let you the hard part.
yeah. So red doesn't necessarily mean bad, by the way. Red could also mean that we want to bring to the attention of senior leadership some of the things that when Sharon brings up risk, some of the things that we want to make sure that senior leadership is aware of. So as we go down, usually during our our monthly meetings with senior leadership, we'll start with those projects that have the red squares in them. So for example, in this one, we've got two that we have identified, the 911 call center, as well as traffic preemption. And the red boxes are actually in the schedule. And the reason that we're bringing those as red is because right now we have very tight timelines, and we're just letting senior leadership know that we're on a very aggressive track on both of those projects to get them completed by the time that we said that we'd get them completed by. So again, not necessarily bad. We have had projects in the past where it might be a red box, and the red box might mean senior leadership, we need help. We've got to get a resolution. We've got to get an approval on something. And so we'll bring that, and Don brought that up earlier in terms of the communication. And it's another way that from the CIP team that we can communicate the most effectively that we can through Sharon and monthly through the senior leadership. So as we go down, those are the two projects that for this month that we would call, are in the red category. Most of the others that are in yellow, when we look at the budget, is because right now we're still tracking to be on budget, but there are certain things that depending on a decision that's made, we might get really close. We might have to come back and say, hey, we might be a little bit over budget. But right now, yellow is we're tracking it. Everything is still on pace to being within budget. If it's schedule, right now, if it's schedule and it's yellow, essentially those are the things like, okay, there are potential risks that we are identifying that may allow or that may cause a project to actually be behind schedule. An example of this one would be, I'm going to go Fire Station 27. One of the things that we're looking at right now is generators. Generators are I don't know what it is on the marketplace, but generators are taking an awful long time to actually procure and get in-house. When we started the design of Fire Station 27, a generator was about 55 weeks out, so just over a year, and we're now at about 40 weeks to about 30 weeks. So depending on the type of generator that we get, that causes a potential delay in a fire station build. So and then if it's green, like Sharon said, things are moving along, tracking nicely. So we really don't have any issues with that. Behind every one of these projects, and if you can bring up the PowerPoint, we have a PowerPoint that goes into detail into every single project related to basically scope, schedule, budget that Sharon mentioned. So the first summary or the first slide in the PowerPoint is kind of a high-level overview. You see the same green, yellow, red boxes. This is East Roswell Park. We just did the ribbon cutting on the 9th, I believe. So this project, we have a couple minor elements that need to be completed, but here's a project that's in good shape. We'll identify any key achievements that we had from the last period, any key decisions that are made. This one's kind of clean. One of the reasons I showed it, because this is an example of how we also close out projects. If you go to the next slide, we also bring up all our financials. So not only do we say what did we have budgeted, but where are we in our actuals? How is the spending plan per quarter? So, we've talked about the MBRs, the monthly business reviews. Those are for the different departments, but this is actually our MBR for the bond projects. And then if you go to the next slide, this is where we highlight risks and how we are addressing risks. So if you look at here in September, and by the way, the risks change per month. So when we're at the beginning of the project versus the end of the project, the types of risks that we're dealing with are going to vary throughout the project. So these are very active. These are not static things. So like an example is we had a risk early on that residents would be concerned for the time of the dog park closure. And it seems like, well, why is that a risk? Because our Rec and Parks friends get lots of calls. When's the dog park coming? When's the dog park coming? And so when we put a schedule out there and we tell the public, this is when we're going to have the dog park ready, it becomes a risk when we've got all the residents saying, hey, we want this project done. Well, as of 9/9, which is when we were able to do the ribbon cutting, risk has been achieved, we're completed. And so that's one of the ways that we just kind of address these things as we go throughout the project. And so with that, I'll take any questions on the bond projects. Sorry, with feedback.
Here we go. I didn't know you all were going to go through this, but this is really good. How many projects in total do we have at any given time? Like right now, for instance,
I think we have 17 bond projects right now.
right?
And then 60 total if you include transportation projects, projects through the enterprise funds.
Right.
It's about 60.
So this scorecard, when we review it, that's just the CIP,
Yes, sir.
right? There is another list of transportation projects and.
That's correct.
And when I made the comments earlier in my opening remarks about improving project management discipline, I just clarify some of that. We clearly have the competency around project management. These are professional project managers. But the observation, I think, whenever last year when I entered in was, okay, on the scale that we're dealing with, 50, 60 projects, how do you get project management to a whole different scalability? Because this is intense. I mean, he's going through one, you can kind of see the rigor here. You multiply that times 50. And that really kind of gives then a different perspective to the impact that this can have to an organization. And when I said before, if we do not have like sound project management discipline around this, it can cripple an organization because this is where you spend all your time. And so we, to Sharon and Brian's credit and the team's credit, this project management approach here, you've scaled up for the broader ability to handle a large number of projects this year. And then it allows us to kind of review it at a leadership level. You have underneath this Gantt chart type views of all of these types of projects that you're kind of working through. Can you talk then? So that gives a little bit of size and scope and just the complexity that we're dealing with. Can you talk through a little bit about how, as you're working through this, does it make it into the communications department and then turn into communications that someone would see in social media, press release, and?
Yeah, there's so much of project management. When we were told that we had, roughly 10 minutes, it's hard to compress that. So it's one of the things that we left out, and I apologize because now you're asking for it. So we actually, to back up, every week, and Sharon mentioned it, every week my team meets with Sharon and updates her on every project within CIP. And it's, again, scope, schedule, budget, but it's a lot of detail, okay? A lot of detail into the stuff that is not necessarily exciting for non-project managers, stuff that we love, but stuff that we want to make sure that we're not missing anything. Every week we also meet, our CIP team also meets with the communications team, and we basically give them an update. Here's the status of projects, and specifically, if the project is in design, some of the kind of where we are in design, when it's coming to mayor and council, so that communications can be ready. And this is months in advance. Hey, we're projecting this project to come to this committee, this date, and so they're able to start preparing their plan, months in advance. We also talk about when we're in construction. So, for example, Roswell Park Pond, we've been talking to communications for months. Hey, these are the dates that we're going to start doing stuff. And so that they can be prepared whether or not to put communications out to the residents, to write up something to kind of give a progress update so that they have that information. Every week we are meeting with communications so that they have, and they can ask us questions as well. So if we're telling them, here's where we have it, they might ask little questions to help them, whether they're writing communications that are going out or just knowledge, just to make sure that the communications team is aware of what's going on. So every week we are doing that to try and improve communications to not only internally, but also to the residents.
Perfect. And then I think, then just completely close the loop. Obviously, on a weekly basis, we're reviewing the legislative calendar. So as these are working their way up to a decision point, then we are populating that 30, 60, 90 days out so that we're creating visibility for ourselves, but also the electeds. We're trying to get ahead of it that way. I think it's just a little bit of insight as to the volume of what we're dealing with. And these things change. Brian made a great point. It's very dynamic. You know, priorities can change. The pond, Roswell Park is a perfect example. You know, those things just happen. So I think the other point I'd like just to, quickly point out is when you talk about consuming an organization, if we have so much focus on project management, who's watching the ball on service delivery, right? And I think just kudos to this team because you're doing both. You know, you actually are delivering services while you're also managing the infrastructure, while you're also driving these projects. And you're wearing a lot of different hats in the process. So just that's a little bit of just, as I've come into the organization, I've seen, okay, there's a lot of bandwidth required in this area from a leadership standpoint. So thank you, guys.
We have a great team behind us. It's not just Sharon and myself, but thank you very much.
Yeah.
Certainly pertaining to, this is Lee Hills, certainly pertaining to budget, but just some other nuts and bolts. You mentioned 50 to 60 projects going on now. And Sharon, you've been here you've just hit your 9-year. Brian, how long have you been with the city?
4.5.
Okay, so
Exactly.
you might not have exactly the number, but can you reflect back to, let's say 6 and 7 years ago on an annual basis? What are we looking at in roughly, I don't need an exact number of projects going on?
Probably half.
About half. So
Yeah, I
well,
mean,
I'll just give you 30.
bond,
Yeah,
the bond, Lee, the bond, game changer. Game
absolutely.
changer to have those dollars in those defined projects. And frankly, you know, we're trying to get them done within 5 years. It's been not a marathon. It's like a sprint. It's like the longest sprint I've ever been on.
Right.
Yeah. And so it's been such a exciting time for us. You guys know me well enough. I love building things. So to get to do this has been just so exciting. Stressful, more gray hairs, fewer hairs. But yeah, just totally different and so exciting.
Right. Well, and I just wanted to add on top of that, it shows that you can't just put a bunch of projects on the table and not have the internal administrative infrastructure. We're talking about physical infrastructure throughout the city, in the dirt, in the air, around the buildings, cutting the grass, all of it. But we have to have that internally. And I know that for the last 4 years, this administration has been criticized for hiring people and salaries and bumping folks pay up, and you don't get to go from Barney Fife to, excellence without investing in our people, our human resources. And that's you all, that's everybody in this room, but it's a huge thing to be acknowledged. And then behind that, you have to have the proofs, the receipts that you're showing right here. You can't just come in and be awesome, Brian, awesome, Sharon, and do all this without having a paper trail, proofs, checkpoints, all of those pieces. Some of it's probably really boring to folks that'll watch this later, but it is crucial to the success, not just of this administration, but the success of this city. And that's what our residents, I've been here 23 years, that's what we've been asking for. And I think it's remarkable that, as Don mentioned a little while ago, he's right at a 1-year mark. And I was beating my head against my desk. When are we going to see results? You know, when are we? And I mean, it came out of my mouth about November last year, and everything that we've been piling in, yes, demanding and asking, and you all keep delivering, and it was baby steps. It hasn't even been as visible, I think, to our residents. It's starting to, because dirt's turning, as you mentioned, the cones are out. There's excitement. I don't remember. Well, I do. I took my kids when they were in elementary school to a ribbon cutting at the recycling center, and I'm just a regular mom, at that point. I didn't know I'd be sitting in this role, but I don't remember that many ribbon cuttings for things that my family would actually use. Now, there are things that are around that certainly residents would use and visitors would use. But my point being, we're in a huge revolution in the city of Roswell, and all of these things that you're talking about today are so crucial to the success of us pulling each one of these items, these projects off. And each little project or item has so many tentacles. So thank you. It wasn't just a thank you, but just an acknowledgement of all the moving pieces and some that don't move fast enough on the inside to finally get to completion and fruition. So thank you very much. The hard work is acknowledged and we can't wait to see more.
Yeah, this is Alan again. Who'd have thought? So, you know, when we hear, when we talk about we're relying on staff for the execution of these projects, it's this level of thoroughness that we see that gives us the confidence that the city's best interest has been monitored and is the foremost thought in everybody's mind that's doing the projects. It's because of this. And so when people say, well, you just need to stop this project, you know, to rethink the whole project, it's been well thought out. And the implications of stopping a project, the domino effect on the other the other 59 projects that are in process makes that untenable. Am I right about that? Are these all, you have a certain amount of staff and they're all working at a high level? What does that mean when somebody says, hey, just stop this project and talk about it for the next 6 months?
You are absolutely right. You are absolutely right. We were talking about trying to think through the city and where our construction impacts are and how they're going to interrelate. Like the Riverside conversation is so important. The Riverside Road project is a significant one, and how it impacts our parks that butt right up against that project. We have worked very, very hard on the timing and how those grades are going to meet up and how those projects are going to be complementary to each other. And we start to get those out of phase. It starts to create, truthfully, it creates serious dollar impacts, and it creates potential problems with permitting. And so we are working, yeah, we've been working very carefully to converge on this. And so you're right, when something happens, it's like, no, you have to stop, don't, you know, you need to go rethink this. It can really bring everything to a crushing halt. And truthfully, and we've talked about this a lot, escalation is real. Every day we don't get our projects out to bid, it's costing us more. And so we are driving the best as we can to get those out to bid as timely as possible to preserve those dollars. Because when we don't, we've got to look at the whole list and say, okay, we can't do this project, or we can't do this project, the one at the bottom, if you will, the least prioritized, the way we wanted to do it. And that's hard news to deliver to you, and even harder to deliver to the residents. And so you're absolutely right. We are working very, very hard to make sure we're getting the right inputs at the right time so that we can deliver it just right. And it's tricky.
Just to add one thing to that, since I started at the city, construction costs and design costs have gone up 50%. So making quick and effective decisions is important for us so that we can get our designs done quickly, get our contractors on board, because it saves a lot of money. So kind of going back to that the last summary slide, when I mentioned like sometimes we'll have red boxes on decisions, like I think the senior leadership could say, I've been at meetings where I'm like, I need a decision now. I'm sorry, but I need it now because this is the impacts. And usually the impacts, most of it is cost related. So, you know, we're doing the best that we can with the dollars that have been, especially with the bonds, voter approved bonds. We're trying to make those go as far as we possibly can.
All right, I think it's lunchtime. Oh wait, Joe's going to tell us it's lunchtime. Thanks, everybody.
All right, at this time, we're going to invite council to get some food and sit back down so we can invite Senior Vice President Leatherman up and he can begin his presentation. So we'll begin whenever you have a chance to get some food and sit back down. Sure, absolutely.
based on what the market is doing and what our analysis tells us. The operating plan for 2026 and the projects that we're focused on, I don't think is a big surprise, but stadium-oriented development continues to be a high focus. The West Gateway, this is formerly the West Alley project that we've renamed the West Gateway Hotel and Mixed Use Development. PBS Aerospace Headquarters, which I'll talk about again in a minute. Our city center mixed use development, and then focusing on our tech village around the Mansell Overlook properties. Those are our main priorities for 2026. We continue to be staffed with a staff member, a full-time staff member as our director, Mr. Conley. No changes that we're recommending there. I will say a tremendous lift has been started to transfer into Daryl's plate. He's helping significantly with the work that we're doing around the RDA and the DDA, administrative support for the Roswell Development Finance Program to get us through the application process, and then policy monitoring for the tax allocation district. We are anticipating full policy approval, probably the first part of 2026 as we continue our negotiations with Fulton County and Fulton County schools, finalizing those policies and then working through the implementation of those in 26, and then ongoing project tracking, and then managing our preferred development program. PBS was our first preferred developer that came through the funnel, if you will, in the system. We got very high remarks and very high praises from PBS and how we facilitated that project, and I'll talk about that with our community development presentation. We are excited for economic development, obviously. We are focused on building trust. Our commitment drives the work that expands Roswell's commercial tax base, and that's really the focus of our economic development team. How do we optimize that really small percentage of our community, about 18% of the land mass that is focused on the commercial tax base? How are we reinventing that and optimizing it moving forward? The department will coordinate with the community development as we talked about the UDC, and we're aligning policy, forecasting, and investment tools in 2026 to truly optimize the work that we've put forward in the last 3 years. I'm very excited, obviously, about the work we're doing around economic development with our partners with SEER, and how they augment our staff has been truly transformational in the speed in which we're able to move from an economic development perspective. My next slides transition into community development, but I'll stop there for any additional questions or commentary around our economic development. And again, we'll go into more detail in our quarterly report at the end of the month. That's the 28th. This is your turn, Councilmember Sells. I'm looking at you in that corner. I think it's sitting on that chair there. Yep.
I want to just highlight a couple of things. You talked about the funnel and the way we are evaluating projects. And in particular, as opportunities come to us, whether they come from, let's say, the landowner's side or from the developer side, beginning with that whole process of analysis, I just want to speak a little bit about that. And then I'd like you to also tie that to the SOW process for the staff augmentation to poncho these projects, which is basically what SEER contract is. It is not $2 million a year. It is up to $2 million a year. And each of those is tied to a project, and the cost of that SOW is included in our analysis when we look at the project. Of course, if the project goes by the boards, that's a sunk cost, but that's called a pursuit cost in business. And that's what we're talking about. So would you talk a little bit about that?
Sure. So, you start as we look at the analysis of any project that's coming through, and I'll go back to, what I'm really excited about our growth plan is the 3-year business plan. That's actually going to start to help shape the analysis, because the first thing that we're going to do is look at a project and understand, is it consistent with our growth plan? Do the policies align for the project in our growth plan? Does it meet our target objective for a given area? And we've talked about the nodes in our community: downtown, midtown, uptown, and the east side. And so as we look at projects, first and foremost is this the type of project that we're pursuing as an economic development of the team? That's the first thing that you've got to understand getting out of the gate. Once the answer is yes to that it fits within our policy framework, then we start to look at the financial components of those projects. We start to understand, where do we start? What's the basis of the evaluation? What kind of tax revenue? What kind of opportunities? What type of jobs does that current property create in our city? And then we're going to be forecasting the growth of all of those elements. So the growth of tax revenue is important, but also the growth of value in jobs. What kind of jobs is it bringing? We'll use PBS as a great example. The recruitment of PBS in our community not only created the opportunity to place a headquarters in aerospace here in the city of Roswell, but it also created somewhere between 130 and 150 jobs, good paying jobs here in our community that starts to help spur not only community livability, but also improves the residential tax base of our site because they're going to hopefully be buying homes. They'll be in our spaces. They'll be using our parks, be using our facilities. And so that project alone is working on two fronts. It's creating the opportunity for people investing personally because we're bringing new jobs into our community. But it also is creating the opportunity for a future headquarters. And so we see the tax bases start to increase here in the city of Roswell. That's part of our funnel and evaluation process. We do all of that work essentially on paper first and then evaluate it against our criteria and our scorecard. Is it creating added value? Is it aligned with our goals and objectives for the city? And then that kicks out at the end. And then we start to understand, okay, if the answer is yes to all of those questions, is there anything that we need to do on our side to essentially hook that project here in the community? Sometimes that is some sort of developer credit program. That could be an incentive program. That could be stormwater investment. That could be our Roswell Development Finance Program for hotels in our community as an incentive that we hook that developer or that project into our community and then have them for the long term. And so all of that comes through the funnel process, through the evaluation process. And the scopes of work tie directly to each phase of those processes. So when we start early on in the process, the SEER team helps us with the initial evaluation, the initial assessment. They also help us with the capital stack. Is this developer, is this project actually serious? Do they have a commitment from a bank? Do they have financing? Are they bringing personal financing into this mix that helps them to propel this project forward? And what level of confidence do we have in that capital financing? That is part of their work in each of their contracts and each of their scopes. We also have the ability to refine the scopes to the specific stage of the project in which we're at. So we are not leaving our scopes of work open-ended from start to finish, meaning at the very initial stage all the way to closure of a development agreement. We're starting just with the analysis. And if we get past the analysis phase, then we'll have a second scope of work that gets us into the letter of intent or potentially into a development agreement phase. And then if we get past that phase, then we get into the next part of the phase, which is going to be closing that project and moving it into the development team, which then gets passed over to Michelle's team on the community development side. So each of those phases, you will see scopes of work that include project management, that include financial evaluation, and that also include the due diligence process that are necessary.
Thank you, Jeff. That's good. I appreciate that. Unfortunately, a couple of our resident guests who have a keen interest in this had to leave, so I want to make sure we get this on the record for them. And that is that, you know, common sense, uncommon governance, and that is what you just described is a process that has never been here. And so whereas an opportunity shows up at the ComDev window seeking a variance because the developer has already made a deal with the property owner,
right,
we're now inserting that funnel into that process and talking to all of those people and trying to make sure that the right people get involved. This is what I did for a living. I didn't take this to my board of directors when I first met the project. I took it after I had done, or my group had done, the hard work of seeing whether this project had legs, whether it was something that was viable, and then moved through that process, and then it came forward to the board of directors or to senior leadership or to the residents. And that's exactly what you're doing. This is not an absence of transparency. It is good stewardship of everyone's time to evaluate these projects thoroughly, go through a process of vetting, make sure they fit what we're after, and then bringing something that has gone through that process. Here are some alternatives that we looked at, and then going from there. So talk just a little bit about that.
And I think I'll add to that as well. I think it's important to recognize that as a city, we are in a competitive marketplace. We are in Metro Atlanta. And so that competitive marketplace isn't isolated to us working in a vacuum. There are other cities that are pursuing some of the same sectors that we are pursuing. And so the due diligence that we can do on our end that gives a higher level of confidence to a developer that's coming into the community is also going to make us more attractive. And that is part of our strategy and part of our ability to be competitive in this marketplace. You know, we know that Georgia 400 is coming through. The managed lane projects will be coming through. That's got a great opportunity for us to help support redevelopment, but it also has a risk associated with that. And that risk is it's quicker and easier to move past the city of Roswell and get up north, which we don't want in certain cases because we want that development here in our community. Um, and so all of that due diligence process and giving certainty to the marketplace that a project is aligned with our strategy and is aligned with what we're trying to see in our community allows people to move forward. And this is money, and this is sometimes time, as you referenced, to be able to move forward for a project with a higher level of certainty earlier in the process. And that's really important, not only to us, because we don't want to be wasting taxpayers' time and resources on projects that don't fit within our vision. At the same time, the development community also doesn't want to waste their time and resources on projects that don't fit within our vision. And so we can meet in the middle and understand that early on in the process and then move them through. And that's why the growth and comp plan is very important, because it starts to define what our policy framework is around. It also will be really important as we start to amend the UDC, which we'll talk about in the next couple of slides, and that undertaking over the next couple of years. All of that needs to be lined up together with our strategy, and all of that is coming essentially to the focal point here in 2026. Yep. Other questions around economic development? All right. Catch up on my paper here. Go fast. Okay, there we are. Community development, fantastic work, and we're going to talk about the achievements. It's really exciting to continue to work with Michelle's team. And Michelle also wanted everybody to know that she is currently fully staffed as well. We've got the arborist that is coming next week. Am I remembering that? The 13th. So very exciting in the work that we're doing in community development. You're going to hear us talk quite a bit between community development and resident and business services on the complete overhaul of customer service in our community. And I'm just going to take a couple of extra minutes because I want to sing the praises of just about everybody in this room from a department perspective as I'm looking at fire and police and finance and stormwater and water and transportation. There's just about, I don't think there's any department that hasn't been involved in truly the digital transformation of our permit system. How we are going to be interacting with residents and the permit submittal process that is going to transform in the next couple of weeks with the launch of our EP&L system is truly going to be transformational. We have, if you look at our community development website right now, there's probably somewhere in the neighborhood of 70 to 80 PDF applications for some sort of permit that you need to apply for. If you want a deck permit, that's a separate application, then a water heater permit, which is a separate application, then something as large as Hill Street for a land development disturbance permit. All of that has been, over the course of the last year, completely transformed into the digital environment. That means all of the workflows have been transformed. That means all of the inspection processes have been transformed. That means every stone has been turned over to understand what process do we need to put, what workflow do we need to put into place in order to make us more nimble and faster to be able to submit something to the city of Roswell, to be able to process those applications through our permitting process and inspection process, and turn people's projects around faster. It will also give us insight into what the contractor sees versus what the owner sees. So owners will have insight into where their contract or where their permits are, whether it be a residential permit or a commercial permit. It will also give us the ability to see insights of where are we fast in the process? Where are we slow in the process? Where do we need to improve the overall delivery of services? And that insight will be on a regular basis and in real time with the work that the team has done. That will be launching the week of the 13th, and we will be going live. There will be a significant amount of education that will need to take place in our community. Our communications team is lined up for that. And helping to support this process moving forward. So we are very excited about the work that has been done. It's been a tremendous behind the scenes lift by everybody, and I don't want that to go unnoticed. Michelle just put a note in here, and I think this is from a division of labor perspective. In order to get this up and running, it's basically taken 2 full-time staff member worth of hours over the course of the last year to get all of this mapped out and done. So a significant lift. But what we're going to save on the back end, both for our residents and our businesses and our team with the insights, is significant, and it's going to be worth the wait. but it's also going to be worth the lift from the reporting and the analytics that we're going to get from it. So thank you all, by extension, your teams, for getting that done. It's been significant. We've also launched the comprehensive growth plan, linking our economic development and financial infrastructure reporting. Successful rebuild of the building and planning and engineering departments. We now have our city engineer on staff, which is very exciting. Recognition by PBS for excellent service under our new preferred developer program. Thank you. This is not my skill set of going back and forth. Give me that heads up, Don. The building department moved from frequently delayed permitting to 100% meeting or exceeding our anticipated service delivery metric. That is significant, giving confidence to our marketplace that we can support them moving forward. So I appreciate Michelle's team. And then leading the unity of building efforts across all plan reviewers. So as people in this room know, plan review is just not community development. It's just not planning and zoning. It involves really everybody from police to fire to transportation to recreation and parks, depending on where a project is. Start to finish, there are a lot of hands in our plan review process, and Michelle's team is leading the coordinated effort to align all of those plan reviewers together, understand what our service delivery looks like, and then delivering on that service. As we think about the top 10 priorities or the top priorities for 2026, we are improving and protecting the quality of life in the city of Roswell. We started our quality of life program and our quality of life initiative about 4 or 5 months ago. It's been a fantastic working group, again, cross-functional, police, fire, and recreation and parks has been involved, finance has been involved, and how are we looking at the quality of life in our community and what initiatives do we need to focus on? This includes our corridor maintenance. Sharon talked about maintaining the landscaping corridors. ComDev is focused on, okay, what is the built environment? Does it meet our standard? What codes need to be changed? So the council will see coming up in December and January, a whole group of code changes in our nuisance ordinances that will start the process of rewriting our UDC. What other tools do we need in order to reflect the standards that we expect businesses to meet in our corridors throughout the city? And so they've been preparing for that. They've been analyzing it. We're working across with police, fire, and others to write those codes, to rewrite those codes, and get them prepared for December and January. There's one important thing I want to make sure that we cover, which is the third bullet point. And this is a new initiative that we have developed over the course of the last year, and it is an outcome of our quality of life working group, is how are we supporting the apartment safety and livability across the city of Roswell? As we talk about aging housing stock, we talk about aging commercial stock, our apartments are no different. We have apartments that are aged in 20, 30, 40, in some cases 50 years. And in some cases, we have aging infrastructure in those apartment complexes that are dramatically impacting the quality of life of those residents. We have about 9,407 exactly apartment units in the city of Roswell. And many of you would remember some significant impacts that we had to water lines over the course of the last year, where we had water lines completely failing in apartment complexes. We've had other issues where we've had changes in management, where we've had dumpsters overflowing in our community because of the way that an apartment is either being operated or being managed. We, right now, today, have about a 6-person team that inspects apartments on a 3-year rotating cycle. We do not charge for those inspections. That is something that the city offers. We did some evaluation on what would the cost of service be. What is the cost of service to provide to those apartment complexes? And it's roughly about $111 per unit. I put Michelle's team to the test and said, look, we need to have a better model that we can inspect these apartments on an annualized basis, that we can be in with our management partners that are managing all those apartment units on an annual basis to ensure that they're keeping the standard of living to the standards that the city of Roswell has. She came back to me with her team, and with some cross training of multiple staff members, we can add essentially a 3-person team to the city of Roswell's community development department. It would be 2 code enforcement inspectors and 1 administrative support that will handle all of the paperwork. We can take the cost of providing that service from about $111 down to $36 per unit and implement an annual inspection process of every single apartment complex in the city of Roswell. That will also then be followed by an interior apartment inspection every 2 years. So essentially every 2 years, every single interior of the apartment complexes will also be inspected by a third party. Right now, that's on a 3-year cycle. So we will elevate that to a 2-year cycle so that we see, and somebody that represents the city of Roswell will see the interior of those apartments. That is anticipated to be through a third-party contract that the apartment complexes will pay in order to comply with code. But we are recommending as part of this to include a $36 per unit fee that would cover the cost of that team, and implement an annual inspection process throughout the city of Roswell for all of our apartments. So that is included in your budget recommendations, and we can provide more detail if you need it. Again, some new priorities is completing the comprehensive growth plan, revising and aligning all codes with the with UDC update. That is a very short sentence to represent a whole lot of work. The UDC update is going to be significant. We are recommending bringing and embedding essentially staff augmentation into community development to move forward our community development priorities with the UDC update. That includes planning staff, that would include architecture staff to draw the UDC updates that we need to actually have in the code, and then also legal support, because David's team is hopefully significantly busy with other economic development projects, and we will have some legal augmentation that will help us to rewrite the code and embed them in the culture of our community. And I think that's really important, is to rewrite our code, you need to understand what we need from a day-to-day basis. You need to get to know our planning commission, our other boards and commissions, and this team will do just that. They will be embedded essentially as staff members here with the city of Roswell moving forward. And that is our recommendation to tackle. We will start with some of the, I would say, the quick wins in December and January, as I talked about the nuisance codes. Those will be the things that will come first. And then will we really get into some of the other code rewrites in the commercial areas as soon as the comprehensive plan finishes up right in the first quarter of 2026. And then the continued work around streamlining all of the permitting processes and in improving effectiveness with the boards and commissions. So a lot of goals for 2026 and very excited about the progress there. As we look through to revenues, building inspection fees, you can see that we are have forecasted about $1.8 million or $2.2 million worth of fees. You see that we started out with a projection of $2.7 million. What we're refining is how do we deal with one-time projects, and how does that impact the way that we're forecasting projects moving forward? Likely what you see, Southern Post was a big bump in fees. We took that as part of our average for 2025. We're not going to realize all of those fees, so we are adjusting our budget now to make sure that we accommodate the shortfall in fees and make sure that we have a balanced budget. We are anticipating roughly about $2 million in fees. That includes grading permits and building permits, and then we also have the apartment livability fee recommendation to get us to 2.5. I will say a little bit about our forecasting, and I have that on the next slide. What we're working through right now is we are not forecasting Hill Street or even the Chambray Hotel or Founders Hall as part of our fee structure right now. We want a little bit higher confidence as they're coming through the process to understand the timing. And that's part of our forecasting model that we're working on building out so that we understand when those fees are actually going to hit the budget. And so we have not forecasted that revenue at this point in time. It is not built into the budget. We'll rework the forecasting. And if we realize those fees here in 2026, it just goes to the top of the line, helps us balance the budget. And then as we come into 27, we'll have a better model that we're forecasting fees and revenues. The real trick with Hill Street in particular is going to be how are the building fees coming online with multiple buildings. And we just haven't dialed that in yet from a forecasting perspective. Expenses are relatively flat for the department. I'm ahead of myself right there. Relatively flat for the department. We are having a couple of ads. This also includes the 3 additional positions that I described earlier for the apartment livability program. You'll see some of the cost pressures and some of the cost relief. And I do want to give IT Fleet, our risk management group, again, just a significant applause for the work that they've done on their budgets. That's created some relief and created some room in our budget for community development to add some contract services. This really goes to abatement. So as we're dealing with abatement of properties or abatement of homes, that's the $21,000. And then focusing on education and training. This goes along with our apartment livability initiative. And then also working with our boards and commissions. How are we preparing our boards and commissions for the heavy lift of the UDC update? Because they are going to be involved in that. They're going to need to understand their role and responsibility in that work over the course of the next year. And we also want to create the opportunity to inform and educate them on how their role fits within the state structure, as well as what's going to change with either the code changes or potentially with UDC updates. So that is also included in the budget. We talked about the overhaul and rewrite of the UDC, and that is included in the capital budget of $402,000. Again, the 3 additional positions, 34 to 37, won't go into more detail there. And then we've done some realignment with the engineering and building, reporting directly to the deputy directors. We're aligning all of our plan review, all of the service delivery under one place so that we have clear lines of responsibility for service delivery in our community and managing those metrics. I'm going to stop there for any questions on community development. Okay. Alan said he wasn't going to ask a question on that one. He'll probably ask a question on the next one. Resident and business services. Lori Ford's back over here. Give a wave, Lori. For those that haven't got a chance to meet Lori, you're going to be seeing more of her. This has been a significant change in the way that the city is doing business and will be doing business into the future. What we thought we knew was that we had probably somewhere, this goes back about 18 months ago, our analysis showed somewhere around maybe 3,000 to 4,000 phone calls coming into the city that were non-emergency related in our community. Well, we now know that that's closer to about 6,000. And the reason that we know that is that as we've moved through the startup of our resident and business services team, Lori has brought on a new piece of software, and you'll see some screenshots of the dashboard. We have transitioned now the frontline staff of solid waste, transportation, recreation and parks. We will shortly bring financial services. This is our the cashiering services, as well as our business registration team. They will all be combined into one area. Our water team has been transferred over, and we are now tracking all of the phone calls, all of the hyperweb, all of the service delivery that is coming into the community. And on the 27th of October, we will now consolidate all of the front counters down into one location. That will be our new resident and business service center that will open up on the 27th. And that will truly finish this consolidation work that has been happening behind the scenes over the last 12 months. Very exciting work. And we're not finished yet. Just because we move into one place, we have a lot more work to do. We're working with Damien and his team on consolidating our phone numbers down to the 311 system. We're negotiating, I say we very loosely. He is negotiating with the carriers, trying to get that dialed in, because each carrier has to be negotiated with independently. And once you have all of the carrier commitments, then you can transfer over to a 311 system. What that means is you can, instead of dialing a specific phone number, if you are physically in the city of Roswell and you dial 311 on your phone, it will connect into Lori's team during business hours and makes communication very, very simple across our organization and across the city of Roswell. And so you will have 911 on Chief's side for both Chief Cabell and Chief Troche and Chief Conroy, and Lori's team will have the 311 number from a communications perspective. So very exciting. As I mentioned earlier, Lori's team is the front-facing side of our EP&L system, which is our community development intake process, and that all launches on the 13th. So we are launching that on the 13th. Right behind that, we consolidate physically into our new space on the 27th, and then business registration and business licensing, the first launch of that will be in the 2026 year, and we will start the education process with Georgette and her team and the billing side here in November and December. So all very exciting work that has been happening over the course of the last 12 months. These are just some samples of the dashboards that we now have insight into. We look at these every month. Lori brings in part of her report, understanding where we are from a volume perspective, from a speed of answer perspective, but more importantly, we've started to transition this work over into a service delivery model. So each department now is getting their statistics of how are we delivering services to each department so that they can understand, look, you gave up something, you gave up people, you gave up a little bit of control, and we need to deliver that back. We need to earn that trust back internally with our community, which is our directors sitting on the side over here. And so we've started that process now. And we will continue to work with all of the departments to make sure that they're getting a better service than what they experienced when those resources were in-house. And that's a tall order, and Lori's got her work cut out for her, but we're really excited to continue to deliver that service and the work that they're doing. Key goals, and I'll go down to the key initiatives, continuing to build trust in our community through one-stop customer service. And if you remember, really, it's almost been 2 years now. That was the vision that was cast, is how do we consolidate, was about 4 or 5 front counters around City Hall. How do we stop people from wandering around trying to figure out where they need service? The first little step of that was moving Shay right out into the middle of everybody so that she could see people coming and going. She's a fantastic front-facing staff member for us. And then we're going to be doing the same downstairs and really funneling people from the parking lot right into our front door so they can provide services. Court services will still be located up on the second story. That will be and remain separate. And then reduce inefficiency by combining our teams. The next step in this is also combining some of our financial services team that focus on resident and business, or focus on business registration. And that team will be transitioning within the business and resident services team on the 27th when we open up in our new space. That's what you see here on the financial side. So when you see the expenses, the expense growth in this department is about moving internal staff around now that we have the space that will be open and we can fit them all in the same location. We've been working kind of internally remote using technology. Now we're moving and consolidating everybody down into one location, and we're also doing the same with the budget. And so you see there, we're moving somebody in from Recreation and Park. There's a couple of staff, 6 staff members, I think, that are moving in from Financial Services. All of that is now consolidated down into one budget, and we've worked through that realignment and will continue to do so. I outlined most of those major changes. And again, just really excited to be opening up the new space. And Sharon's team has been fantastic. Brian has taken up the project management role over the last couple of weeks to finish this out, and Damien will be helping us finalize the IT. If you notice, signs have already started to go up in the parking lot, and we'll continue to communicate as we go forward. I'm going to stop there for a minute. Any questions around resident and business service? Yeah.
Thank you. We discussed just very briefly in some of my opening comments about what we're calling, I think I referenced them as like foundational system changes that allow us to go to a completely different level. And just don't let the moment pass, because you just kind of blew right through it. I mean, an online permitting system, this business and resident services pieces, those are transformational. You know, a lot of initiatives that have been discussed today, you know, and all good, none of them important. But when we talk about really changing the way we operate, accelerating service delivery, giving a different type of, actually transforming how we deliver services externally to the residents of Roswell and others, businesses, those sorts of things. The ability to collect data on the back end. We do the monthly business reviews with Lori, and I love hers the most. She's just, because you're seeing things that you wouldn't normally see with the information that her team pulls together. I just, no question here, just wanted to highlight, because again, I think we've got a little bit of the post-lunch, ate too many cookies, you know, waiting for the caffeine to kick in. These are, for lack of a better term, these are major steps. So thank you for your leadership.
Yeah, you know, and I'll just highlight just on that again, it's not just the permitting system within the community development side. It also is the business registration system that finance is working through, and the ability to really transform the renewal of business licensing from year to year will be much more simplified. It'll essentially be an online environment that you can do that once it's authorized. There is still a check and balance process that needs to be worked through, and that will continue to be a part of it. But once we're done with the check and balance process of evaluating somebody's application, then we can issue the business licensing remotely, essentially, and you can print that from your office once it's authorized. And so the ability to have that level of insight and that service delivery mindset of how are we helping to support businesses, but also how are we helping support the built environment, that if somebody's working through an application process, they're not trying to scan a number of different forms or load them onto a USB port and then transfer them into the city. They can do that through the online portal. They can create their accounts. They can create an owner's account. They can create a contractor's account and line all of that work up together. So a significant lift on the process side of this. And it is truly kind of the inside baseball side, but unless you've built a lot of houses in the community, we don't want people to need to be professionals at our process. We want our process just to be intuitive and to be working for our community. And that's really what Michelle team, Lou, Georgette's team has really been working on for the last year.
Can you talk just a little bit about with the online permitting system, how you've incorporated some community feedback, customer feedback?
Yeah, so was that last week? Yeah, last week we brought some core and I would say kind of key high impact users into the city hall. They were working on the back end and they essentially tested the community development modules for us. So they went through, tested them, gave us feedback, found a couple of things that we needed to tweak, and then we've been making those adjustments. And so really reaching out into our development community to give us their feedback on how we can optimize the system from their perspective. And so you'll see that in some of the testimonials that they provided, in some of the mayor's comments when we officially cut the ribbon. We'll do a formal thank you to them. But they truly gave, I don't even know how much time did you guys spend? It was like 3 hours of time that they gave to the city in order for to test our system and give us feedback. So they gave of their own personal time, their own. They could have been doing 100 other things, but they came in to help support us, which was fantastic. Yeah, please,
Hey, Jeff,
Councilmember Sells.
real quick, let's talk a little bit about, first of all, I guess I'd say that this mayor and council sees community development as a part of economic development. That's sort of foundational to the way we think about it. But you talked about the online services, the ability to bring information in and provide information for renewal to ease the process of compliance, to ease the process of applying and all those kinds of things. We also have as an aspiration to build that into the economic development model because that is data about movement in the city among business activities.
Yeah.
And so talk about how that's informing the fat part of the funnel. And, obviously this is, we can't be terribly transparent about this because this is people's private information, but we can use it to plot trends and to understand trends in the city. So there's no transparency question here, but there is an awful lot of information that comes through the city about these businesses that we're going to use.
Yeah, and I think just to qualify that is the way that we look at that information is aggregate information. We look at that at kind of the total sum of business categories, not individual businesses. And that's really important as we go through and really start to understand the data that's coming through. And the advantage of our monthly business review process is it really gave Michelle and Damien and the team insight into what kind of data do we need to be collecting on the front end so that we can inform the evaluation of data on the back end. And so even through the monthly business review process, they were making changes and it was driving Damien's team a little bit nuts, but they were making changes through the process so that we collected the right amount of information in the right categories to be able to aggregate, okay, what's the value of the built environment and investment in our community, both residential and commercial, right? How do we start to narrow that down into our automotive and healthcare industry so that we start to see where those trends are coming and going? And are we starting to see market trends that are exciting for us or cause us concern that we need to go and invest in a little bit differently and see if are we losing losing ground in key market areas that we would be able to see early on. Some of the challenge that we see, even our economic development analysis, is a lot of the data is aggregated over Fulton County, is aggregated over maybe the state of Georgia. And so it makes it difficult to see, I would say, micro trends within your community. And the work that Michelle and team has done by creating an online database will help us to identify what's happening just in the city of Roswell. And we can do it with ease. Right now, I would say it's very cumbersome to go and pull reports out of the system to try to decipher them, try to understand them. I asked Michelle for, hey, give me a report. And it's like, all right, well, give me a few days. Well, in some cases, we don't have days to work through this information. We need to be seeing it on a regular basis. And that's part of the framework of informing from an economic development team over to the community development team. And how do we put all those puzzle pieces together so that we have the right information, the right trend data, and the right process moving forward to make good, actionable moves within our economic development strategy. We only have so much time in the day, so we want to make sure that we're optimizing our time and our dollar spend on behalf of our community and behalf of the taxpayers, because really that is part of our stewardships of the taxpayer dollar. Yeah, Councilmember Hall.
This is Christine Holm. Yeah, I just want this group that may be newer and doesn't know, and the residents to know, when I came in 5 years ago, compared to where we are is light years difference. Because 5 years ago, when we were doing permitting, we had one department that was kind of quasi online doing permitting, and transportation was doing it by paper. They were filing paper in boxes where if you wanted to get a copy of a permit, they had to go figure out what box it was in storage and what room to pull it. This is remarkable where we are today on this process. And I just really need our residents to understand the light years of progress that has been made, not just in these, in 3 years, but in these last 12 to 24 months. I mean, incredible work by everybody. And I guess unless you look back, just
Right.
5 years ago, it was the dark ages and nobody was doing anything about it. That was so frustrating to me. So I am so glad and thank you, everybody.
Well, and I'll just add on to that, and Damien will have to remind me, did we combine 3 databases of historic information? Is that right? So essentially, if you wanted to go back, and I think this is what Councilmember Hall is referencing, either you're going back to the paper documents or there was 2 or 3 different databases, depending on what year the project might have happened. If you can remember that maybe that's when the project happened, then you would go to that database and figure out and do the research to find that project. And then if there was iterations of that project, it might be in a different database. And the work and having Damien here, a part of the team, they've been able to combine all of that information into one place so that we have the historical references, the historical documentation all in one place, so that as we dig into the history of projects, we have all of that data in a single location. Damon would also remind us that he's not done yet. We've got more work to do as it relates to data conversion, data optimization, and Joe will be talking about that as part of his presentation. But yeah, thank you for bringing that up. Other questions? All right, everybody's favorite topic. We'll talk about parking. So we are transitioning into the parking services, and just want to cover a couple of items as it relates to parking services, and really want to frame up that from a parking perspective, we really do vision the parking division department as a support to our businesses and support to economic development. This is what parking services are supposed to do. They're supposed to be optimizing what I'll say blacktop space, concrete space, so that we have a shared parking model that is optimizing our space utilization, but is also supporting businesses. And that's the mindset that we go into from an operation perspective. And we get to see the first parking deck coming out of the ground right now. Brian and his team working feverishly to hit our date of May 2026. We'll talk about parking revenue. We are forecasting parking revenue, assuming that that parking deck comes online. And then we'll also talk about our integrated growth. What does Hill Street mean as we integrate Hill Street into this parking model? So we're not just thinking kind of one dimensional, we're thinking about Hill Street coming online. How do all of our parking resources start to work together? Because before we know it, Green Street's going to be open, and right behind that, Hill Street's going to be under construction, and then Hill Street's going to be open and operational as part of our parking division. So very exciting time as we think about parking. Right now, we don't have any formal parking staff, but we do have parking staff recommended in the 26 budget. We will talk about the $2.2 million as part of the approved 2025 budget. And let's just remind ourselves where that number came from. That was assuming all of City Hall, all of Mimosa Street, Canton Street, Elizabeth Way, East Alley, the Green Street parking lot, and also the West Alley parking lot, which is the old Wells Fargo parking lot. So all those parking spaces, don't quote me exactly on the numbers, like between 800 and 1,000 parking spaces that we were going to be charging for parking services. We have changed that strategy. We are only focused right now on Canton Street, Elizabeth Way, and East Alley. And so that's where you see the parking projection of $38,000. As Bill Godshaw continues to remind us that that is not a $2.2 million problem, that is more like $1 million problem, because we have a number of services and expenses that you'll see on the next slide that also are not realized as part of this. And so we've been working through our forecasting and our projections to ensure that we would deliver a balanced budget that assumes this revenue picture that you see on the screen. In 2026, you see about $422,000 of anticipated parking revenue. This assumes, and I think I've got it on the next slide, this assumes some very, very conservative occupancy rates related to our Green Street parking deck. What you see first in the first number is 20 to 30% occupancy. That means 20 to 30% of the parking spaces are full or used for 10 hours a day. So a very, very small number. Why is that? You have people coming and going. And so you're not occupying every single space for all of our operational hours. That also does not assume any of what I'll call kind of the shoulder hours, early in the morning, 8, 9. It starts at 10 o'clock in the morning. So people that park at 8 or 9 are not included in our model right now. But if you stay past 10 o'clock, 11, 12, and we're still generating revenue on that parking space, also is not included in our model. So conservative occupancy rate. Also, it assumes our resident to non-resident ratio at 50%. 50% of our residents not paying for parking, and the non-residents are paying for parking. All of those numbers together get you to the 422, assuming that a May 2026 start date. So again, very, very conservative in our projections. The expense side, no matter how we functionally charge for parking and the decisions that we make from a policy perspective, we have to maintain the parking deck. We have to maintain the parking. And so these are our expense projections associated with our parking model. You see about $807,000 was our approved 2025 budget. Our forecast is much lower than that because we did not implement that strategy. We're coming back in this budget roughly about $799,000 of projected expenses associated with operating our parking model. And this again assumes the May 2026 date of coming online. So this includes maintenance of the grounds around the parking deck. It includes maintenance of the parking deck itself. It includes maintenance of the elevators. It includes the tech maintenance that we're going to have. It includes if somebody runs into one of our parking arms and we have to fix it. All of those things are included as part of our operating model moving forward. Yes, Councilmember Beeson.
Councilmember Sarah Beeson. To clarify, did you say up top that we did not have any staff funded for FY25, that we're funding it for 26?
They were included in 25, but we did not hire them.
Got it. And so will essentially that operating cost just roll over to the FY26 budget?
It is, yeah. So essentially is married. So we're essentially bringing that operating staff back. There's a 3-person team that is anticipated as part of this operating model.
Got it. So it's the same. It's just delayed to 26 for when we ramp up.
Correct.
Understood. Thank you.
Other questions? Again, Green Street Online. This also assumes that the Recreation and Park team, so there will essentially be an internal charge between the parking deck fund and the Recreation and Park teams to provide the landscaping services outside of the parking deck. They are there in mass already because they do Heart of Roswell. They also do the Smith Plantation, but they also do the flowers on Canton Street. And so there was some synergy there in optimizing the use of time for that team to essentially staff up with 1 full-time staff member and some part-time help to start to take on not only the Green Street area, but any landscaping improvements that happen on Green Street itself as that mobility project moves forward. This also includes essentially consolidating all of our maintenance staff for the Green Street parking lot and the West Alley parking lot, the old Wells Fargo lot, under this team. So right now they're kind of split between Recreation and Parks and Transportation. We've talked a lot about how are we optimizing services? How do we not have the same or different boots traveling the same ground? And so this is that conversation around who's best suited and who's the best fit, and where are they already working, and how do we save taxpayer money overall. And so part of our strategy is to tackle this with the Green Street deck, and that is also included in the operating budget for parking. Just wanted to have this note. Chief Conroy and I have been talking a little bit about this as we're thinking through the operation deck. What happens when Lori's team, Monday through Friday from 8 to 5, are not positioned to be able to take a phone call from a parking deck that says, hey, I'm stuck, or something's not working right. Somebody needs to come and help me. Well, we've got a great after hours support team, which is our 911 team. And so we've been working through the logistics of how do we leverage, instead of going out to a third party call service, how do we leverage the 911 operators as our after hours emergency call system? This will also include in 2027, we're going to look at the call volume as we start in 26. Essentially a service delivery and a payment from the parking fund over to our E911 fund to actually provide that service. We don't exactly know what that's going to look like. We're going to use 26 as our data gathering phase. And then as we come into the 27 budget, we'll have some recommendations moving forward. But essentially before we go outside and look at a third party operator, we have the opportunity to do something internally that another department can support. And this is one of the areas that we're looking at for 2026 and then into 2027. The three positions that Councilmember Beeson referenced earlier, they were thought through and considered in our 25 budget. We are bringing them back. So essentially it's not new funding, if you will, but since we really changed our forecast exponentially, we're essentially treating them as new positions and we will tackle them in 26. Any other questions or comments about parking?
Jeff, can you go back to your kind of waterfall chart? The
Expenses?
revenue, that's fine. Where are the revenues? Yeah. So what we're producing right now is for next year, we're providing about a $400,000 subsidy. That's roughly the number.
Yeah, expenses over revenue.
That's
Yep.
right. So, and part of this is there's a timing element for fiscal 26 specifically because the garage doesn't actually open until May. So we're
Correct.
roughly halfway through. Can you talk just a little bit about if you were going to annualize the projections on this, where do you think we would land?
Yeah, annualizing it, we'd be close to about $500,000, so roughly about $80,000 or so in additional revenue over, call it about from a quarterly basis perspective, maybe a little bit more, maybe closer to 100. The challenge is the behavior. What we don't know right now, and as we've talked through, does the fact that we're creating a demand model for residents to be able to park for free change people's behavior and where they're parking? Do we see a push and pull in and around the community? And the first year of operation is really going to solidify where are we comfortable from a modeling perspective. As I said earlier, we feel like we're very conservative in our model. Occupancy rate of 20 and 30% is really low. 50-50 on the resident to non-resident side is not what you actually see on Kansas Street right now. If you look at the data from our partners at Roswell Inc., it's really more about 60-40, even 70-30, meaning more non-residents than residents. But we just don't know what the behavior is going to be with our pricing model. And so that's keeping this in the conservative model or the conservative realm. And like I said, probably $80,000 to $100,000 more, assuming that our modeling is right now. It could be higher than that once we see full year of operation and we actually get into the realization of revenue. Other questions? All right. Recreation and parks. We've broken recreation and parks down, so you're going to see three different categories of this presentation. We'll start with recreation and parks, then we'll do the enterprise funds, and then we will tackle cultural arts center and also our historic assets. In the budgets, you've normally seen all of those kind of grouped together under one larger budget. But in order to facilitate the conversation and move through some of the information, since it is a little bit diverse and complex, we've broken it up that way. Very excited about the accomplishments of the Recreation and Park team, Stephen, Taylor, Becky, fantastic job. As we go through our monthly MBR reports, they have really taken a stronghold as it relates to the business analytics around how are we providing clean, safe, reliable services across our parking facilities. They have transformed the way that we're using our digital environment through the hyperweb system, providing great key performance indicators and truly measuring where they're seeing successes and where they're seeing areas of improvement, to the ability that, when we get a recommendation for improvement from our community, we're able to go back into our system and say, okay, when was the last time we inspected that bathroom? When was the last time we inspected that field? And have eyes on, okay, is this something new? Is this a systemic issue that we need to tackle? And I will say the investments that we have from our bonds are truly making a difference, that when we can overhaul a restroom that's 20 or 30 years old, because no matter how hard you clean or how much bleach you use in that space, it's just tired and worn out, and you could provide a better product and service, it is really a game changer in our recreation and parking facilities. So great job to the team and the work that they're doing. They've initiated programming at Crabapple Center. That's only going to grow. They're right in the middle of expanding the Bill Johnson Community Center and the gymnastics program. So we're going to see continued growth out of the Crabapple Center. It's such a fantastic purchase by the city. We're super excited about it from a recreation perspective. Record summer camp registration, revenue, and fantastic job in the numbers and continuing to provide the service. And again, that's another place where we're going to see growth in the Crabapple Center because we're able to have the indoor space. Some of the challenges that we have in summer camp is, okay, what do you do with, 3,000 kids and it starts to thunderstorm? And so having the indoor space, like the building that we're in, like Crabapple and like others, it gives us that relief valve to really truly keep kids safe, but also provide a great experience in the summertime. Achieve the replacement of all of the artificial turf fields. Those were some of our quick win projects in the bond. We broke ground on Mimosa, which is very exciting. Completed the improvements here at East Roswell Park. The playground's going in right now. We have one small little project left. We will be doing the groundbreaking for Riverside Park. We broke ground on Roswell Area Park. We will be doing the groundbreaking on Liberty Square Park, and the Grimes Bridge soccer fields all in really the next quarter. And so as we talk about, and Sharon and Brian covered the work that the CIP team has been doing, now we're getting into the big stuff where it takes us time to get through the design and the permitting process. Now we're reaching that precipice where we're launching some of those larger scale projects. And the team has been working on how do we then start the flywheel design right behind that of, okay, Hembry Park will go under design in 2026. And as we start to finish projects, then we're going to start the next big project right after that. So tremendous work. And then a very exciting project, Docks Cafe, the deconstruction and preservation. We have some recommendations in the budget to work now on the design in 2026 for Docks Cafe, which we're very excited to explore and present today. As we think about our top priorities, maintain resident access to recreation, continuing our high quality parks and facilities, our projects and CIP initiatives, working with Sharon's team on the city priority landscape corridor and maintenance strategy. What does that look like coming into 26? And how do we use the leverages of recreation and parks and their knowledge base to help support that project? And then parks and facility maintenance, developing multiple strategies around maintenance. And it's some of the small decisions that Stephen and his team are making. How do we help decrease our supply budget, for example? Just a small decision of let's put hand dryers into the Riverside Park bathrooms instead of paper towels. That's a capital investment that we can make, but it helps us save money on supplies. It also helps us save money on cleaning. It also helps us save those little tiny scraps of paper that always kind of find their way out of the front doors of the bathroom, and you don't have to deal with those anymore. And so some of those small decisions that they're making throughout the organization that helps save money on the operations side and optimize the service that we create. Again, stabilizing cost pressures, that's going to be a continued mantra. And then growing programs where we've got the demand. Gymnastics program continues to grow. The demand is there, and we're working on the facility improvements to support that. And again, the priority landscape corridors, working around Green Street parking deck and others that we've discussed. This is the revenue side of Parks and Recreation. You have the center bar there. We realized some investment, or I would say a repayment of some of our risk management and insurance reimbursement. And so that was unanticipated revenue. We put that revenue right to work, and thank you to the council for authorizing projects both out at Lita Thompson and at Bowen and 92 for the deconstruction of some buildings. And this is actually demolition, not deconstruction. This is demo of some old buildings that needed to go. Getting them out of the parks. They no longer are a nuisance associated with our property, and we were able to activate that revenue quickly. And so thank you. I know David's team on the risk management side was heavily involved in that. We're anticipating a little bit of drop in revenue. This is because Riverside Park is going offline. Riverside Park, from a revenue perspective, is a workhorse as it relates to some of our specialty rentals, especially down there for parties and other things that we do in the large pavilions. And so we're anticipating that for 2026. Go. As it relates to expenses, this group is essentially flat. We see a little bit of increase in the salaries and benefits, a little bit of increase in the operating. As I continue to mention, the indirect costs, the indirect charges, so this is fleet, IT, others, is decreasing, and that's helping to create some room to fund some initiatives that we're recommending moving forward. Some of those initiatives and some of the other cost pressures, Sharon, I think, and Brian had mentioned, electrical costs. So we're seeing significant pressure in this budget of about $192,000 in electrical cost increases year over year. So we're anticipating that as a cost pressure. Taylor will be bringing forward to mayor and council a complete replacement plan of all of our ball field lights. That is part of a bond project that will be coming in 2020, right end of 2025, 2026. We have how many poles? Only 156 poles that we're going to be replacing lights on throughout the park facility. And we're bundling all of those projects together so we can optimize our cost savings. We're looking at efficiency. So right now, with the exception of maybe 1 or 2 fields, we are manually turning lights on and off throughout our entire park system. That means somebody is going and flipping a switch and making sure that the lights are all working, troubleshooting if anything isn't working, and at the end of the night, they're going and flipping a switch in order to turn everything off. We will automate that whole process with this retrofit. That will save us on staff time, but it'll also save us on the energy cost because we will transition everything over to LED light system. We'll have the ability to control that remotely. We'll have the ability to have automatic shut off time. So if somebody messes up the clock, they will automatically shut off at the end of the night so that we're not wasting power and electricity and creating more efficient operation for the city and for our residents. So excited about that project. Again, another way that we're using the bond projects to optimize service delivery, but also save on costs. Super important. We have some increase in repairs and maintenance because of the Crabapple Center, some natural gas. We're also requesting some part-time support in a couple of areas where we're seeing the need for improvement. As Taylor and Stephen and their team continue to work on creating operational efficiency, we're trying to meet them also with some support on part-time staff, really in the summertime. As we see increases around the summertime in our facilities with all of our special events and programming and summer camps, we have a little bit more need for some part-time help support to clean facilities and clean buildings. And we're seeing that on the shoulder seasons also with our parks and facility maintenance. As soon as grass cutting season starts up, we're trying to figure out how to optimize their time. I don't have the slides because it was a little bit of, it'll just make you dizzy. But Stephen Taylor and their team have mapped the hours that it takes to maintain all of our parks and facilities. So we know how many hours does it take to cut grass at each of our individual fields? What's our service delivery target? And then are we slipping? Are we meeting that standard? And what more resources do we potentially need? Or how do we improve that system? Are there automations that we can create? And they're bringing forward some recommendations as we move forward. Grimes Bridge Park is a great example. We've done the analysis, and as we improve Grimes Bridge Park, we can decrease the amount of hours that it takes to actually maintain those parks and facilities. So again, through capital investment, we're making strides in saving our operational dollars. We do have one initiative Mr. Godshall covered, using our impact fees in order to fund the Sproul Park acquisition and our loan payment associated with the PFA. Continue to have 72 staff members. We are adding one that was the parking person that is helping to support the maintenance on the parking side. We are transitioning one over to our resident and business services. Stephen also wanted me to mention that he is also fully staffed right now. Tremendous work. That is not easy when it comes to your frontline workers. As we transition staff that are working on our maintenance departments, that truly is a testament to the work that they do on the recruiting side, but also keeping those staff members engaged. So outstanding and well done. I'm going to stop there before we jump into the enterprise fund, which is the rec participation fund. Any questions around the operation? This is more facilities, maintenance, parks related to this budget. All right, we'll jump into the Recreation Participation Fund. This is all of the programming. So all of the programming that we do in our parks and facilities comes into the Recreation and Participation Fund, and then we pay for the direct expenses associated with that programming. Forecasted about $9.9 million in 2025. We're projecting about $9.6 million. And then again, about $9.9 million in program fees. You can see athletics, gymnastics, dance, drama, arts, crafts, and then some transfers in along with tennis. Those are the big workhorses. The transfer in is the transfer in from the general fund to support 3 distinct programs. That's our aquatic programs, our active adult programs, and our adaptive programs. And so that number represents the direct support for those 3 program categories. All of the other programs that we offer are balanced within this budget. Expenses essentially flat. These expenses will continue to fluctuate throughout the year, and Stephen and his team balance these expenses based on program registration and revenue. So if we have a higher registration in one of our sports programs, those expenses will go up because you have more uniforms, other costs. But if you have lower, those expenses will drop, and they continue to fluctuate those budgets and manage to the actual revenue number and expenses on a month-to-month basis, and that's part of their forecasting process. This is just another way to break down each of those program categories. So same information. On the back side, you have the revenue of those program categories. On the front side, you have the actual expenditures It just demonstrates where we are in balancing all of those programs throughout the year. Special Events Fund, this continues to be transferred over to Chris Ward and her team. We have a few projects that are left over that we continue to keep in this department. Mainly our holiday events, some of the expenses around Youth Day, and then you also have revenue side by side with America 250. America 250 is just this coming up this year. So those are specialized programs that are in this fund right now. You will not see those into 2027 because it won't be the 250th anniversary anymore. The holiday events that you see right here, that's all of the decorations that we have throughout the recreation and park facilities. So this is the trees, this is the trees out at Town Square, this is other decorations that are along the fence lines here at East Roswell. And because the department is responsible for maintaining and keeping those up and running, we've kept them here in their department. Chris Ward and her team continues to produce the events. And so you see some of those same events in her budget. Some of the expenses are here in our budget because they're maintained by the department. The Lita Thompson Fund, this continues to be a nice separate fund associated with the apartments that we have at Lita Thompson. We have revenues that are expected. You can see our revenue projections there, along with our expenses. This is essentially pretty flat. We are anticipating the potential for using some of our fund balance in this fund to help support any major maintenance or major repairs that we may need out at the apartments, but essentially operations as normal for the Lita Thompson Fund and apartment. Those are the operating expenses. And then we'll jump into the Cultural Arts Center. So I'll stop there for any other questions related to 555, our Recreation Participation Fund, or anything else. Good. All right, Cultural Arts Center. Fantastic work. Becky Hawkins and her team doing a lot of work out at the Cultural Arts Center, really working on offering programs, offering services, key initiatives for the Cultural Arts Center, delivering a unified comprehensive programming experience, and then also looking for this year of a rebranding experience or rebranding initiative for the Cultural Arts Center. As we're working on the city brand, we have to ask ourselves the question, is the Cultural Arts Center as a brand correctly named? Is it positioned well in the marketplace? And do we have opportunities to rebrand the Cultural Arts Center to match the programming, but also the vision for the city? So we're going to spend a little bit of time doing some research. We have an initiative that we're working through in the 2026 budget around rebranding of the Cultural Arts Center. So we're going to complete that assessment and then really position the Cultural Arts Center and continue to position it and understand what kind of economic impact the Cultural Arts Center creates in our community. We know that we've got a decent draw from people in that 50-mile radius of the Cultural Arts Center for our shows. We also know that we have some of our community shows that are really intended to be for the community, our dance recital programs that we have out of our recreation and park programs. But what's the knock-on effect associated with the operation of the Cultural Arts Center? How many people are going out to dinner before and after those shows? How are we driving future business into our Hill Street development? All of those questions we want to be able to start to understand as added value in the Cultural Arts Center, and the brand repositioning will help us to do that. We think about the overall expenses, revenues associated with the Cultural Arts Center. Becky and her team have continued to optimize every show that we've had over the course of the last few years. And at the end, you'll see kind of that breakdown over the last few years, as well as some forecasting. So currently in the 25 approved budget, we anticipate about $802,000. We're forecasted about $816,000 in total revenues. For the 2026 years, we're looking at forecasting for shows that are on the books, and the revenue chase that we have there is about $910,000. Long-term forecast is the goal of the Cultural Arts Center being 100% revenue neutral and sustaining itself through the revenues that it generates. And we are introducing, and we've done this before, but we're bringing some recommendations back to use the hotel motel funding that we currently have as essentially restricted funds for capital improvements in the Cultural Arts Center. Also taking some of the investment and being able to activate that as a tourism product here in our community. And you'll see that after this next slide. So our expenses forecasted in the 25 approved budget at 1.3 million. And then let me get to the slide here. in 2026 recommended about $1.1 million for our expenses. So continuing to optimize the expense programs that we have. They've made some changes in the Cultural Arts Center from a service delivery perspective, decreased some contract services, and actually brought some services in-house that is changing the way that we provide services and is actually cheaper for the community and for our programs, which is very exciting. And it's a testament, again, to the work that Becky and her team have been doing in that. We do have some additional part-time support to support multi-day shows. We do have $32,000 in rental equipment. So as we brought some of the services in-house, there's specialty equipment that we do need to rent to support, and then increase in supplies and some custodial services for the quick turnaround shows when we're going back to back to back, help to augment our staff. We think about the forecast all the way on the other side over here on my far left, you see 2027. So you see our target. As we think about the rebranding of the Cultural Arts Center, we're working through how do we close that gap between revenue and expenses. Even in our forecasting right now, we show about a $200,000 to $300,000 delta between revenue and expenses as we forecast out into 2027. So we want to do a deep dive into positioning the Cultural Arts Center in the marketplace to shore up that gap here in 27 and 28 is our target. And so that's part of the investment in and around the Cultural Arts Center and the work that we want to do in 2026 to really forecast how do we position all of our shows, advertise all of our shows, and generate that incremental revenue for the Cultural Arts Center in the city of Roswell. And I'll stop there. That's the end of the Cultural Arts. Looks like Don's got a question.
That was abrupt. That's the end of the cultural arts.
Yeah.
It's just like, that was because that was a very definitive
Cultural arts
statement.
presentation. Let me specify.
There we go. When you go back to Jeff, I appreciate the aspiration of becoming kind of self-funded. And I know you've got the 2027 target up there. What truly is your target? I think you're just projecting out, but how long do you think?
Yeah, I think, you know, it's going to take some work with Becky and the team, but we're looking at 28 and 29 in that bridge year. The challenge with the Cultural Arts Center is to be fully self-funded at that point in time. The challenge with the Cultural Arts Center is that we're booking shows 12 to 18 months in advance. So we've got to start making decisions now, and the decisions that we make now actually impact the 27 year. And so that's the work that we're going to be doing here in Q1. So we'll see what gains we can make in 27, and then really in 28, we turn the corner on this operating model. I missed one slide. I just wanted to talk about the hotel motel funding. We have two capital initiatives, one for replacement of the rigging that has run its useful life, and then the other is some lobby improvements and the rebranding effort that we have under the hotel motel. Yes, Councilmember Hall.
Thank you, Jeff. Just a question. So on the second floor of the Cultural Arts Center is the Roswell Historical Society. Are there any costs or revenues associated with their use of that?
No revenues. Any costs? I'm looking over at Becky. Any costs that we realize? Yeah. So just for anybody that happens, so what Becky said is just any kind of ancillary costs that come up. Now, there is a component of the budget that supports the Historical Society, and that is built into the budget recommendations right now at $75,000, and that so that is in our budget recommendations. So that would be separate from the operation of the Cultural Arts Center itself. But if there's a leaky toilet or something like that, there would be incremental costs associated, which is the operation of the building. Yep. No? Good? All right. Rounding out the last one, our historic assets, and then I will turn it in. The historic assets, we are making some significant, I would say, recommendations. We're right on the precipice of some wonderful changes out of the historic asset. I've now lost my page. So renovated and refurnished the 16,000 square feet of Mimosa Hall's second floor, implemented our CRM system. This is really the backbone of how we're renting all of our facilities through the historic assets. That is now up and running. We launched our quarterly revenue roundtable with Visit Roswell to share and strengthen our vendor relationships and getting prepared for the opening in particularly of Mimosa Hall, but this also includes River Landing and Old Mill Machine Shop. And so we continue to rent those facilities and continue to drive revenue through those facilities year over year, and strengthening our relationship with vendors and throughout the city is really, really important to us. And Andy and the team have been fantastic in helping to support the overall operation. We formalize the internal process when we're hosting meetings and events. How do we help facilitate that internally as we continue to drive economic development strategies across the city of Roswell? We know that we're going to be bringing and hosting customers and economic development partners in the city. Mimosa will be a great foreground for that. River Landing already is, and then also in and around City Hall. Updated all of our rental collateral in preparation for the opening of Mimosa. This includes photography and a number of other items. And then streamline the onboarding program for part-time staff. This is how are we interpreting our historic assets in our museums across the organization. As we get to the end of the presentation, we're going to show you how we're reforecasting our interpretation strategy across these assets starting in 26 and into 27. Top priorities: ensuring the operational readiness to support the launch of Mimosa Hall in particular, driving historic and cultural events and economic growth, creating a historic asset department. This is a new change. So this would be separating the historic assets in particular from the Recreation and Parks Department to a standalone department to focus on historic assets and the opportunities that we have both for interpretation and also for the rental side. So this is included as part of our budget recommendations. Our budget recommendations includes a new director for this department as a position add. And we'll see the goals that we outlay here for this department in 2026. Primarily sharing Roswell's unique story, overhauling our program interpretation model to extend beyond just the house museums, presenting Roswell's full range of sites as an integrated heritage tourism destination, driving repeat visitation in our community. As we see Doc's Cafe in the future coming online, it's not just about the homes that we have, it's about what does the story across all of our area around the historic district. The river is connected to that. Areas around the historic district, not just the homes, but also down Mimosa, also down Canton Street, and even further into our community where we represent history in and throughout the city of Roswell. Integrate culture and historic assets, supporting our economic development strategy. Again, this is that repeat visitation component. And creating a positive economic impact. How are we driving hotel, motel stays here in our community through the operation of our historic assets? This creates the reinvestment opportunity, but also opportunities for revenue growth in our city, which we're very excited about. We're just getting started on the revenue side. So you see the revenue projections, about $208,000 in this current year. This represents River Landing, Old Mill Machine Shop, and a little bit of revenue coming out of the historic assets. Really what you see is Mimosa coming online in May of 2026. We're forecasting 25 events right now in 2026 as part of this revenue picture. Anything above that forecast is revenue to the positive that we'll continue to work our way through. The long-term revenue forecast also looks at how are we impacting in a positive way our hotel motel tax funding basis. That gives us the opportunity to create more revenue on the general fund side, but also an opportunity to reinvest in our tourism products, which include the Cultural Arts Center and the historic assets. Mimosa Hall in particular, we're working on pre-sale in June and July with full operations in August. Again, a minimum of 25 rentals are budgeted in fiscal year 26. I'm excited about bringing that product online. I know the team is super excited about it. And then event volume growth projected at the Roswell River Landing and Old Mill Machine Shop. So we're expecting to see more growth that as we bring people in to see Mimosa, Mimosa might not be the right product for them. It may be that they want to go see River Landing or Old Mill Machine Shop, or more importantly, we can sell two events. We can sell a wedding at Mimosa, and then we can sell a dinner at the River Landing or at the Old Mill Machine Shop on Friday or maybe on Sunday, and see some of those continued growth as we bring Mimosa online and we bring customers and clients into that space. And then the long-term revenue forecast we'll talk about here in a moment, but leveraging a combination of revenue, the hotel motel funding for a couple of projects on the capital side, and really working to a cost neutral picture for our historic asset. This is where the gap is right now. You see our salaries, benefits, and then the salaries and benefits associated with 2026. This includes some additional part-time staff to support the revenue picture. It also includes the director that we talked about earlier and some additional operating costs as we anticipate bringing Mimosa online, but also the new model around our historic assets and interpretation. Again, we'll talk about in the final slides. Some of the cost increases that you'll see, some custodial services that are necessary to turn the facility over, some additional advertising from Mimosa, the director position. You're going to see this strategy Q1, Q2 is like our traditional operation in the interpretive mind, because we've got to spin up our new operating model, and we're going to be doing that starting really now in 2025 and the first quarters of 26 in anticipation of America 250. And then once America 250 launches, and I'll show you a slide on the next one, then we'll be in our new operating model, interpreting the entirety of the community and the storylines around it. Rentals also include the holiday support around the Chris Kindle Market, some additional part-time staff there, and some contract labor to support River Landing, Old Mill, and Mimosa itself. We have two recommendations in the hotel motel funding: Holly Hill to Mimosa pedestrian bridge design. This is connecting the pedestrian walkway as part of our master plan between Town Square across from Holly Hill and over to Mimosa. How do we make that whole corridor walkable and also expand the ability for people to park in our street parking and then get into our event venue sites? Remember, we've got 24 acres of opportunity that we can program. We don't have enough parking for 24 acres, but when we start to connect Mimosa Boulevard itself and the on-street parking there, we create an event venue that is really transformational. Right now, there is sidewalk connectivity. Those things are happening as transportation continues to improve the road. Once the water line project is done, we'll continue to move forward. And then the engineering for Docks Cafe. This is the design and engineering component. We have funded right now in the 25 year, the deconstruction of Docks Cafe and the inventory of Docks Cafe. Now we need to start the strategy of rebuilding Docks Cafe, and what does that look like? And that's part of our initiatives. You have currently 4 authorized staff members, going to 5 with the new director. And this is a screenshot of our historic asset interpretation model. You see at the top, you have 2026, and in the bottom, you have 2027. And Becky and her team have truly been working on this model for the last couple of months. We have America 250, which has been a work in progress for the last year or so, prepared for really the second and third quarter of 2026. And then you go into this thematic approach. Each quarter will be a new theme of interpretation throughout the entirety of the historic assets. And what you see on the left-hand side is a repeat of those thematic approaches. You have activation number 1, America 250. Activation number 2, the celebration of family tradition and celebration. Activation number 3, our Black Heritage celebration, entrepreneurial pathways, holidays, and then the river that built a city. All of those part of our thematic approach that will continue to rotate in the historic activation plan of the city of Roswell. And with that is my last slide. I'm going to be happy to answer any questions. And since I'm not going to repeat it, but yes, Councilmember Sells.
Hey, a couple quick things. The first is you talked about operating this as a park as opposed to a collection of one-off facilities. You talked about the interplay between, for instance, a wedding at Mimosa and perhaps a reception at Holly Hill or things like that. Talk a little bit about how those work together and how you are activating that parking, what that means to that whole area economically around City Hall, or excuse me,
Town Square. Yep.
Town Square.
Yeah. Kind of use it as a whole. And, obviously we've talked, and I think Councilmember Hall on Monday reminded us that, Founders Park is just a placeholder. We'll go through a process of trying to understand what the best name is for the park facility, but really it is 24 acres of pristine historic park and assets that are right in the center of our city and right around Town Square. And we really believe that as we continue to activate the historic assets, it's going to activate the commercial areas right around Town Square Park. We have the Gateway project that's going to start to be constructed in the next couple of years. That's going to change the way that people move through this whole corridor, creating a safer mobility corridor, creating more walkable mobility corridor. And this park and these historic assets are going to be the central point of why people are gathering in that part of our community. And then going over to the business, you got Proper Hop, you've got the coffee shop, you've got a new cafe that's opening up on the corner. There's a new restaurant that's opening up right across the street from Town Square Park that I can't remember the name of. But all of that starting to happen, I think in part because we're starting a true activation of our historic assets. And as we talk about visitation and this historic asset interpretation model, this gives people a reason to come back once a quarter at a minimum to our community because they're going to have a different experience. They're going to have an experience about the true Roswell story that is unique to us. And this gives us the ability to plan and then to execute and continue that cycle quarter over quarter, year over year, and renew the story that we have for the city of Roswell. The hard part that we have right now, and you got me going a little bit, but the hard part that we've got right now is that we're trying to tell the whole story in a very short period of time, and we're trying to do it with sound bites. Well, you really don't get the true experience of what the history of Roswell means to our community. And this gives us the ability to have a deep dive thematic approach on a quarterly basis so that people can truly come into the homes, experience a theme that we're interpreting that is unique to our story, and then turn right back around and come back a quarter later and do the same thing. And our intent would be they spin off and go have dinner, they go have a coffee, they go grab a beer someplace, and we're a part of that economic engine that is creating repeat visitation in our community. That's aside from the wedding venue. That's aside from the special event venue. That's coming out of the historic interpretation side. So when you get both of those working together and driving traffic into our historic assets, you see not only just a revenue for the city of Roswell, but you actually see revenue for businesses in and around those places that my hope is that honestly they're bursting at the seams and they don't know what to do.
That's so key. Like if you go to Appomattox Courthouse, the courthouse is about maybe a quarter of the size of this room. It's actually not even a courthouse. It's the front room in a house. But the whole village is preserved. And people go, it is in the middle of nowhere. And people go there because they can see the interpretation because the house is here, the church is here, the school's here, and you're walking among those. And this is how these people lived. And that's what you're trying to create. And I really appreciate that. Let's get behind the 26 events. Basically, that's one a week you're looking at for the second half of the year.
Correct.
Talk about sort of the price point you're talking about, rationalize that a little bit. So if anybody's got any questions about whether that's achievable, we deal with those now.
Yeah, so the price point is essentially based on the rental of the property. So the team, and I maybe bring Becky up here for a little bit more detail because she's really been working through the pricing model. But essentially, we were looking at the marketplace conditions. What are the marketplace offering from an event venue perspective? What are we offering? And then how are we positioning that in the marketplace? And so we have a pricing associated with the rental of the property. But then we also have the vendor supplement. So the vendors that are coming onto the property will also be paying us a component of their sales on the property for the pleasure of doing business in our event. And so all of that is mashed into the pricing model. And is there anything else I'm missing? And in the first couple of months, we'll be discounting that because it's essentially a site unseen or a site under construction. And then we really escalate that into August when we're really tackling the full-blown perspective. So that's really the pricing model and how we're dealing with the rentals themselves. We're going to see how the marketplace responds to that. What we're forecasting in 27 and 28 is we see in, go back to the expense side. We see the break even projections right on the middle of 2028. So building the momentum into 27 and then break even on these expense side in 2028. What you don't see here is you don't see the maintenance associated of the property. So the grounds maintenance themselves, and we see the ability to take on and cover the expenses of the ground maintenance in 2029.
Outstanding. Thank you.
Yep.
One quick question about the 26. So how much revenue was that? So what's your sort of average per?
Do you know the average per?
250. So it's like.
Mm-hmm. So 6,500 for just the rental of the property, and then there's the add-ons for the vendors that are coming onto the property. So you're at
so it's average
just
about
the revenue side.
$10,000 a throw.
Yeah, about 10 to 12.
Thank
Jeff, I just love well, the vision and your passion, when you start talking about this, you just start seeing you light up. And I appreciate that. I really do. Because it's important, the vision and the energy when you're talking about an enterprise like this and getting it from kind of where it is to at least break even, that's a lift. You know, so there's a lot of creative juice that's got to be there. Can you go back to your revenue and cost on this one real quick? Same question that there you go. So, and then the revenue, a similar question is parking, right? Mimosa comes online May.
Yep.
So that's half a year.
Yep.
I guess sort of full year expense. Two questions. One question is if you had to annualize, because I'm seeing right now about a $500,000 subsidy.
Yep.
Right. If you annualize that number though, if you took this, you know, the startup piece out of, if you annualized, what do you anticipate that would be?
Do you have it up? The grid that we have, we broke it out. I just don't have it in the slides.
Okay.
Steven, do you have that slide that's broken up with the historic assets? Let me get that answer because I know we've got it more specifically and I don't want to say it wrong. I do have in my head that you get to 1.4 million in 2029 as part of the annualized cost increases.
Okay. That was actually,
I know that one's in my head.
that was the second question is what
Yeah.
do we think annualized this looks like? And then how soon do we get to a break even?
Yeah, the forecasting hits these expenses in 2028. Again, as I said earlier, the grounds maintenance is about $500,000 and that covers in 29.
Okay. Okay. I think, you know, between this, I'm just kind of doing the math in my head as we're talking, as you've been talking through it. We've got a subsidy here of about $500,000. We
Correct.
talked about $500,000 in parking.
Well, right now for 26, it's about $1 million because when you add the landscape maintenance in, it's about
That's
$1 million.
Right. That's right. Okay.
Yeah.
So $1 million here, $500,000 in parking, and then cultural arts is
About 300.
Okay. So about 1.8 million in subsidy between the three.
Correct.
I think stormwater contribution, true. Yeah. So I think, you know, I think one of the benefits of like 3-year views, we've been talking about 3-year planning, and you've mentioned a couple of times,
Yeah.
is it starts illuminating those kinds of things, and you start looking at, okay, are we getting full utility out of the assets? So I
Right.
appreciate how you are attacking it. I would just expect, you know, as you get into this, especially as we invest new leadership into this, we'll put pressure on this. This
Yeah.
will be one, okay, I got that you got a 2 or 3-year plan. Cut it in half. Can
Sure.
you cut it in half? Can you do it next month? You know,
Right.
that kind of stuff. So, but I really appreciate the thought leadership and the thoughtfulness. Good
Absolutely.
stuff.
Let's say council members. Uh-oh.
All right. No, really.
Let's see. So I see a new hire that you're trying to bring on to be in charge of this department. What's your vision on the perfect candidate that you're looking for here?
So, the perfect candidate is going to have an equal balance of understanding the vision around the repeat visitation and how we're driving the historic interpretation and the true storytelling of Roswell. And I think that's really important with the understanding of how are you activating a rental facility that is generating revenue and supporting businesses. And it's going to have to be a blend of those two. Understanding both, it's going to be heavier on the event side because really it's about how are we driving traffic into this space? How are we driving the right type of rentals? How are we creating the right partnerships in our community that complement one another and truly drive the right type of revenue and event mix into the space? Because not all events are good events. Some events can cost you money if you're not careful. And so we really want to make sure that we have the right skill set, but that also recognize that partnership that I talked about. And it's so important that the leader of this group understands that they are an economic driver for the downtown area of our community, but also by extension for the historic district and by extension the city of Roswell. And so all of those skill sets will be in play as part of this job description.
Good answer. Second part to this is the wedding planner is part of this chapter.
Already on board, yeah. So she has been on board, working through all of our relationships, all of our vendor relationships, building out the products, building out the marketing material in conjunction with our marketing team so that we launch When we're open, we're launched and running.
Thank you, Will. That was amazing, stimulating. To kind of follow up on Will's question, so obviously the director that will be hired for this position, I believe is going to be a director, correct?
Correct.
Obviously the accentuation around economic activity, the sustainability of the economic activity, and obviously at the height of that is historic preservation and historic the preservation of the historic story, making sure that the story is relevant, making sure that each of the homes, the historic assets are relevant. That also is a primary objective for this person. Question, statement. Second one. Community events. We talk about, I think we're approaching this correctly from standpoint of, by the way, I think it was 29 when we get to net revenue neutral, that including the grounds maintenance. So I believe the current plan is for 29. And Don, you're exactly right. Once you hire and somebody put in position, then we get more specific about moving up the timelines on that. But right now, and I love the plan, Jeff, that you've got a plan in place. So we go net revenue neutral in 29. But one of the things I think I would also like us to add to this is kind of what we did with Chris Kindle Market. Chris Kindle Market's ostensibly a community event, and it's driven tremendous interest and real participation around Bullock Hall specifically. It's made it more relevant. It's made more people know about it. It's made people care about it. And that's part of the goal too, is right for people to care about Roswell's history, know about Roswell's history. And so I think community events is part of the other piece I would make sure that as we're driving economic events, which are smart, and I love how you put that, I think it's spot on, is that we're continuing to drive community events and that there's a focus around that, because that necessarily doesn't always have a direct economic outflow for the particular properties, but it does have an economic outflow for the businesses in downtown, specifically that part of downtown. And I think that's important. But I also think it's important, again, of just driving people to care and know about Roswell's history and about these homes. And so I would just kind of say that. The last thing I would say, just before I forget, Randy and Don, is that out of all this is that there should be a one-pager for this entire session, kind of an Eisenhower memo. And then I think each one of these presentations should have a one-pager, kind of a very clear summation and clarity that can be presented, because there's so much good information that you guys are sharing, and really appreciate it. And it's tied, the budget is tied to very direct aspirational activity and thought leadership. So thank you for what you're doing, Jeff. And you sound, unfortunately, like I said, like Peter Sorkov more and more every day.
I just wanted to highlight one thing. Is the investment strategy in Mimosas, we talk about forecasting community events and rental events. What we would not have been able to do is if we tried to do this project with incremental funding, meaning we tried to go in and build a small piece of the bathroom, and we tried to then go and renovate the event lawn, and then tried to build the sidewalks, because you can't have community events when you constantly are coming and going and tearing up the project and the property, and people aren't going to be willing to invest either their time or their money in a community event or in the time to rent a facility when they know that a construction project is coming up. And so the foresight to see the vision of the plan, and this is just a way of saying thank you, and then allowing the team to execute on the bulk of that plan, including building the stormwater, so that as we do have smaller projects, I'm not saying we're not going to have smaller projects. Those smaller projects are going to be out of the way. They're not going to impact any of our future events, our rentals, our community events. They are going to move forward, and we can program this facility. Right now, we're trying to get the water line done, and thank you to Brian and his team to make sure that we're out of the way of a community event and really knocking that out and getting it done and getting out of the way. Those things are really important to support the community events that you're talking about. And and we're truly ready to go all in. But then it also gives us the ability to plan 12, 24, even 36 months out in advance.
And Jeff, the answer is no. It cannot be called Leatherman Park.
Okay, well, I tried, you know.
Leatherman Memorial Park, yes. Maybe Memorial
Thank
soon.
you. God, I got to get off this stage. Any other questions? Joe Panino, ladies and gentlemen.
Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. Joe Panino, Senior Vice President of Planning, Performance, and Innovation. And we're going to go through the backbone of the organization, the most important part now. So starting with our 4 all-star department divisions. Information technology, human resources, communications, and special events. And when I agreed to take on these departments, I was especially excited about taking on communications during an election year. I thought it would be an amazing opportunity, and what could possibly go wrong? All right, starting with human resources and our new director, Trisha Redfern, who's absolutely amazing. 2025 was a big turning point. It was kind of a rebuild of the human resources department. We had a 60% turnover of the department in 2025. And there was one point where we had about 4 people in HR as we were waiting to bring in the new director. Definitely caused a strain on the organization, but I appreciate everybody kind of working with us through that. We wanted to bring Trisha on board and let her build her team, and she's done a fantastic job in doing that. One of the things that we accomplished this year is the full implementation of what we're calling Align 360, our new performance management software. And we're calling it Align 360 to go all the way back to the beginning of this presentation, where we're trying to achieve alignment from the enterprise goals and the goals of this mayor and council all the way through our frontline staff, and making sure that they understand how what they do contributes to the overarching enterprise goals. We also added leadership competencies to those the performance management tool and the performance measures to make sure that all our leaders know in the organization that they have a special responsibility to make sure that we are aligning this organization. A couple things that we did from a talent acquisition. Not only has Trisha fully staffed her HR department with a great team, but also done some things with some specific targeted hiring, job fairs. And you hear that when you hear Jeff come up and talk about ComDev's fully staffed and the Parks Department's fully staffed. Well, that is in part to the effort and the efficacy of the Human Resources Department. Certainly not the only reason, but it certainly makes it easier when you have an HR department that is operationally minded and focused on helping our operating departments get the people they need to do the work for our citizens. Benefit employee support. So I think it was probably Trisha's first day when it was, hey, we're going into budget and we need to figure out who our benefit provider is going to be. So she jumped right in with Adam and Bill Godshaw and started working through what do we need to do. Initially, we had a $1 million placeholder in the budget for an increase for our benefit provider. Through their work combined, to which I did very little, if any of it, we were able to hold our benefits flat, our benefit costs flat from last year to next year, and actually improve the benefits to the employees. I think previously our short-term disability wait was, what was it, Tricia? 30 days, and we've moved that down to 14 days now before you can collect short-term disability. So just a huge difference in bringing a dynamic director into the organization that gets it and understands it. And then I would say right into open enrollment. It's one of the smoothest open enrollments I've seen in the city. And it's so interesting how we are overcoming a culture where the operators have to do a lot of HR type functions. So I can remember us being in a senior leadership team meeting with the director saying, okay, when we do open enrollment, HR, are you going to send us lists every week of all the people that we need to bother to get their open enrollment done? And Trisha's answer is no, that's HR's job. We'll handle that. We don't need to give you any lists. Yeah, it's amazing having an operator leading the HR department.
And that carries on to all of the things that she does. Workforce data and position control. So we took back over position control from the finance department. Again, one of HR's functions is making sure they have a handle on our head count and what positions are vacant and what positions are filled. And then we moved the payroll function over to finance and did some work with our payroll liaisons in the different departments to make sure that payroll is streamlined and not so cumbersome. So our top priorities for 2026, strengthen the performance management system. So now we have the bones of it. It's in place. We have all departments transition to it. Next year is going to be the year that we use it for its intended purpose, where we really are able to drive the organization forward through our most valuable asset, our team members, and making sure that we are setting relevant goals that are aligned all the way up through the organization that continue to drive us forward in a way that is actionable and measurable, and making sure that we are accountable to the residents. We're also going to continue our best place to work initiative, and that's through employee engagement, real employee engagement, things that help us with our retention, building culture, and also, just some cleanup that HR has to do. I think there's been a lot of brokenness there that they need to streamline and work on their internal processes. There was a lot of institutional knowledge in HR, which is great until the institutional knowledge leaves, and then hey, how do we do this and that? Trisha's of the mindset of there should be process, there should be policy. We should know how to do these things. There's a way to do them. There's a best practice and a way to do them efficiently where everyone understands how to do it. Another thing that we have to do this coming year is roll out a revised HR manual. That's not sexy, that's boring, but it's something that's long overdue. The HR manual now sits in the purview of the city administrator, and it's just dated. It's not useful anymore. And talking to Trisha, we're all in the mindset of it needs to be slimmer, and it needs to be more functional. A lot of the work that we've been doing with our ordinances, making sure they're more streamlined, making sure they're easy to understand, that's going to translate right into the HR manual as well. So it's a tool that our supervisors can use to drive the organization forward. And then continued HRIS implementation. So ADP is a fantastic tool that we have. Councilmember Hall, I've talked about it quite a bit. It's such an amazing tool. It's like the Cadillac HRIS system. But we flopped a little bit on its rollout. We're not using it the way that we should be using it. It's not providing us the data. It's not providing us with the tools that we need. We need to optimize that. And luckily, Trisha has been part of a full rollout of an ADP system and a re-rollout of an ADP system. And she's working here to do that with us as well. And she is an absolute expert at that system. We're also going to be looking at a shared services model. So that's making sure that we're working with people with inside the operating departments. So like with PD, that's going to be Major Greco. With fire, that's going to be Chief Cavender. We have some people that are doing some pseudo HR functions within the organization that are very specific to those organizations. So we're going to be looking at partnering with them, leveraging them, and making sure that we are really working on that shared services model to get the most out of our team members. And then leadership development. That is something that's been lacking in the organization and not done within our organization in quite a while. So we thought it was only fitting. We're rolling out a new performance management software platform. We're aligning organizationally all the way to the enterprise goals. Now we come behind it and provide that leadership training to our first line supervisors and our managers to make sure that we are not only holding our folks accountable, but we are growing them within the organization, and we're doing succession planning, making sure that people within the organization are ready to step up and take roles, and we don't have any lapses in the functions that we need within the city of Roswell. And then maintaining citywide org charts. We've already rolled out the one for the city, but we need to do that for each department and making sure that there's consistency with our organizational charts. So all the amazing work that we have done and the amazing work that we're going to do next year, we're going to do it for 12% less than we had budgeted for this year. So that's the good news, right? What else do you want to say? It is what it is. This is Trisha's team here. The one thing that we're going to be doing next year, there's a frozen position that she has, which is a HR specialist. We have this part-time educator position that is vacant. So we are using the funds from that vacant position to 50% fund the HR specialist for next year. And they are going to be working on not only targeted recruitment, but where we have not been doing a good job is onboarding. Like we get you here, we sit you down and say, here's your computer and you'll figure it out and good luck. We need to do a better job. The employees that we bring into our organization, before they even start with their department, they need to know who our council is. They need to know what the vision is of our organization. They need to know what the enterprise goals are. And I think that is something that we need to do consistently from the outset. And we can centralize that all in one place to get them squared away to start with their respective department. Any questions on the Human Resources Department? All good news. So next up is, yep.
It's going to be really, there's a compliment coming in this, and it's going to be really hard for me to give a compliment.
You don't have to do this.
I don't. It just feels, especially with Julie smiling at us like that, that feels uncomfortable too. But
this is the Julie I see every day. I don't know what you're talking about.
I think that's AI. Julie AI. Yeah, no.
And that's the reason why.
I want to go back to you hit there's so much what you said here was so important. It really is, and so much has been said today. But again, we just kind of gloss over a few things. Can you go back to the financials?
Mm-hmm.
You know, I don't know if I've ever encountered the aspirations that we have in this area is not just running an HR department. We really want a cultural change agent. Truly, if this is functioning the way that it needs to be, this is a director of people. This is a cultural change agent in the organization. It's scalable. You know, all of the things that especially in an organization that is 700 plus employees, we're not a national operation. All of our people are right here in this city. So very scalable, very doable. Most folks, either in your position or in Trish's position, coming into this with the aspirations that we had, would have come forward with a budget that would have been plus 50. It would have been like, well, I just need this, and I need this, and I need this, and I need this. And it isn't the stewardship, but I just don't want that to be glossed over. So many of the things that you talked about there, where we're trying to take the organization, how we're trying to scale the impact for our people, truly great place to work type stuff, the training, the career development, and. So many times people in this true HR professionals have a price tag. So I appreciate the vision. I appreciate and I appreciate the good stewardship. This is about tethering this to operations and making sure that we're aligned. And so, yeah, there's a compliment in there somewhere, but I just appreciate it on so many different levels. Yeah, for sure.
Thank you. All right. Communications. Some of the achievements this last year, I think I took over overseeing these departments in March or so. Before my time, we launched the Roswell Connections site, really kind of city newsroom, which has been phenomenal, whether it's Founders Park or it's what this team accomplished out at the Economy Hotel. All that stuff has been housed on Roswell Connections and updated as new developments come along. Really done a great job with that site, as well as most recently Roswell Results. So we unveiled that a few weeks ago at a council meeting. Just a great place that shows all the work that's done within the city, aligning them with those 6 pillars, those 6 strategic imperatives. And then also making sure that, we've changed a little bit with Councilmember Hill's help, changing what we're doing at the council meetings at the outset, just hitting what's going on with the achievements in the city of Roswell, because it just gets lost so much on the average resident of how much the team is accomplishing week after week. So bringing that forward at the council meetings as part of a Roswell results agenda item is another thing that we've done. And then chats with the mayor when you can pin them down, and city podcasts as well. The podcast room that Ben put together is absolutely phenomenal, top rate, all done in-house for a shoestring budget. He did a phenomenal job with that. We also grew our digital presence, our followers, by about 31,000. We're up to about 190,000 followers now citywide. And we are on the cusp of launching the new city website. The mayor got a preview of that the other day. It's going to be amazing and really focused toward our residents, our business owners that are trying to do business with us, making sure that they can get there and get things done, their permits pulled as quickly and as efficiently as possible. That really is going to be the theme of this new website. And then also internally a SharePoint site, because the city website's going down, there's still a need to host things like job descriptions and all the things that you do internally. And we'll be doing that via Microsoft 365 and communications. Lavanya specifically is going to be helping with that. Dashboards. We've had some conversations with a resident today about dashboards. And before the end of the month, before the end of October, we're going to be relaunching all of our dashboards. We have a transportation dashboard, we have a community development dashboard, and we also have our bond and CIP dashboard. They're all disparate right now. They all operate a little bit differently. If you're not used to looking at them, it can be a little hard to figure out what you're looking at. So we are going to standardize those. The IT team, this is why it's good having the PPI team all together. The IT team's working with Julie and the communications team to get that rolled out. And we'll have that within the next month. Some of the things that we've also done is really trying to embed communications in with the executive teams of the city, right? Communications is only as good as what they know and what they're involved in. And it's not realistic to expect the communications team to be omnipresent and omniscient about everything that's going on in the city if we are not communicating to them. So we now have weekly strategic communications meetings. A lot of you have been pulled into those on all the things that are going on in the city, whether it's economic development or a project that we're doing at Roswell Area Park. We have weekly meetings now with the mayor and his office about not only communications, but the special events that are coming up to make sure we're all on the same page. Communications still taking the lead role in a lot of speeches. And then the council talking points, you receive these. We've gotten to the point now, I'm super proud of the team. Every Friday, you all get an email that says, hey, this is the updated important stuff that's going on here in the city of Roswell, and the communications attached to that, just so that you always have a fresh document that you can go to and see all the things that are going on. Because I know, and you all see, it's an absolute challenge to keep track of everything that's going on in the city of Roswell. The team is moving so fast. I know it's a challenge for the communications team as well. And we're working with HR to build a comprehensive internal communication strategy to make sure that we're aligned on that. So for next year, our goals are continuing to ensure communication alignment. So we are at the point now where we have expanded the communications team. I'll show you on the org chart. It now includes our PIOs from police, our PIOs from fire, people from rec and parks, to make sure that when we are doing communications, we are all aligned at an enterprise level. We know what the strategic imperatives are. We're sending the same messages. We're on topic. We're on brand. We're all on the same sheet of music. We are going to be continuing to do that for this coming year. Obviously, communication processes. So just a matter of if you don't have good process within your division or your department, it's hard for you to be nimble and move efficiently if everybody's kind of doing different things. So one thing that we've really been focusing on, and this has been, we've had help from IT as well in creating ticketing systems. If you want something from communications, we are now getting to the point where we're able to track turnaround times, workload, all those type of KPIs to see where we're spending our time and making sure that we're spending our time on what is the highest and best use for the organization. And of course, at a macro level, communications jobs to build public trust. Building public trust is simply showing clearly and transparently what the city is doing. It's just getting all the work that everyone in this room is doing out in the purview to where our residents can see all the good things that are going on. So some of the things that we're going to do coming out of the leadership retreat, we're going to have a 2026 communication strategy. Goals are going to change. Priorities are going to change based on what you all are seeing here and the budget that you ultimately approve. We've got a package. We got to put a communications package together around all of that for social media, for everything else. We're going to be implementing the results of the communications audit that was done this year. The SharePoint site we talked about, internal messaging. We're working on that as well. As part of the communications audit, we're doing a comms chronology. And if you go into the room 220 right now, you will see a 20-foot roll of paper on the wall that shows every event, every initiative that we have calendarized. And if you went in and looked at it, you'd be amazed at how much stuff it is. And then the job of communications is, how do we comms all of that out to a point where we're not tripping over one another and we are not competing with each other and departments competing with each other on messaging. So that's something that we're undertaking right now. The digital marketing, this is, you're going to see this in special events, but it's germane in communications as well, because we do a lot of the marketing for CAC or cultural affairs. That's one of the things that we need to get better at, is marketing and making sure that we are getting all the good stuff that we do, especially when it comes to events and all the stuff that we offer in parks out to our residents. And then when we get new brand standards, communications is going to be involved. That's it. Thank you. And with the brand standards, when the new brand standards get implemented, communications is going to be in charge of rolling those out and making sure that as an organization, we stay on brand and we have the consistency across all platforms. Employee engagement, we talked about, making sure that we have a platform where we can do true employee engagement, a platform that is going to let us all know when it's somebody's anniversary or their birthday, or any employee will be able to go in and say, hey, look at what just happened. I was witness to our people doing a great job. So that matters, because people want to be recognized for the good work that we do. And a lot of times we don't recognize them because we're not aware of it. So finding a way that we can spotlight all the good work that our employees are doing and making sure that they get the recognition that they deserve from leadership within the organization. And of course, making sure that we continue to maintain focus on executive level communication at a strategic level. Budget's flat for communications. 2020-25 approved forecast and requested for next year is relatively flat. We have to put the mayor's newsletter back in. So this is the org chart for communications. Total head count, I believe it's 11 people. And then we have the dotted lines to our folks in police and fire, because they're a big part of the team. We meet weekly, at least weekly, if not bi-weekly, with this whole group to talk about what's going on organizationally. And that alignment is really critical. Any questions, Councilmember Beeson?
Yes, you gave appropriate props to Council Members Hall and Councilmember Hills regarding their support in this program. You also mentioned the very frequent communications meetings and the incredible support from the team. I was just curious if you had any additional support from other members of council, potentially a liaison that was added this year.
Yeah. Thank you, Mayor Wilson.
That's all.
Special events. No, in fairness, Councilmember Beeson is our liaison for communications, and she does a fantastic job. She's in the meetings, the StratCom meetings. She gives a lot of her time to our communications effort. And I'll say, as someone that's not necessarily talented at communications, she's very, very talented with communication.
Thank you, Joe. That was a
Yeah.
great compliment.
Yeah.
So Joe, yeah. Yeah. So in all seriousness, we did look at this from a talent pool perspective, And we have three council people that are basically the same age. They're all millennials: David Johnson, Will Morthland, and Sarah Beeson. And we honestly say, look, one of these people communicates a lot better than the other two. One of them's a lot more sophisticated. So, in all honesty, Sarah's been a gigantic help and a resource and a good steward of wisdom and discernment, I think, in the communication process. So thank you, Sarah. Seriously. Yes, 100%. And thank you in all seriousness. And I'm glad you're doing it, and Will's not.
Yeah. Now that we're a couple of years in on Roswell 365, does the Roswell 365 continue to grow?
Yeah, it's interesting. When we do our monthly business reviews and you start looking at some of the KPIs on site visits and everything else, we're starting to see a trailing off of our main site, Roswell Gov, and an increase of traffic at Roswell connections. And really that's because the people that were going to roswellgov.com for news to see what was happening with the city are now learning to go to Roswell Connections to see those stories. So we're definitely seeing that impact. All right, special events. 2025. So special events has been moved around quite a bit. They have a little bit of identity crisis, but they found their forever home in me. Right, Chris? Thank you. Yep. So they were in parks. Director Leatherman, Director Malone, then got moved under communications to better align with the strategy of the city, and now answering directly to me with planning, performance, and innovation. We've done some good stuff with special events. That's one of the mayor's priorities for 2025, elevating comms and special events. And when we say elevating, it is making sure that what comms and special events is representing is what the values that we hold as a city overall, because it is very outward facing representation of the city. So that's meaning that every event that happens within the city of Roswell, making sure it's aligned with the vision of the city and making sure that it's being pulled off to a certain standard. And Chris and her team have been doing a fantastic job with that. Not only implementing KPIs, but one of the things that we'll talk about that we're doing for next year is something that they're waiting on me for, is really a special events matrix to make sure when people are putting in applications for permits for special events, it's not going to be necessarily yes, yes, yes. It's going to be, well, let's talk about how it aligns with the overarching strategy of the city. Is it moving the city forward? Is it aligned with the vision? And that's one of the things her and her team has taken on. Obviously in 2025, delivered a full slate of high impact events. We're not done yet. We've got the Christmas tree lighting and a lot of stuff ahead of us. July 4th fireworks. They did an amazing job with a fireworks vendor that bailed out at the last second. And we got a new one. And I'll say that this 4th of July was one of the better 4th of Julys that I've seen. So great job to them. And then most recently earned Best of North Fulton Community Event Award for Alive in Roswell. So that's a big deal, something to be proud of as a city. And then strengthening post-event surveys and then leadership and council input into those events. A good example of that is Music on the Hill. So we recently did a survey. As that series wrapped, we got 47 respondents and a lot of great feedback on the event. 70% of the people that filled out the feedback are repeat guests, and 92% rated either excellent or good. And the other 8% was like, it wasn't bad. It was like pretty good. It wasn't even no negative comments really. So we're going to really be working on how do we capture the results of our special events. Did it achieve what we wanted it to achieve? We already evaluate through Chris and her team. Did we follow the planning that we need to follow? Did we make sure that the event was safe? Did we do all of our checklists? But now we're going after the qualitative. What did our residents think about the event? How can we make it better for next year or the next time that we do an event? One of the things that Chris has done now, every Wednesday, a lot of the people in this room are on a special events Zoom meeting, and it's in person once a month. And basically, whether it's the mayor's press secretary or it's the comms team or it's somebody from every department, we go through a citywide calendar of these are the events that are coming up. Who's got point on these? Who do we expect to attend? And within that invite on the event, it is got all the contact information, run of show, everything else. So we are really doing a lot of work to make sure that we are coordinated and buttoned up and there's no silos and we're all on the same page. Michelle Miller's in there. We have representation from everywhere in the city to try to make sure that we are communicating well and we are well coordinated. And she's also a part of the meetings with communications with the mayor once a week as well. All right, so what do we want to do in 2026? We want to fully implement that event evaluation matrix to make sure that our events are aligning with our city goals, continue to develop our KPIs. We have one survey for Alive in Roswell. I'm going to tell on us. We have one survey for Alive in Roswell so far. We put barcodes up. Like, it was great. And we had 5 people fill the survey out. So we're going to work on how to get more input and feedback. We did pretty good with Music on the Hill, but we're going to continue that among all of our different events to really make sure that we are hitting the mark on those events. We're not just going to push the events out, pat ourselves on the back and say, hey, we think we did a good job, making sure that we get that continuous feedback so we can improve. And then pursuing revenue opportunities. You'll see in here a meager increase in revenue over this year, but we are going to get serious on driving revenue through sponsorships on our special events. I think, with Alive in Roswell being rated as like the top community event in North Fulton, there's opportunities there for sponsorships, and we have not been aggressive about that. So we're working with Peter and Steve Stroud and some others to really put on the marketing hat and say, how do we go through this with a business mindset and making sure that we are putting sponsorship packages together that are market rate because we feel like we can pull those sponsors. Refining our KPI tracking, feedback, continuing our organization. The sponsorship model we talked about, and continuing to make sure that if an event happens within the city of Roswell, it's run through our special events team. So this is a little bit misleading. We're relatively flat over what was approved, forecast, and next year. What you see is some park stuff that's carved out of this and moved over. As I mentioned before, special events used to live in parks. So the budgets were kind of intertwined to some degree. So this year, Director Malone and I and Adam sat down and we worked with Chris Ward to kind of pull out some of that parks related stuff that fits better within the parks budget because it is managed by parks. This is a list of our special events. On the right, you see the costs of putting on the various events. You see our revenue from Alive in Roswell. That's what we're going to be attacking over the next year or so. And it's not just going to be an Alive in Roswell sponsorship. It's going to be essentially a sponsorship package. So we're going to have a portfolio. If you're going to be a this level sponsor, you get this at Alive in Roswell, Music on the Hill, Riverside Sounds, Christmas tree lighting, 4th of July. They won't be one-offs. And then you see the transfer from the general fund into special events to pay for these different things. And this is a slide that Lynn made me put up that I can barely explain. And this is all of the special events funds in the city. And that's where you see the full America 250 that Jeff had on his park slide as well. And this is the large and in charge special events team of 3 people. It's Chris Ward, Andy, and Jonathan King. And they do an amazing job. Anything on special events? All right. Yeah, let's hear it. I appreciate you, Chris. Damien, I just want you to know, and I've presented this a few times now, there's always massive compliments on your picture. I wouldn't lie about that. All right. Information technology. Damien's been doing a great job with his team before I stepped into the role. I think just to piggyback off that, his talent, we had him step in. He agreed to begrudgingly to be the interim director of HR during a gap in leadership there, and did a fantastic job because he's really squared away with process. And as Don likes to say, it's not often that you could have an IT director be the interim director of HR because of personality and everything else, but you can't. You're different. You're good at that. All right, so accomplishments in 2025, essentially keeping costs flat, keeping the budget relatively flat when we saw an 18% increase in software costs. When we get into the budget, software is a big driver of the overall IT budget. I'm talking about software, it's enterprise software, not for the IT department specifically. You heard Jeff talk about modernization, digitization of the permitting process, EP&L. That's something that we're getting ready to roll out, I think, October 13th, something like that, a ribbon cutting on that. That's going to be a big deal in helping our businesses and residents getting permitting things done faster. The technology build out in Summit and what's happening at Sharpshooters, that's a heavy lift. We don't think about the technology that has to go into that kind of a remodel. His team did a fantastic job with that and is continuing to do a fantastic job. 5.9 contact center for resident and business services, working with code enforcement to make inspections more efficient. And then a lot of stuff here that won't mean a lot to all of us, but moving the police department to Celebrate Cloud off of servers. And that's something that Damien and the police department did a good job. That was like a mid-year, hey, we recognize that we can really see an efficiency here and a cost savings. And he did a good job of flagging that for leadership. And the answer was, yeah, this makes sense. Let's do it now. So Damien's great at identifying those process improvements and efficiencies. CrowdStrike, cybersecurity, and we are rolling out a new phone system that's not only going to be more reliable and improve our user experience, but it's also going to save the city money as well. We're going to be reducing the number of desk phones. If you have a city cell phone, you're going to get an app and it's going to work like a desk phone. So we're trying to streamline and be more efficient. So top priorities and initiatives for next year. The big one is the IT governance committee. This is very exciting to the nerds in the room, the geeks. We're very excited about this. So if you were to go through our list of enterprise software and subscriptions that we have, it is immense. It's probably $3.5 million, and every department's got their own software and system and this and that they use, which isn't bad, but there hasn't been a holistic enterprise view of what are we doing across the city and why are we doing it the way that we do. So this enterprise governance committee, the executive committee is going to be made up of the OLT, the operations leadership team, and then the directors and Damien are going to make up kind of the steering committee. And then of course the IT team is going to make most of it work. So how it's going to work is there's limited staff in IT, right? And there's always a need within the city to buy a new piece of technology or advance something. But we need to make sure that we're aligned at an enterprise level, that they're not one-offs. That when we say this is what we're going to endeavor to tackle next year from an IT perspective, that we don't have departments fighting one another. We've signed off as a leadership team for Damien and his team to go implement a new piece of software, a new system. Along with the IT governance, one of the first things that they're going to tackle is the software and asset management. So all those pieces of software, not only are we going to inventory them, categorize them, understand the costs associated with them, but then figure out why we have them. So what efficiency is it giving us? And we will undoubtedly, with 100% certainty, recognize that we have redundant pieces of software, we have redundant subscriptions, or we have software that's propping up a bad process that we just need to fix that process. That's a broken process. So that is going to be a huge lift for the city and for the IT team next year. And beneath that is going to be our enterprise level innovation strategy. But you can't jump right to innovation as a start. You can't say we're gonna do all these fancy things now. First thing you do is level set, look at your enterprise level processes, look at your software, And that, once you fix those, is going to identify where there's the most room for innovation and your low-hanging fruit. So I'm very excited about the IT governance committee and the innovation strategy, enterprise innovation strategy that's going to come from that. As part of that, we're going to be implementing a data lake. So I know everyone, if you're a geek or not, is excited about the data lake. And what that is basically combining all of our disparate data that is housed in the city. And that is a monumental task. We have police and fire and HR and finance. They all have their own disparate data warehouses. It's putting that all together to where it can be queried at an enterprise level. And that's how we continue to take our performance management to the next level. Part of the stand up of the KPIs and the MBRs and the quarterly business reviews, part of the pain in starting that up was finding the data and making sure the data was accurate. Now, with a data lake, as we start to stand that up, we're going to have data at our fingertips. And what Chief Trost talked about at one of his presentations was instantaneous access to information. This is how IT supports the operators of making good decisions. You can only make good decisions when you have good data. So very excited about that. And that's going to be done in-house. Originally, Damien came forward with a price tag of $250,000, $300,000 and said, we're going to need this and these extra people and data engineers and everything else. And through refinement and continued discussion with Damien, we're essentially going to be able to do it in-house with creatively repurposing some positions and reallocating some positions within IT, which is going to be phenomenal. Relatively flat. We started out at 7.9 million, went to 8.1 million roughly. There was some stuff in there, Axon body cameras and some other things that drove that cost up that were unexpected. Again, that's where we need to do a better job at making sure that we have inventory of all of our subscriptions and all of our enterprise software so we don't get those surprises. Relatively flat forecast to next year while absorbing a lot of this stuff. EP&L alone was $365,000. And then, of course, we're seeing all of the new facilities coming online. We have new costs when it comes to Summit and Sharpshooters. All of those have IT costs ongoing year over next. So pretty good job staying flat year over next year. One of the other things that we're going to do, because I mentioned our IT, our subscriptions and enterprise software, not quite half of this entire IT budget, but roughly. And that is all spread across the city. Some of it's in HR, some of it's in police. So again, there's a real opportunity there to go after some of those costs. This is Damien's team. And one of the things that we are looking to do, we previously have, you all know Patrick Baber. We had him as Chief Data Officer. That position is going to be repurposed to the Enterprise Data Manager position. And they are going to be working on standing up that data lake. And that is the end of my presentation. Happy to answer any questions. Confused.
Huh? I wish I had a walk-off song for you. The Empire Strikes Back. I'm just saying, sometimes it fits. Okay, so in case you guys have forgotten, my name is Bill Gottschall. I'm the CFO. I know I was up here, I think 2 days ago, 3 days ago, or this morning, as the case may be. So I'm going to present our budget our draft budget review for the finance department. And I'm going to do like last time. I'm going to switch over here. Did that change pages? Okay. I don't like the podium, and it doesn't like me. So, what's that? So our top priorities going into 2026, an alignment of staff and systems, so that we want to make sure staff skills and systems being utilized are properly aligned. So before you can enter a process of transformation, automation, whatever it may be, you need to make sure you actually understand your processes and where in those processes you're going to introduce the automation and the transformation. We have a lot of processes in finance. We have good, capable people, but the system is not being utilized probably to the best extent it could be. So that's the process we want to go through first. And that's actually the process that we've been going through in fits and starts during my tenure since I arrived in mid-November. Once we do that part, then we will start evaluating the processes that are most manually intensive, mostly around purchasing and payments, as well as some reconciliation accounts like bank accounts and things. And that's where we plan to introduce the automation, rewrite the processes so that we're no longer manually lifting invoices and payments and things like that. And we're running them through the automation tools that Munis allows us to do. It does take an add-on module, so we'll have to achieve this through other contract savings and other types of in-house financing, as Don will call it, right? We're funding our own transformation, so to speak. The other top priority is advancing stewarding with integrity strategy. Can be a generic phrase, but in our department, it means making sure that for every dollar we spend, we get the maximum value that we can for the residents and businesses of the city of Roswell, while achieving or maintaining or improving actually our service levels that we previously provided both internally and externally. And then finally, the focus on innovation. And I think this is the piece where once you've evaluated staff skills, once you've evaluated processes and procedures, that's when you start looking at, and I know I already mentioned this a little bit, but where's the heavy manual work being done? And from what I've seen initially, it's around purchasing, it's around payments, and it's around reconciliations. And there's automated tools available for all of those. So a couple of key initiatives that we've not touched on before. I think this first one was really, really important. It's born from the MBR process, right? The monthly business review that Don has imposed on us and somewhat tortured us with in the beginning. But we do all now come to appreciate what his vision was, and where we're at now is a much better place than we were 6 months ago when we first started this. So we're going to create a business and performance analyst division. We've moved Bob Shee from economic development over to the finance group in this division. We used Mr. Treme's position. He came over with Joe in the BPI move. We've taken Alex's position and we filled it with a new hire, a gentleman named Sumdeep, who worked in a suburb city of Toronto of about 600,000 people. So he's coming in with deep experience as an analyst in a municipal environment. He has hit the ground running. Everything we've given to him, we think it might take 2 or 3 days. 6 hours later, it's in our hands, ready to go. It's phenomenal having having 2 real business analysts. We are currently interviewing for a 3rd business analyst from outside the organization. And depending on how things go, we might self-fund a 4th position as we realign the department throughout 2026. But what we're finding with these positions is they're very quick in understanding the processes and coming back to us for recommendations on how to improve those processes or how to better implement the processes. As Don said, I was talking about all the things I need to do, and he goes, "Bill, you just said the word process 5 times." And I'm like, "Yeah, I realize that, Don. You've got me trained." So we talked about automation implementation a little bit, particularly on the analysis side. Artificial intelligence is coming out with some really sophisticated tools that are starting to make Power BI and other tools look like a stepping stone to deeper analytical work. So we're going to examine that, but we're going to be careful with that. Not sure how much Joe talked about it, but this IT governance committee is critical to how you manage your data, your software applications, and your automation. You can't give up control and review to tools, to computer tools. At the end of the day, human judgment is still required to make sure it's doing what you expect it to do. And so that's why I'm really supportive of this IT governance committee that Joe's put together. Creation of executive dashboards. This and the monthly business reviews are directly facilitated by the creation of the data lake. Damien and I had talked about data lake earlier, maybe March, February when I first onboarded. And the idea of having, I think it's important to understand it's not just putting data into a lake, so to speak. It's putting data in a not customized, but a standardized format so that everybody who reaches into that data to pull what they need knows that data structure, knows the field structure, knows the record layout structure of that data. And it makes automating reports, it makes queries, it makes conjoining departmental information much easier, much quicker. And at some point, as we work towards updating our dashboards and other types of reports, they automate with real-time information. You know, so they're directly fed by the data lake. It requires buy-in of all the departments. The bond dashboards, for example, will now start to have, once we finish this process, they would have live financial information coupled with the work that CIP is actually doing on the bond project. And it'll be on a current basis, and the format will be adjusted and revised to better reflect that information. And then we're going to continue the enhancement of monthly business financial review. One of the things that has come out of this is it gives us a better explanation for why the financial numbers are moving. You know, just comparing budget to actual, it went up 100,000. Okay, why? The key to a good monthly financial report or the quarterly business reports that we do is to be able to explain why. And you can't do that without operations input, right? We can tell you where the money went. We don't necessarily have an understanding. We need an understanding, but we don't have the understanding of why it went. So using the data lake, using the MBR process, using the feedback from the operators, we can then bake the why into the analysis that's included in the monthly business reports. We hope to have these monthly business reports in what I would call professional shape, ready for the web early 2026. That's our goal. We feel we're pretty close there. We're already getting the quarterly reports done. So that's our goal at this point. To go over the numbers, our approved budget from 2025 was 3.9 million. That's where we're going to land at the end of 2025 on our 9 plus 8 plus 5 that you heard me describe earlier for the forecast. And then due to some realignments and that Jeff mentioned, we'll finish at 3.6 in 2026 if everything goes planned. That's our request. So the key changes here, besides implementing the business and performance analysis division I talked about, we are going to realign financial services to resident and business services. So of the 8 that are currently in there, approximately 6 will move over to that group and be an enhanced element of the customer service division in serving our customers and our residents. And then we'll retain 2 in finance to facilitate property tax billing, utility billing, and other advanced queries that maybe the typical customer service function would not be able to answer, or even lesser experienced financial service representatives could answer. So we're breaking those two, breaking that that division apart, putting the finance expertise into finance, and then letting the rest of the group move with Lou to the residents and business services. So when you combine the exit of one group and the creation of the other group, we get a $300,000 savings out of that. To roll our head count, we started the positions of 31 at the beginning of the year. We're moving 6 out of business to resident to get to a net 25 before implementation of business analysts, which will be 3. So we have a recommendation of 28 FTEs for 2026, with 3 of those being a completely new division focused on serving the entire operations of the city. So big leadership change. I think this is probably one of the more important changes that I may make in my tenure at the city, and that's promoting Adam Novotny to finance director. Adam, give a wave. And I do want to say at this point that without Lynn and Adam, I don't see how we get here today where we are on stage. I'd love to take credit for it, but they pretty much carried the day. 100%. Don, just for the record, you can't see it on camera, but Don is nodding yes. The 4 of us, Don included, have had a lot of meetings going through this process and fine-tuning the numbers and making sure that everything's holding together. And it's been a great experience to work with such qualified and professional people. Functional realignment. We talked about the public-facing positions that are moving to resident business services. The creation of business and performance analysis division. And while we're working on the restructuring, we're going to continue to keep some of our vacant positions vacant as we examine sort of the skill sets of those positions and what would be better to fill them if we need to fill them. So in summary, we're actively transforming our department to align with the needs of the city. And by the city, I don't mean just the residents, although the residents are our #1 priority. As finance, we're an internal group. We serve the operations of the city. We serve even the internal operations of the city. So we rely on IT, IT relies on us. We rely on HR, HR relies on us. So when we think of who we're transforming to serve the needs of, it's the city apparatus as well as the city of Roswell. And I think that's an important distinction. And sort of the culture that we're trying to build here is that we serve the people who serve the city. We try to make it easier for them to do their job. Adding 3 full-time staff members to the analysis division. Hopefully they will have all started by 2025. How many applications do we have on this one job right now? 40, 50? Too many. Yeah, I think that was the number 2. We've got to cut down. I think you got initial cut down of about 10 that we'll sort through, and might hopefully less. But we've been getting some great candidates. You know, when you stand up a good organization with some good ideas, I think Pavel said this earlier, strength attracts strength, right? People want to work with good people. People want to work with an organization that has a vision and a means to allow them to grow and perform and take on challenges. And we really do believe this division will offer them that opportunity. And then Adam added this, put into words what the rest of us are trying to say. The core tenets of the finance department are to serve the public trust with utmost integrity, protect the financial well-being of the city, and to continuously innovate to deliver maximum value. With that, I can take questions on finance now or cover administration real quick, or take applause. You know, being an audit partner, you usually didn't get applaud for anything except leaving the room or ending before 5 o'clock happy hour. So this is, yes, sir.
In your budget, I don't see you identified the servicing out of the general fund for the pension obligation.
So that is a buried number because of the allocation process that goes through the salaries. So for all the salaries you saw in every single budget, the pension liability or the pension payment is baked into that through the allocation of benefits. Now, last year, that number was 5.6 million. This year, it's 5 million, for a savings of $600,000.
But if you've got but what should it be if we had funded the pension fund correctly from 2011, right?
Right.
We shouldn't have a $5 million bogey. We shouldn't have a $5.6 million bogey. We shouldn't have a $3 million bogey.
Actually, there is a pay-as-you-go maintenance.
Right.
And that would
Exactly.
be about $2.5 to $3 million.
Well, I was going to say, you should have a very clear, so you just, if it's 2.5, then basically this year, we're servicing about $2.5 million of fiduciary failure in the past that we're having to fund in the budget.
As we heard, one of the problems, what we've been doing this cycle is we're examining the assumptions. We're looking at all of the bill that the actuary did to come up with a number. We're challenging them. Once I'm done challenging them, the auditor came in and challenged them. Previous administrations evidently took those reports and put them in the file and booked their journal entries off of that instead of doing the actual challenging that was necessary. So it takes 14 years to build a problem like this. It'll probably take us 12 to 14 years to completely unwind it, but we will start unwinding it in 2026.
Yes, we will. Thank you.
Any other questions? Okay. Administration won't be very long. So same thing here, aligning staff and systems. Bob Shi has moved out of the administration area, and he's now in our performance analysis division in finance. And then the position Mr. Thames was in was also in administration, and also it's been reclassified to finance. The legal services will be continue to support economic development activity. These guys are on calls all the time as we facilitate Hill Street and other opportunities that come along through DDA and RDA. So our financial resources will be less in 2025, mainly due to the reduction of the two headcounts. And then we want to maintain the administration contingency funding, which is being carried over from prior year into this year. From a numbers perspective, our budget was approved at 6.3 million. And then we finished at 7.5 million, partly because of economic development activities and fully implementing the senior leadership staff, of which I'm part of that number, to be frank. So our goal is to bring that down to 6.4 million in the draft recommended budget for 2026. That will be, yes, sir.
Do me a favor. This is one part of the budget I haven't looked at, Randy and Don. And obviously, since this is the senior leadership salaries, you guys are trying to swing it by quietly. I don't blame you. But just
damn. Almost, Don, almost.
Yeah, just a little, like, just for me, and maybe even nobody else, maybe nobody else cares in the room. They're probably all brain dead by this point, and I don't blame them. But yeah, just for me, a little clarity here, because I have not seen this.
In what way?
Start from zero. So we had tell me what the $6.3 million covers.
So 3.6 of that was salaries for everybody that sits in the admin wing, the senior vice presidents, the COO, legal, economic development, courts.
Courts are in there?
Yes,
Okay.
sir. Econ is not. Okay, that's right. They're under Jeff's budget now. Daryl sits over there with us. I forget sometimes. Courts and then city clerk.
Okay.
And then government operations. Your group.
Thank you. Perfect. Okay.
And
we're going up $100,000 in the budget in FY26. Correct. $105,000. Is that right? Is that on the salary side or on the operation side? I can't see from here.
We actually, are gonna go down 105,000. Um,
My bad. That's what I get for
Right.
seeing so far away. Okay, very good.
okay.
All right.
So, right, so operating will come down 800,000. That's the effect of economic development, budget changing, and then salaries and benefits will be reduced by the transfer of 2 people over to the finance group. So essentially, we're decreasing administration by the amount of 2 positions that moved. There's a little net change in the enterprise. The admin budget will be decreasing, um, which we think is an important point to note. Any questions? Who gets recap? Do you get recap? I am done.
Okay, I have a couple questions before you leave the stage, Nagelpuss.
I thought I might have gotten away from you,
Stage
Alan.
left. So I want to speak briefly about this administrative contingency that Mr. Davidson manages. So specifically, would you talk about what that is, or does David? Oh, is it Randy? Oh, that's Randy. Sorry. Okay.
Yeah, we feel much better. Randy manages it.
Okay, sorry. I thought it was your. That is specifically for, in particular, what we've been using it for is for deals that we don't expect, managing the process of the funnel that we talked about earlier, the deals that come through the door. We don't know what's going to walk through that door until it does. And so this is the place where that money is stored. And how much is the total? Is it 600,000 is what we're thinking?
No, it's more than that. What is it, Lynn? It's actually a number that's kind of in flux, because we're waiting to see where the budget lands. Because remember that formula I went through in the beginning? Contingency is part of that number, and so we can move that around if we have to make some changes. I know you don't want to say it out loud. Okay, go ahead. Say it. Lynn Williams.
Hello. So there is some, part of the budget allows us to carry forward any contingency that has not been spent from the prior year. So we did have a little bit of carry forward. That's the reason the middle one was a little bit higher than the one before it. But the 600 was in the original budget and the approved. And there was, I don't know, roughly 400,000 of contingency above that. But that was not identified. But we carried it forward from the prior year. So.
Right. And so like the spending for Greenberg Towering on Hill Street would be in that, I suppose. Is that right? That's your budget. Okay. Thank you.
So an example where contingency served us this year, you heard Pavel talk about the Quake helmets, right? That was an example of a deal that came up after the budgeting process, but because of the merits of the opportunity, we pursued it anyway. And we used part of contingency. We used some existing fire department to Pavel's ingenious work with numbers, but then we also used some of the contingency number to begin the first year process. I think the rest, I don't see Pavel here, but I think the year 2 is in your budget for 2026, right, for Quake. So that was one of those opportunities, and you heard him talk about Quake a little bit. Quake is really cool technology. It's phenomenal, and it should really have an impact on firefighter safety. I remember watching this stuff, and the first thing I thought was, why hadn't this technology been introduced to fire before? This is the same stuff our special forces operators are using in the military. So why did it take so long for it to reach the fire? But they'll explain to me that fire tends to be about 20 years behind everybody else's technology improvements. But we worked hard with the company, worked the price down, but one of the conditions was we go fast. So we're one of the first 10 cities in the Quake program, but we got significant discounts because of that as what they were quoting other cities. And we use contingency to, in part, to fund that. Anything else? Thank you.
just a few, closing remarks before I leave last word to Chief Administrator Officer Knighton. And these are thank yous. These are acknowledgments. You know, we've covered a lot of territory today. And we started, with a lot of these conversations started with here's what we've done, the progress that has been made. Here's what the priorities are. And there's a financial context to that. There's an operational context to that. But there's just so much work that has gone on, not only in preparing the numbers and the budgets and the things that we're looking at. And I know it's still, whatever the right word is, recommended, proposed, requested. We're at the beginning sort of that process now. There's still work to do. But the work leading into that is, and kind of setting some of the momentum in place that we talked about earlier today is significant. It's just, it is what it is. So a few acknowledgments, a few thank yous. The word alignment has been used. If I went back and counted today, it's probably been the most used word of the day. And yeah, an acknowledgement, a thank you to Mayor and Council and Chief Administrative Officer, Mr. Knight. In my experience, if you have alignment at the very top level of the leadership organization, then everything flows from that culturally. You don't necessarily have to have agreement all the time, but you have to have a spirit of working together. If you don't have that, then your ability to effectively execute through the rest of the organization, the trickle-down effect of that, it's very difficult to overcome. So, yeah, acknowledgement, a thank you to you. I've said that in a different way at a different time. It's remarkable. I come in new to this space. I have my background. Doing a public workshop on a budget was not on my bucket list. But I genuinely enjoy working in this organization. And the alignment, the lack of friction within the organization, ironically, the lack of politics within the organization in a political context is actually remarkable. So I thank you all for that. I think, and I appreciate it personally. So thank you. You should give yourselves a round of applause for that, for sure. Yeah. The leadership team. One of the things that the mayor definitely impressed upon me when I started was you got to break down these silos. And those can happen. There can be different reasons for silos. Sometimes it can be structural. Sometimes it can be toxic relationships. There can be a variety of reasons for that. At the operational leadership team level, the folks that I work with that report to me, Bill, that has been our approach to addressing silos. Again, a lot of different ways you can try to approach those sorts of things, but in my view, you get our senior leadership team in the room and you work together as a group. You take an enterprise view of the issues you're trying to address. We approach this budget as a group, as a team. I know that made Adam uncomfortable a few times because there was definitely a lot of folks in the room, and I don't mean that uncomfortable from a relationship standpoint, but anytime you put more voices in the room, it slows down the process, definitely. But we have tried to, with the group, create I don't want to say group grow, but an enterprise view of the different issues and challenges and things that we're working through and taking a collective approach to it. And I think the benefit of that enterprise view for this senior leadership team, for this operations leadership team, is it changes the perspective to the issues that you're dealing with, the problems, the solutions, and you start to, over a period of time, take away the siloed thinking. Oh, that's why I need to look at this a little different. We're not where we need to be on that. There's nothing like a budget to put you back in your silo, by the way, because everybody, I got to have a dollar. That can't be your dollar, those sorts of things. But we're making good progress here. You've heard a number of things, a number of priorities for next year that require a lot of work across the group. You've got Jeff that's running a quality of life initiative that really is across the organization. We're talking about leveraging core competencies to improve the cleanliness of our key quarters. And I could go on and on and on and on. So I'm very grateful to the OLT for the work that they do, the leadership. I've always tried to be on or be a part of or lead what I would call, low ego, high achieving organizations. And that's this group. There is no toxic relationship.
What we run into is just time and bandwidth. Everybody gets busy, and that's just the world that we're in. But this is a group that just has an incredible care and passion about the city of Roswell, about the mission, and they genuinely like one another, which is always a big benefit. So I appreciate the work ethic, the take what I do seriously, but not myself so seriously. So thank you to the OLT. Yes. I think probably the most difficult position in an organization are directors. And I know not all of our directors are here, but a number of them are. I think it's the most difficult because it's where it's the chart that we looked at earlier today, where we looked at strategic and execution. It's where strategy and execution kind of intersect typically in an organization. So the group that really drives the momentum in the organization is really at the director. And I know the SVPs would agree with me in that. So for the progress that we've made, for the momentum that we have going into next year, thank you. Thank you very much. I know this is live stream, and so I don't know if any of our employees are listening, but I think it is absolutely appropriate if someone is out there that actually should hear it later or is listening right now. We have 700 plus employees across the city of Roswell. And I've had the good fortune, especially this last summer, typically one day a week, typically on a Friday, I'm able to get out and spend some time and meet people, just learn the operation, but really learn the operations through their eyes. We have tremendous people. We definitely have a service culture at a point of execution. And then when you're in that world, you see it. It's, you see it or you don't see it, right? And there's a lot said about, I've always kind of fashioned myself as a servant leader. And that's kind of a misunderstood term because, you get into who's the most important person in the organization. Well, that depends. If you're talking about vision and strategy and those sorts of things, well, the executive leadership team is who owns that. But once you get through all of that and you get to a point of execution, it becomes about equipping, enabling the people that are closest to the point of execution. And that's clearly the bulk of the employees in this city. And so you've heard today, a lot of the things that we have as priorities in this budget are about equipping and enabling our people to do and to take care of the customers, take care of the residents of Roswell in the way that we would aspire to, that matches our vision. So a big thank you to the 700 plus employees who are not here today, but are truly, really driving us towards our vision. Thank you. Bill, you stole my thunder on the finance team. I was going to acknowledge the group. I love working with you. I think we're a good match. You're grumpy. You're kind of a curmudgeon, ill-tempered. I'm not. A couple times you've drugged me there for sure. I can't. Adam, right place, right time. Thrilled to have you. Len. We talked. I started earlier today. I said I've rarely used the word excited and budget at the same time. I have rarely used the word budget and joyful at the same time. And you are truly a joyful person. You make a slog of a process not only bearable, but you're just happy. And I appreciate you. I really do, genuinely. And to Bill's point, we couldn't do this without you. So please take care of yourself. Get your vitamin C. Get all that sort of stuff. We got a little bit longer to get through this. So thank you, Lynn. Thank you so much. Last couple of acknowledgments from just a logistics standpoint. The live stream, the IT team, the work that you did in a short period of time. I know Ben was a big part of that. Thank you. Very much appreciated. And most importantly, Kathy, as always, just behind the scenes and making things happen. I would put you in for Employee of the Month, but you've already won it, so there you go. But as always, Kathy, thank you for everything you do. I'm done talking. Mr. Knighton, your last word.
I'm definitely not worthy of applause. But just a couple of quick comments. I do certainly want to thank Don Stevens for his leadership the acumen, the professionalism that that he has brought to the organization and infused within the organization has certainly been invaluable for the city of Roswell, where we are and where we're going in the future. I wanted to mention just one thing quickly by way of example. Councilmember Sells toward the end there mentioned contingency funds and so forth. And, you know, obviously contingency funds are used for things that are unforeseen and or opportunities in the economic development space that tend to arise. One of the things that we experienced this year, and I want to tie this to the entire team, was the economy hotel situation. Obviously, we knew that there was some issues there. Police made some arrests there. Then we discovered that this hotel was severely compromised from a structural standpoint. And so what was the right thing to do? The right thing to do was to put together a plan. And mind you, there's no playbook for something like that, but to put together a plan with all of the members of our team led by Chief Troche, who did a tremendous job in coordinating not only internally, but externally with Fulton County School Board, the Animal Control System, Break House, the Continuum of Care, and bringing together all of these public sector and private sector, nonprofit entities to be able to address a situation in a very short period of time. And to be able to work with the team to successfully handle that situation speaks to the heart of the organization, but also speaks to the heart of the people of Roswell. To seeing a situation where several people and children were in need and being able to successfully rehouse them and what was an emergency situation speaks to how well we operate and the integrity of our organization. And certainly want to thank the mayor and council for their efforts, providing us with the support and then the latitude to be able to address something so quickly. It just speaks to how well our organization can efficiently come together and address a situation that had a human component. I never want to forget that, the human component. The heart of service is humanity serving one another, and that's what we do as public servants. And so I thank you all for the roles that you play, the responsibilities that you have on a daily basis to make Roswell the #1 family community in America. That is not just a phrase or a slogan. That's something that is very, very real. And I'll close by saying, and I certainly want always the mayor to have the opportunity for the final word. But I'll close by saying that I don't want our staff to ever take this for granted. I've been in local government for 30 years. I'll tell you, it's not always you have an elected body who's unified, who operates in a harmonious fashion, has a grand vision, and then provides the resources to execute that vision. Don't ever take this for granted. We have an opportunity in Roswell to continue to do some great things in this city, led by the mayor and council. And so I certainly appreciate everybody, your efforts to work together. I appreciate your approach, appreciate your demeanor, and I appreciate you as people. So with that, I will certainly, Mayor, do you want any comment? Okay, all right. All right, all right. All right. Well, thank you so very much. Any comments further? I would like for the OLT senior management team just to hold back for just a moment. A couple things we want to discuss for 15 minutes. That's all. 15 minutes. That's all I need. But thank you very much for a very successful budget workshop. Thank you.